Well, happy Friday, everyone. You know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you have joined the channel or have graced your presence on the live stream, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works, really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. But either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. Guys, as always, tonight we are coming to you live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I see some folks here on Instagram are checking in already. So waving to you guys. If you guys are here on the gram, you're not going to be able to see any annotations on the screen or anything I'm putting up. But if you guys have questions, feel free to participate, and I will take your questions as I glance over here and I see them. Guys, it's been a good week. Lots of great rainfall. It's the end of the month. It's the end of April. So you know what that means? This weekend is packed with things to do. Tons of things to do this weekend. So I'll show you guys some pictures of where the lawn is. I talk about my plans for this weekend. And as far as how it falls into the schedule that I like to run on my lawn, the one that you guys see on the Golf Course Lawn Store on our annual month-by-month breakdown as far as applications to your lawn. So we're going to get into all that. Should be a great time. Got some questions from viewers, so should be fun times tonight. All right. Let's see who we have in the live stream. First of all, we got Mr. Animus Otter kicking it off. He says, happy Friday, everyone. Ron, I emailed you pictures of my lawn. I think it's looking very good considering all the cool weather here in Northwest Mississippi. Very few days have been above 70 degrees. You know, that's the thing. You know, I've been getting, messages from folks, a couple of emails, but mainly messages on YouTube on different pieces of content where people were saying, hey, you know, my lawn is behind. It's not greening up as quickly as it should. What's going on? Or something I need to be doing? Should I fertilize it more? Am I missing something? And guys, it's just been different. This April has been cooler than normal. You know what I mean? Compared to last year, it just feels like we've had a lot more days where it's been cool versus hot. And again, that setback we had late last month did not help things. It slowed everything down as far as green up goes. So, you know, the heat's going to come. The days are already getting longer. I'm getting up in the morning, and when I look outside at 6:30, you know, the sun's already out. It's already coming up. So, you know, fear not, if your lawn is lagging behind, it is going to wake up. It's going to take off, and then you're going to wish it wasn't growing so quickly, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the show. So he sent me some pictures. Let's take a look at David's lawn here. So he sent me picture one. It's a nice shot. Let me get your comment off here. Really nice shot. Looks like a sunset, looking really good, sir. I remember how this lawn looked last year compared to now. This is definitely, you know, the trend is definitely getting better. All the work you've been putting in is definitely paying off. And then his second image that he sent was the stripe action. Very nice. I can see you're double cutting it. I like it. Got a little checkerboard action going on there, dude. It's really cool. You have like a little peninsula there. I see your house. You're overlooking. Looks like a little lake. Really cool. Very nice job. The lawn is looking awesome. And again, if you took this picture now, a month from now, we'll revisit this. If you can, it looks like you have a drone or something. So a month from now, take another picture of the lawn in that same position, and the color is going to be a lot deeper. I guarantee it. It's going to look a lot better. So you may feel like, hey, it's not as green as you would like, but it is. It's doing well. You know, you're exactly where you should be given the cooler temperatures we've had, the ups and downs. So I really wouldn't sweat it. Lawn's looking awesome, man. Looking very, very good. All right, so Jermaine Battles is up next. Actually, no, this is a T-Pack. We'll get to your comment here, Jermaine, in a second. T-Pack says, is that a life jacket on your mower? LOL. Yeah, so this past week, you know, last week, you know, on the live stream, we had Devin on. It was really cool that he came and hung out with us. And I spoke about, you know, tis the season for core aeration, right? So, you know, if you're thinking about doing it to your lawn, if you're in the Southeast United States, the window for that is open. Granted, all throughout the summer, you can really do it if you want. But I mean, if you're trying to get it done early, some of you guys are also doing some top dressing work and you wanted to get your aeration in now, the window is open. So the Owlet has a spike aerator. It doesn't have a core aerator. So I ran that on my lawn, ran that on Alex's lawn. And because even though the machine is very heavy, it still benefits from having a little bit of weight on the front of it. So this is what the mower was set up, how it was set up before for the aeration. I'll show you guys here really quick. That is what it looked like. So what you're seeing there, those are not life jackets. What those are sandbags. So you guys know I do video as part of doing the YouTube work. So what those are sandbags. If I have like a tripod set up, or if I'm, you know, I just don't want stuff to blow around, you put that on the bottom of your tripod or any other equipment that you have out there that you just don't want to move. So because those are like 15 pounds each, so just hung those on the front bar that the grass catcher normally sits on. So there's 3 of them. So you got 45 pounds of weight on the front, in addition to the weight of the mower already. It did a great job. I made 2 passes over the lawn, and it did a great job as far as really opening things up. You know what I mean? So it's going to be good to go for this weekend for all the stuff I got planned. So really good times. If you guys have not seen that, I did a short video during the middle of this week showing off how it was running on the lawn. And if you guys want to see that, you can see, you know, it's only got 2 inches. It's only 2-inch tines, but I mean, it's 2 inches of fury. It was doing all it could with those 2 inches to the lawn. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, don't leave the live stream, obviously, but if you guys want to see it, this is the aerator in action. This is that bad boy in action right there. So it's in the chat. If you guys are here on the gram, I will send it to you guys as well. You can see too. So I actually should post it here so that everyone sees it. There it is, the aerator in action. Good stuff. All right, so yeah, no, it's not a life jacket. But it's a bunch of ballast, a bunch of little extra weight. So guys, as far as the state of the lawn, you know, David's lawn is looking pretty good. It's greening up nicely. My lawn is looking about as green, honestly. I mean, I took some video here today. If you guys are interested, let's see here. So this is first of all the front lawn, and as you guys can see, there's the Toro. The Toro still lives strong. You see the Toro red there in the bottom lower left-hand corner. That's what I used to cut the front lawn. You can still see it's still filling in some areas there, but overall the stripe action is looking good. The lawn is looking solid. I like that color. And then we have the back lawn. That's cut with the Owlet. Again, color is going to pop more here over the next few weeks once we get more heat, more sunlight. You know, it's gonna really start filling in. And then because all things look better in motion, you've got the little video here showing how the lawn looks. This was taken at lunchtime or just after lunchtime today. And I'm pretty happy with that. You know, given everything that we've been through as far as the temperature swings, I will take that all day long. It's a great start for the season. Great start for the season. As long as you don't get any crazy cold snaps like like Devin, those guys up in Colorado were getting. As long as we get temperatures in the 70s and 80s, which we're going that way, should be good to go. Should be good to go. All right, so Jermaine Battles, okay, so I got you all taken care of as far as your question about Nutrizolve. And then Todd Hickey's up next. He says, hey, Ron, tomorrow should be a nice day after all this rain in eastern North Carolina. Granular, liquids, pillar, SC, all going down, maybe even some PGR. Todd, you read my mind. That's what I got planned for this weekend as well. You guys know as far as, I'll show you really quick, as far as the schedule. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, you go to the guide section, or you click on guides and then go to lawn care schedule, hit that, and then go down to item 5, the month-by-month breakdown. You'll see we have some of you guys have asked for like a free calendar. That's, it's not as detailed as what's in the course, obviously, but as far as just something you can use as a guidance as far as what I do to my lawn and what I also teach in the Golf Course Lawn Academy. So for May, it is, guys, I got to get back on full screen for this one. It is Primo month. It's time. It's go time. So if you guys have been waiting to put down the thing you never knew your lawn always needed, the time is near. So this weekend, the lawn's gonna be getting some Primo. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. In addition, let me go back here. In addition to Primo, it's also going to get the Humic Max at 3 pounds per thousand. It's going to get the first fungicide app. So it's going to be this year. You guys know in years past, I've mainly been done with granulars, but we started carrying Pillar SC. So I'm going to be using this on the lawn this weekend. The nice thing about this product is it as a preventative or also as curative, there's one rate, 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. So the bottle is 43.5 ounces, which if you know something about like how many square feet is in an acre, this is enough to treat 1 acre. So it's 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. Doesn't matter what you're taking care of, whether it's large patch, dollar spot, doesn't matter which non-disease you're targeting. If you have an active infection or if you are using it as a preventative, one rate, 1 ounce per 1,000 over 1,000 square feet. Some of you guys that are behind, a question I've also gotten is if you can mix this with the Celiprin. These two are both, they both need to be watered in. They're both soil-based. So if you've not done your insecticide as yet, you can do a Celiprin SC and Pillar SC together. This guy will be 0.2 ounces per 1,000 over 1,000 square feet. And this guy's, again, 1 ounce per 1,000. So yeah, this I've already done. Fungicide I have not. So this is going to go down this weekend along with my Humic Max for the back, and then the organic Fert for the front. So as far as what I'm going to be rolling with here, you guys have to look at what I have on YouTube. But let me see if I can find if I can actually pull up the image here. I might be able to find it. I think I have we have the technology to make that happen. But earlier today, I posted some pictures showing what the plans were for the lawn this weekend. And I can make that happen here, I think, as well. Those same pictures, you guys have already seen them. So yeah, we can make that happen. Cool. So this is on the front lawn. 3, 2, 1. So the front lawn is going to get the Miramichi Green Organic. That's what I'm running on the front lawn this year. It's going to be a completely organic program. The only thing that is not organic that it will, as far as applications to it, like fungicide, it'll still get, and it's still obviously going to get Primo Max because you got to have Primo. And then the back lawn, we're switching away from the 12024 to Humic Max, the 1608. So we're going to be running that on the back lawn, this on the front lawn. Should be good times. You guys will see a pinned comment in the live stream at the top there for it says awesome fertilizers. If you click on that link, it'll take you to the golf course lawn store where you can find both of those. So I'm looking forward to it, guys. So in addition to, and it's just the granules, we covered first the fungicide, the Primo, which is awesome. And then along with Primo, we're going to be doing the carbon kit and a liquid fert. So I'm going to be doing Turfplex on the back lawn and 901C on the front lawn. So should be a great time. Should be a great time. I'm looking forward to it. May is always a fun month when it comes to lawns in the Southeast because by now your lawn should largely be waking up. It's time for Primo. If you're someone that wants to top dress, now, the window is open to start doing that. So is the season real? You say the season starts in April, but really as far as being able to go full tilt and, all the safeties come off, really, late April, early May is when that happens. So looking forward to it. Hope you guys can get that. I'm excited about this weekend. It should be a great time. Great time. All right, so we have a question here from the Instagram. We got the Maestro in the house. We got Kit Products. Let's see who else here. It says happy Fridays going on, Maestro. Hopefully you're doing well. And then Shauna 553 says going to put out 2 pallets of 419 in an area the builder never finished. What is your best advice on prepping that area? I plan on putting down topsoil, but wasn't sure if I could put down Humachar too. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. I'm a huge fan of doing a granular biostimulant along with that. So you got Humachar, Essential G is a great option too, but if you got Humachar, roll with what you got. Definitely do that. So as far as prep, Shauna, you obviously want to rake the area, make it as smooth as possible. Even though sod is if you do a good job, if it was all cut to the same thickness and you do a fairly good job laying it, it should be reasonably smooth. But the things you can do to help that out are ensuring that the area that you're going to be laying the sod on is raked smooth as much as possible. So if it's bare dirt, getting a rake, just making it as smooth a surface as you absolutely can. That's going to be important. Then I would do your Humachar. Absolutely get that down. You got a 10. You should I put out 10 before laying the sod, or wait a few weeks and then put the fert down? Thanks. Most sod doesn't require fertilizer right away. So what I would do is, what you can do is this: whoever you bought it from, follow whatever their guidance is as far as fertilization. Some people like to do a fertilizer, a starter fert, and then lay the sod on top of it. Some sod farms will tell you you don't need to fertilize it until after the first time you cut it. So wherever you got it from, follow their guidance. I don't really think you're going to go wrong either way. If you wanted to do your Humachar and then also do the 10 and then lay your sod on top of it, I think that would be fine as well. But just ask whoever you got it from what their recommendations are for it. Outside of that, just water it. Water it. Keep people off of it. especially until it roots in. We're going to have the heat here pretty soon, so it shouldn't take long for Bermuda to root in. And then just get out there and mow it. If you still want to top dress it this year, you absolutely can. I would wait for it to root in first before you did that, but you can absolutely get up there and top dress it this season. There's still plenty of time, especially given that you're doing it this early in the season. So yeah, sounds like a fun project. Doesn't sound like a fun time, because laying sod is. I'm trying to think if I'd rather lay sod or top dress. They both are not. Neither of them are fun. I probably prefer to do top dressing over doing sod. I think so. But either way, sounds like a fun time. Keep us posted on how it develops. And if you need anything else, let me know. All right. So next up, first of all, we got our first super chat. Let me get this done right here. We got our show sponsor of the evening, Mr. Archie Amos. Thank you so much, Archie.
Super chat received.
All right. So let me get you up here on the screen. Your name in lights, whatever that means to you. Mr. Archie's right there. He says, "Let's go, LG. I'm hyped tonight." I'm not sure if I haven't seen LG in the live streamers yet. The thing is with LG is he has to lurk for a while. He has to kind of, he doesn't go Super Saiyan right away. He's got to hang out for a little bit, charge up, and then, probably like the end of hour 1 is when he tends to make his way, and then it all goes to a handbasket then after he shows up, right? All becomes like a different level of fun starts in the live stream once he shows up. So you're gonna probably be the show sponsor for a while here, I think. Archie, I think you're safe. So thanks again for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. And you had a question. You said, "Evening, young man. Finished leveling, even added an additional layer of compost." I like it. I dig it. "Well, wouldn't it rain last night? Go figure. Ready for a great show. My question, fert and hydrotain, when should I start?" Yesterday. If you're doing the course or doing like the schedule that I go by, you could do, you could have done the fertilizer along with your leveling project. So I'm a fan of doing your aeration, putting down your granular biostimulants like Essential G and any kind of granular fert that you want to apply, then top dressing on top of that, and then watering and waiting. If you did not fertilize your lawn as part of doing your top dressing, you can absolutely do that. I would do it at the beginning of the month because it makes it really easy to stay on schedule. You just know, hey, beginning of the month of every month while the grass is growing, I'm going to be putting down my granular. And then for hydrotain, you can also start that too as well at the beginning of the month. So as far as hydrotain, they say that it will last for up to 90 days. I like to apply it every 60 days, so every 2 months. If you did it now, you'd apply it now, and you'd apply it again at the end of June. That's what I'm a fan of when it comes to using hydrotain. But yeah, man, sounds like a good time. That sounds like you're on your way. You already got the top dressing done. The rain is a good thing. It helps water it in and helps it settle. It just means your lawn's going to recover that much faster. And you're not the only one. On the topic of top dressing, David sent me some pictures of his lawn. I'm trying to see which David's. I got a couple of Davids. I think this is the one here. Yeah, so this is what I'm looking for. So this is his lawn before. You can see on the left-hand side there, if you make it out, he's got a few bags of the super sod. I think he used 3 bags of the super sod level mix. And then he did his core aeration, which is nice. I love it. That's really good. You can see all the cores all over the lawn. And then finally, the piece de resistance. You can see the lawn after being top dressed. That is nicely done. This is his first time top dressing, so you see there's some areas a bit heavier, but overall, you can see the tips of the grass popping through, which is exactly what you want. This is what you want. once it gets some rainfall on it, you start watering it, that sand's going to settle, and I figure within a few weeks it should be growing back through and looking good. What I have found is the very first time you top dress your lawn, it does take a bit longer to recover than subsequent top dressing. So if you, especially, again, given that the heat isn't really here yet, if you top dress your lawn, say this weekend, that's what you're planning to do this weekend, I would say that by the third week of May, assuming you didn't go, super heavy, and everything else is good with the lawn as far as like nutrient levels, your soil, everything is good from that standpoint, you should, the grass should be growing through that, and you should be getting pretty close to mowing within that 3 to 4 week time frame. And again, every lawn is different, but that's what I would aim for or would expect, given, especially if it's your first time doing it. You know what I mean? In subsequent top dressings, I've done like the video that I did on top dressing, the last big one that I did for the back lawn, that was done over a weekend, and then it rained like crazy Monday and Tuesday. We got like 6 inches of rain over 2 days, like it's a ton of water, and I was mowing, if memory serves me, I think that Thursday or Friday. So like just a few days later, I was able to get out there with the mower and cut. So it really depends on how heavy you go. It depends on how often how many top dressings you've done. But if yours looks like this when you're done, you are doing it right. That's what I would expect to see after a good top dressing job, and the lawn's going to look incredible once it recovers from all that work. So good job, David. I'm not sure if you're here in the live stream as yet, but it looks solid, man. Did a great job. And again, Archie, thank you for the super chat and all of the support. All right, let's see here. Jermaine Ball says, hey, Ron, I'm hoping I have enough Nutrizol to put down an application this weekend. When I say the USPS had put the Nutrizol in a plastic bag, I knew I was in trouble. Yeah, man, I'm sorry about that. So, sometimes we get we ship products out, especially the liquids, and most of the time, 9 times out of 10, more than 9 times, like 95% of the time, they arrive, no problems, no issues at all. Sometimes it just they play soccer with it, they spike it or whatever they're doing on the way there, and it gets roughed up. But it's no worries, we're gonna make it right. We've already got another bottle going out to you. It'll be either, I'm hoping for Monday, but worst case it'll be Tuesday, and you'll be good to go. Hopefully there's enough Nutrizol that made it that you can still get your application down this weekend, and then you'll have a fresh bottle for whenever you're going to apply it again. So again, appreciate your patience. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we will get you taken care of. We got Mr. Robert Rainey. So remember, Robert was the guy that was down at 0.2, and I think he bumped up to 0.4. I didn't get any pictures this week of as far as how high he's cutting, but he still might be under half an inch for all we know. Robert is a wild man. What's going on, Robert? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream. We've been talking a lot about top dressing, guys. One thing that I've got tons of videos on top dressing, but one of the questions I also had from viewers is, can you put together a blog post on that topic? So we've got tons of content on YouTube on lawn loving top dressing, spelled 17 different ways, with soil, with sand, with soil, bumpy areas, not so bumpy areas, just, all different variations of top dressing videos. But we didn't have any content that was written around the topic. So I covered this some last week, but if you guys are interested, if you go to the store, the Golf Course Lawn Store, and again, this content is completely free, you go to guides and then blog, and there you will see the second article is how to top dress your lawn, a complete guide. I try to keep it as short as possible. It's broken down into over 6 tips, like what is top dressing, what the benefits of it are, why do you want to do it, what's one of the best things you can do for your lawn. Even if you don't real mow, it's still a great thing to do for your lawn as far as like drainage and the benefits. And then the 6 steps, the equipment you're going to need, and some tips around like lowering the height of cut or lowering how tall your grass is if you need to do that. And then aeration and the entire process. Fertilizer I like to use, and everything you need to get a great result. So if you're interested in that, I will link that in the chat. Also, new for this week is our the summer lawn care schedule. And I realize it's not summer yet, but I'm trying to get ahead of the curve. So that is also live as well. So if you go here, it's going to talk about picture yours truly, showing, hey, we're in summer, get your equipment. Let's get going. And the best time to cut your grass in the summer, around getting stripes. If your person likes to stripe your lawn and wants to get different patterns, some tips for doing that. On how to use growth regulator, because no lawn care program in the summertime is complete without Primo. A cool hack as far as like how to prevent tip burn. Really, what it boils down to is dividing the application rate in half. So lots of great info in there. Talks about hydrotain. Tons and tons and tons of great stuff. So hopefully you guys get some value out of this. There's going to be links there in I'll actually just link it here in the chat now, so you guys can take a look at either one of those after the show, obviously. But it's on the main blog. Again, the content is completely free, and definitely look at it. Give me feedback if you like it. Great. If you don't like it, let me know that too, and we'll figure out ways to make it better. So there you go. Core aeration and top dressing blogs, and I will have these also. If you guys are anyone watching this after the show finishes airing, I'll have this. This will be the pinned comment. Or actually, what will be the pinned comment? The fertilizers will be the pinned comment, but this will be in the description in case you want to find the blog. But just go to Golf Course Lawn Store, go to the guide section, and it's all right there. It's all free, and you should be good to go. Sean is asking, Ron, I'm sure you told us before, but what is your height of cut? It is point. So on the front, it's 0.75. On the back, it is 0.70. It's going to become 0.75 here. It's like 2 clicks on the L to move it up, but it's 0.75 on the front, 0.70 in the back, and it's going to become 0.75 in the back here, here in a couple of weeks. So the entire lawn will be cut at the exact same height. So hope that helps, and I hope you guys enjoy the content. We have a lot of fun putting it together, and hope you guys get some value out of all the written stuff, in addition to the live stream and the YouTube content as well. I stay pretty busy. Stay really busy. All right, next up is Mr. Joseph Robert. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Happy Friday, everyone. New spreaders on the way. Way too excited about that. LOL. Why are you it's not, listen, there is no such thing as being too excited about getting new equipment. New mowers is always awesome. A new spreader, if you're going to get an Earthway, I'm sure you're getting an Earthway, an Echo, which I'm not sure what you're rolling with, but I mean, there's, new spreader is still important, because think about it. The spreader is the unsung hero of your lawn care game. It's if you don't have a bad spreader, like they don't hold product properly, they get kind of rickety, you don't get good application. So a quality spreader is really important to having a great lawn. The one that I like, you guys know, is the Earthway, the 2050P. That's one I roll with. It's what I use, what Alex used. Again, I tell the story every week. I like it so much that whenever I decided to give my first one to Alex, I bought another one of the exact same thing. That's how much I like the Earthway. So they're great spreaders. It's a good prosumer type spreader. And one of the biggest benefits is, like, I get emails every week from people saying, what calibration do I need, or like what setting do I need to use for this product, for like a Scots, or for this, or for some other one of these. I want to say not a common spreader, but a spreader that is often, the calibration is often not on the bags for professional grade products. With the Earthway, you're covered. So for that reason alone, it's worth investing in one if you're in the market for a spreader. And if you guys are interested, you guys can see, I'll put a link here in the chat for you. My spreader of choice, 2050P. Boom. All right. So congrats, man. And you know what? We're going to clap it up for you. Congrats on the new hardware. Always a good time. So we have a couple questions here, comments from the Gram. May in 152 says, so it's tough, Bermuda. What is the schedule for May when it comes to fertilizer, aeration, things like that? So if you're going to aerate, right? If you're planning to aerate this weekend, that'd be great. I mean, I am a fan of if you're planning to do an aeration here in the near future, right? I'm a fan of doing your fertilization application right after aerating, because you think about it, the lawn's all opened up, the soil's all opened up. You're basically fast tracking those nutrients into the soil. It's not strictly necessary. Like, you could apply your fertilizer this weekend and then aerate a week or two later and it'd still be fine. But if you're going to do it here soon, doing your fertilizer app, like, right after you're done aerating, is a good idea. As far as fertilizer, what I like to do is, and I'll put a link to the guide here in Instagram. Hopefully it's clickable for you guys. I've never actually watched my own live stream on Instagram, so I don't know if these are clickable or not. But this link I'm putting here in the chat for you will take you to a month-by-month breakdown of what I like to do May in 152, and hopefully you get some value out of that. But pretty much, as far as fertilization goes, the granular goes down once per month at the beginning of the month. The liquids go down twice per month, once on the 1st and then again on the 15th. So tomorrow, or this weekend, it may not be tomorrow. It may not be tomorrow. Maybe it's either tomorrow or Sunday. We'll see. It'll be, if we're talking from a fertilization standpoint, it'll be my granular, it'll be Humic Max, it'll be the carbon kit with Turfplex in the back, it'll be the carbon kit with 901C in the front. And then I'm also doing my fungicide. You didn't ask about that, so we won't talk about that. But whenever you're spraying your liquids, starting this month, I also am a big fan of putting some Primo Primo Max in the tank. So the monthly rate for this is 0.25 ounces. There's a range, but it's 0.25 to just under 0.4 ounces per 1,000 square feet. That covers just for a month, right? So if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, what that sounds like is you would apply 1 ounce, and that could cover you for a month. The way that I recommend doing it is to take that monthly rate, which would be 1 ounce for 4,000 square feet. So 0.25 times 4 gallons of water, 4,000 square feet, is to take that rate that would normally be 1 ounce that you would apply once per month and divide that in half. So say if you were going to go spray Primo tomorrow, you'd mix half an ounce. So with the handy measuring cup built in here, you take half an ounce of this, half an ounce. You'd mix that with 4 gallons of water, and you spray that over 4,000 square feet. And then you would do the same thing again on May 15th. So that is what I like to do as far as the fertilization aspect of the program. I put the link there for the month-by-month breakdown. There's other things that I'm going to be doing tomorrow as well, like Essential G is going to go down as well. But if you just ask strictly about fertilization, so that's in a nutshell, that's like the short version, the abbreviated version of it. You can find it all in detail on the store under the blog section. So check that out. All right, Shauna says, my Earthquake 2600 will be here tomorrow. I'm so excited. Anything related to lawn makes me happy. I hear you. And you got Tiff Tough. Nice. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Good stuff. All right, so next up is Ryan Wolfel. Ryan has a good question here. He says, hi, a follow-up from my USGA sand question from last week. We can't get the Super Sod Soil 3 level mix here in Texas, but I can find USGA sand. That's awesome. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, so, I mean, that's solid. I mean, I would roll with that. Will the USGA sand have similar organic material levels like the Super Sod mix you use? No, it will not. Because remember, the USGA sand doesn't really contain, there's not a compost component to it. It's strictly sand, right? So if you are going to, with Soil Cube, with the level mix that the Super Sod makes, it's 70% of that USGA sand, which again is just sand. And then it's 30% of their soiled cubed compost that they mix along with it, and that's what they brand as their leveling mix. So what you can do, Ryan, is a couple ways you can go about this. You could go through the trouble of mixing compost along with the sand. That's a lot of work. It's really your call whether you want to do that. Or what you could do is you could find some kind of granular biostimulant, like figure like Essential G, and just go really heavy. So what you would do is you would aerate the lawn as part of your leveling work, and then get yourself a lot of bags of Essential G, pretty much as much as your budget will permit for, and then go heavy with that over the entire lawn after aerating. And then once you're done, the last thing you'll do is you will top dress with the USGA sand. So what that does is, even though you're not mixing them at the same time, you're introducing that organic material. You're getting your OM addition through the compost and all the other ingredients that are in Essential G, and then you're just using the USGA sand for leveling. So that's how I would go about it. You can mix them together. Like if you want to mix, you could get like carbonized PN and mix that with the sand. It really depends on how big an area you're dealing with, how much sand you're going to be mixing, and just how much work you feel like doing. You know what I mean? Either strategy can work just fine. So it's really up to you. But no, it's the USGA sand by itself is not the same as the Super Sod level mix, because there's no compost component added to that. As if it's just the sand, it's strictly sand. It's not there's nothing else added to it. So hope that helps. The cool thing is you found that, man. That's really good. I mean, it's going to be a little more pricey than like your standard river sand or masonry sand, but that's great stuff. As far as particles, you shouldn't have a lot of trash or any other debris in it, which is really nice from a leveling standpoint. I mean, that's one of the few things that makes leveling less fun is, if you get like bad material, you go through all the work of applying it, raking it all in, and then you got to go through and get all the debris, all the like rocks and bark and other garbage that sometimes comes in leveling mixes out, which is again just a waste of time, frankly. But with the USGA sand that you're getting, you shouldn't have any of that. So, and if you use carbonized PN with it, you're not going to have any of that either. So, though you talk about two products that are by nature, by the way they're created, are very clean. So, should be good stuff. Keep me posted on how it does, man. Sounds like a fun time. Be sure to take before and after pictures of the work. All right, so we have a question here on the Instagram from the Maestro. He says, put down, wrong camera. He says, put down the Lebanon 14714 on 4/1, April 1st, okay? Thought I over-applied liquid on 4/15, a little yellow. Should I still put down granular on 5/1? Yeah, so apply the granular at the correct rate, and then this time when you do your liquids, just make sure you whatever you did as far as rate or your application technique, like just do a better job of getting even coverage. Guys, so here's the thing. I totally get it. Whenever you are, especially if you guys follow like some of the rates that I recommend for liquids, like I'll say 2 to 3 ounces of 901C or 6 ounces of Turfplex per 1,000 square feet, and it doesn't look like a lot, right? You'll have that in like your measuring cup. You'll be like, there's no way this is going to be enough to get a good result over 1,000 square feet. But believe me, it is. And again, you're talking to the guy that actually sells the stuff. Like it's in my best interest to have you buy as much of it as possible, but you just don't need to do that. Like that like for the 901C, 2 to 3 ounces over 1,000 square feet, going to produce a great result. Turfplex, 6 ounces over 1,000 square feet, it's going to produce a great result. That's all you need. So I would say on the Maestro, still stay the course. Do your granular, this weekend if you want, or well, this weekend is going to be, it's the end of the month, so you can do your granular for May this weekend, and just be a little bit more careful as far as whenever you're putting down spraying your liquids. Again, remember you should be covering 1,000 square feet with 1 gallon of mixture, whatever that blend is. So that's the one thing I would say to adjust between last month and this month, and you should find that you'll be in a much better position. You'll like the results you get a lot better. So hope that helps. Good stuff. All right. Next up is King Khan. He says, checking in. Nice, a true alpha mower with some sacks on it. That's good. You know what? I didn't see it that way, but now that you've said that, King Khan, now I can't unsee it. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's I was very happy with the result that it did. The result that I got out of using the spike aerator on the lawn. It did a great job. Now, is it as good? Because I've gotten this question a bunch of times ever since posting that video. Is spike aeration better than core aeration? In my opinion, no. If I have a choice between the two, core aeration is superior because you're physically removing the plugs. I mean, if you think about spike aeration, what you're doing is, yes, you are creating a hole or a void in the soil. But if you think about it, it's like the soil that was there, because it's not being removed, you're basically pushing it to the side. So, an argument could be made that in the area around the hole, you're making the soil a little bit more dense because you're kind of pushing it. You're kind of compacting it because you're pushing that spike through. The nice thing about spike aeration is that as far as being damaging to the turf, it's a lot less aggressive, right? So if something you wanted to do, like in the video that I did, a short that I did, I said for core aeration, really twice a year, once in the spring, once in the fall. If you're a real baller, you really want to go all out. But spike aeration, an argument can be made you could do that monthly if you wanted to, because it's really not, as far as being hard on the turf compared to core aeration, it's not nearly as aggressive. You know what I mean? So I like the results I got with it. I happen to have one, so I'm going to use it. But to just put it to bed, like a spike aeration, in my opinion, is not as good as core aeration. Core aeration is superior for relieving compaction in the lawn than solid tine or using spikes to aerate the lawn. Still better than nothing. Still better than not doing anything at all. It's definitely better than using a liquid aeration products, because those, while they have value, they're not great for relieving compaction in comparison to like physical means. But it's if you got one, use it is what I would say. Okay, we got Archie's question all answered, taken care of. We got Chris Style 405 says, yo, what's going on, Chris? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. We appreciate you. Darren Proctor's up next. He says, hello, Ron. Good afternoon, everyone. What's going on, Darren? Hopefully you're doing well. Talorn in the house, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to say hi on this glorious Friday as we get ready for the weekend's festivities. Guys, in addition to all the fun that I'm going to have in the lawn this weekend, it's also the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. So it's going to be fun. We'll see if if those guys can keep it out of the wall this weekend for the racing. It's a great weekend. So if you like sports, if you like Formula One, you like racing, it's great for that. And if you like lawn care, it is awesome because it's like fungicide, preventive fungicide this weekend. It's your primo this weekend. Again, I can't, guys. Hopefully it's coming across how excited I am about being able to put some growth reg down. I really love the way the lawn looks when it's under regulation, and I think it's time. It's time. It looks good. The lawn is greened up enough. It's growing well. It is time to give it that good stuff and just slow it down to kind of get it settled in for the rest of the season. Sal Des says, selling that outlet up there? I am not. You're referring to that one? Nah, that mower is, it's a one of one. it's whenever I got it because of winning the contribution to that charity for the Duke of Edinburgh last year. They're running a charity that helps benefit young people, and we were able to win it. But I told Alan, I said, listen, whenever I was talking to, I think his name is Austin. Austin, I think, is the managing director for Outlet. So I was talking to him and I said, listen, man, so hopefully you don't get mad at me, but this mower is never going to see a blade of grass. Like, it's never going to cut grass. Like, it's going to be like a prop it's going to be on the shelf in the back of my live stream. That's where I'm going to have it. Cause it's, one, I don't need a mower, a 20-inch mower. I've got plenty, other mowers to cut the lawn with. And it's really a one of one, you know what I mean? They're not going to make another one. And it's, it was created to celebrate a pretty momentous thing, 70 years on the throne for Queen Elizabeth, late Queen Elizabeth. And, I don't want to mess it up, but no, it's not for sale. It's not for sale. Not at this point anyway, so yeah, but I appreciate the interest, but it is not currently for sale. And honestly, if I ever were to part ways with that, I'd almost want someone to have it that's not going to put it on, that's not going to mow with it. It's just going to keep it nice. You know what I mean? Because again, you can't really replace it. You can't. It's one of one. All right, next up. So as far as if there's such a thing as like priceless when it comes to lawn care equipment, the Jubilee edition of the Sterling, for me, that would be one of my, get my vote for one of the pieces that would fit that description. All right, so we have a question here from Shauna. She says, I've never used growth regulator before. I've never used PGR before. Do I need to wait until the lawn looks the way I want it to before I use it? Wouldn't want to suppress growth if it's not thick yet, if that makes sense. Not sure how it works. Yeah. So what I would say is, if you can't see my screen, but if your lawn is greened up, Shauna, right? So if it's already greened up, you're already regularly mowing it, then you can absolutely introduce growth regulator. It does not need to be 100% super thick, all the way filled in, because what growth regulator is going to do is, because the lawn is not going to grow tall anymore, what you find is it tends to spread, right? So as far as, not saying that PGR is going to make your lawn thicker, but because the lawn isn't growing tall anymore, that coupled with your regular mowing, you'll find the lawn starts to get denser and really the canopy starts to get really thick. So if you are at the point where you are mowing your lawn regularly and it's green, right? The lawn's not dormant, it's largely greened up, you're already fertilizing it, you're mowing it a couple times per week, then you're absolutely good to go as far as introducing Primo. So yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I have, in the last, I can't tell you how many years, the last 4 years, I've even top dressed my lawn when it's been under regulation, right? And that, as far as slowing down like a recovery, it does do that. But as far as like your lawn thickening up over time, as long as you keep it up with your mowing is a huge part of that. Primo is not going to really negatively affect that. It's going to slow your lawn from growing tall, but coupled with your regular mowing, it's still going to thicken up and it's going to get nice and dense. So yes, I absolutely would consider using Primo on your lawn. If you want some tips on how to do that, I've got a blog post here. I'll link it here in the chat for you, on growth regulator. It talks about how plant growth regulation can actually, instead of making it thinner, how can I actually make your lawn thicker and greener. So I'm gonna grab this link here. It's on the blog. If you go to Golf Course Lawn Store, go to guides and then blog. It's on the second row. You'll see the article that talks all about it. Talks about how to apply it, how I like to do it. It's really not hard, and you will love the way your lawn looks with a Primo on. It's pretty awesome stuff. Again, I always jokingly say, when it comes to Primo Max, there's two things: there's life before Primo and there's life after Primo. Because once you start using it, you're not going to want to stop. It's really great stuff. But I will put a link here in the chat for you. It has all the tips, talks about the benefits of using it. Some tips to prevent tip burn, like all the strategies that I know as far as that are gonna help you produce a great result. So I'm gonna link that here on the gram for you now. Those of you guys that are here on YouTube, you guys know where to go find it. Just go to the store and it is there as well. So check this out, Shauna. This will get you all squared away. If you need anything else, let me know. Okay. Next up is Papa Mo's Low. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Just stop by to touch the like button. I appreciate that, guys. Now, guys, we got 125 people in here. We've only got 52 likes. Surely, not Barbara, but surely we can do better. Surely we can do better than that. We can do better than that. If you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button ever so gently, we're 40 minutes into the live stream, and you guys are here, and hopefully you're getting some value out of it. So move that mouse over, just drag your finger over, touch that like button, It's a great and free way to support the channel, support the show, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys would do that. And it gives me a chance to take a sip of my lemonade. All right. He says, I'm in the middle of aerating the lawn. I'll catch the replay. By the way, I'm getting too old for this. I get it. Here's the thing. Papa Mo's low is completely normal. Whenever you start aerating, like kind of like top dressing, when you first start, you're like, oh yeah, it's awesome. I got my aerator. I'm going to get out there and do the lawn. And about, with top dressing, it's about 45 minutes in. With aeration, it's after the first couple of passes, you're saying like, why am I doing this to yourself? But then once it's done and you see all the benefits that your lawn's gonna receive from that, you to say, you know what, it was completely worth it. I appreciate you taking some time to stop your aeration work to come in and say hi. Keep me posted on how it does, and yeah, you can always catch the replay tomorrow. Appreciate all the love and support. And as far as getting too old for it, I mean, think about it. If you weren't aerating it, what else are you gonna do? What else you can do? It's like people that ask me, say, hey, you're already like a 3rd degree black belt in karate. Like, why don't you just want to stop and go do something else? I'm like, and go do what? Like, why do you keep mowing your lawn? Because it's there and I enjoy it. I mean, if I'm not doing that, I'd be doing something else, and that's fairly productive. It's a great use of time. It's good exercise. It's something I take pride in. So yeah, I mean, I'd say keep doing it. There's nothing wrong with it. No such thing as getting too over stuff. All right, Patrick Gates is up next. He says, happy Friday, everyone. Let's get it. That's right, man. Let's get the stripe action going. You guys get out this weekend, get your lawn, get your mow on, get your fertilizer down. If you guys, I'm telling you, get your primo down. You can't, I'm telling you, the life before, life after. I'm excited to put that down, get my primo down on the lawn. Of all the things I'm applying this weekend, primo by far is is the thing I am most excited about. Hopefully that's coming across. All right, Skinny Geek 1010 says, rip Central Texas lawns. I must be getting 4 inches of rain and hail at the moment. I don't know what it is with Central Texas. You guys either have monsoons or you have drought. It's either like there's no in between. It's like you can't just have, like in Georgia here, yeah, we'll get rain for a couple of days, but overall, like the rain in the past few days has been nice. It's been, nice. It's gentle, no lakes being formed. But in Texas, it's like feast or famine with you guys, man. There's no midpoint at all. It's crazy. They're gonna be fine though, Skinny Geek. I wouldn't worry about it. Rain is good. Take it while you got it. If you're gonna get more rain, get your moisture manager, get your hydrotain down. It's it's a free way to water it in, right? So there's always a benefit to doing that. So yeah, just take it while you can get it. Take it while you can get it. Because what'll happen is in the summertime when you're actually paying to put water on the lawn, you can be like, man, water bill is so high. Why can't we get some rainfall? So take it while you can get it. All right, next up is John Rob Willie says, what's good, everyone? We're getting over 1.5 inches of rain today in Maryland. Hopefully my soil can absorb most of it and put to good use. Carbon Pro G went down yesterday as well. I endorse this comment. That's an excellent, you did it just right. So you got your granular biostimulant down and the rainfall has helped watering it in. You can't beat that. Devin's in the house, guys. If you guys know Demir91, so he was on the live stream. He is the the superintendent at the what should I say this right? It's the club at Flying Horse in Colorado Springs. That's the golf course that he's the super for. He was on the live stream last week, so the guy that was on there answering all the questions and bailing me out with all the cool season stuff, that was Devin. So thanks for coming to hang out, Devin. Appreciate you. I saw that the 12024 made it to you. So Devin, he's trying out the 12024 and some Essential G this year on his lawn. So we'll see how that works. Get his feedback on it. And his comment is, "What's up, Ron? Looking forward to some good turf talk tonight. I will do my best not to disappoint, sir. I will do my best. I will try hard." All right, next up is Darren. He says, everyone hit the like button. Yes, Darren, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then next is Todd Hickey. He has a question about spot spraying. He says, so how do you mix a backpack sprayer to spot spray weeds? I want to use certainty in Celsius, but not over 1,000 square feet. And I cannot kill a patch of POA. So it's being a stubborn, huh? I used 1.5 large scoops in 1 gallon of water and no luck. Interesting, Todd. As far as for targeting POA, what you're doing should work. That should get it done. You didn't mention if you're using surfactant or not. I imagine you are, but that should do it. Certainty with surfactant. The rate sounds correct. As long as you're spraying it, it should begin yelling up and should start dying off. Again, thing to keep in mind is when you spray it, I tell people spray it and don't look at it for like 10 days, 2 weeks. Don't even forget that you even sprayed it. Don't get out there every day and look at it, see if it's yellowing more and more and more. What you tend to find with those herbicides is, especially this time of year, for the first week, 10 days, you're not going to see a lot, and then you'll start to see the weed yellowing, and then it will begin accelerating as it dies off. As far as how you mix it, what you described is exactly what I would do. Now, as far as if you're doing a gallon of as far as Celsius goes, so the high rate for Celsius is 0.226 for 2 gallons of water. So you would take half of that. So in other words, you would take this packet. One of these packets, Todd, goes into 2 gallons of water at the rate that I recommend that you mix it at. So you would use half of one of these. If you're only mixing up for a gallon, you'd use half of one of these packets in a gallon of water, and that would cover 1,000 square feet. And then, Ken, for certainty, it sounds like you're about where you need to be as far as rate for targeting POA. I would just, if it's not been over 2 weeks. I would wait. If it has been, you can smack it again. You can always, you can get out there and hit it again with it, and see if that will you get results with it. But that should do the trick. What you're describing should be producing a good result against POA. Another thing to keep in mind too is also nice is that POA, as soon as it gets hot, POA is also going to start dying off too. So, and I realize you want it gone sooner than that. But it's not something that's going to stick around forever either. So something else to consider. You might want to save some of your certainty for whenever the nutsedge and kalinga show up, whenever it gets really hot. So make sure you save some for that. All right, up next is No Name. No Name is in the house. He says, happy Friday, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. Let's get those likes up. I appreciate that, No Name. If you guys are enjoying the show, hit that like button. There's 120 something people in here right now, so hit the like button. It doesn't cost anything. It's a free way to support the channel, and I'd really appreciate it. Okay, Patrick Gates is up with a question. He says, hey, Ron, installing zoysia sod in my backyard May 12th. It's partial shade back there, so I figured it would be better than Bermuda. That's a good guess. I mean, I don't, depending on how much shade, the zoysia might have trouble too, but it's definitely going to do better than the Bermuda would, so that's a good choice. Any advice before I lay it down? Red clay soil in North Carolina. Thanks, man. Yeah, so the same advice that I gave to Shauna, if you can get the area as smooth as possible. Get as smooth as possible. If you can get a biostimulant down prior to laying the sod, so Essential G, carbonized PN, either of those are great options. You can go heavy and then lay the sod, and then based on whatever they, whatever you're getting it installed. So I guess whoever's installing it will provide guidance as to whether or not you should be fertilizing or not. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of them, if it requires fertilizer, they'll likely do that whenever they do the installation, but they will not put down like Essential G or carbonized PN. And that you can do. That's not going to have any negative impacts or adverse results at all. It's only going to help things. So that would be the thing I would say as far as the prep work to doing your sod installation. Again, zoysia is not inexpensive, so anything you can do to give yourself the best chance for a good result, I absolutely would. And given, we're the end of April, you still got plenty of time to order, either carbonized PN or Essential G and get that down if you decide to go that route. Yeah, and outside of that, water it and keep people off of it and then enjoy it. Should be good. Should be good. All right, Justin Judkins says, hey, Ron, starting with the most important question first, who do you think is going to win the NBA championship? I see I'm going to lose my man card here. I have not been following it. Here's the thing. I really stopped following, I'm going to kind of date myself here. I really stopped following basketball, like, seriously whenever Jordan stopped playing. So that tells you how much I really follow basketball. I mean, and I know, there's LeBron and Steph and those guys, they're all awesome. But I really stopped following basketball really heavily then, so as far as I don't even know who's in the playoffs to be able to tell you who's going to win the championship. I mean, I think didn't Golden State, if they didn't win last year, I mean I think they won last year, I believe. So it's, you want to bet against them, assuming they're still in the playoff. Again, I have no idea who's in right now. I'm a Michael Jordan fan, but I was also a Houston Rockets fan, because you guys remember in the 90s, whenever Jordan, that's about Jordan. We don't want to say he's not the greatest, but I'm not going to go on too much of a tirade on a segue here. But the thing is, every time Jordan went to the championships, he won it. Thing won. That's why he's the GOAT. And then the 2 years when he was retired, The Rockets won both years. So I would argue that the Houston Rockets in the 90s, mid 90s, were like the second best team in the NBA because anyone could have done it. You know, while the mouse is away, the cat's away, the mice will play, right? So while Jordan's off trying to play baseball or whatever, do what he's trying to do, anyone else could have won it, and the Rockets won it twice. So yeah. But to answer your question, no, I haven't watched. I haven't been following basketball, so I can't tell you. Can't tell you. As far as this weekend, I hope Max does well. You know, hopefully he has a good race. All right, next up is It's Audacity. He says, I was supposed to aerate and sand level today and this weekend, but it got pushed back to Monday, unfortunately. That's okay. There's no worries, man. I mean, today, tomorrow, Monday, it's within. You're still going to be just fine. Still going to be just fine. So keep us posted. Again, make sure you do before, if you can, during, and then after pictures. One thing that never fails me, anytime I'm doing a lawn project, I film a lot of stuff, but I wish in years past I had taken more pictures when I was doing stuff. So take pictures, obviously the before is easy. In the middle, when you're actually in there just trying to get it done, it's hard to stop and take pictures of it. So if you have someone else do it for you, that'd be good. And then definitely take the afters as well. So next up is to Lauren. He says, when you verticut, do you follow your stripe pattern, single pass, multi-pass, at different angles? How low do you run it? Will be my first time using or doing that with the Kensington. So yes, I follow the stripes. So I will the way the stripes are laid, I will verticut in the same way. I will do a multi-pass. So the one for the end of May will likely just be one pass. But when it comes to June, I'll likely do a double pass. And in that case, I will start, how can I describe it? I can take a picture of the lawn right now. Let me show you. I think I got a picture. Do I? I do. All right. So the way the stripes are right now, that is the short side of the lawn, right? The lawn is not that. The long way is the way that you don't see right now. It's like, so from where I'm standing all the way to the big tree in the background, that's lengthwise. So I will not the end of May verticut, but the end of June verticut is when I will verticut lengthwise first, and then I will finish up on the stripes that you see here. So I will verticut it in two directions for the June one. For the May one, it's probably not going to be necessary. The grass is just it's going to be thickened up and looking great then. But as far as being a little bit more aggressive with the verticut, not going to be strictly necessary the end of May. As far as height, so I set the verticutter at a 2 to 4 millimeters above the surface, so I don't get down into the dirt. I try not to get too aggressive because you just don't really need to. You don't need to get a good result. As far as before you answer this question, because I'm sure it's going to be coming up next, is when I verticut, my sequence is verticut, turf rake, and then mow. So verticut, all the trash should go into the grass catcher, or most of it should. Then I'll turf rake to pick up any debris that's left, and then finally a cleanup cut. And then just fertilize the lawn, let it recover, water it, and then you're good to go. So that's the sequence that I would do: verticut, turf rake, mow. And as far as multiple passes, you can look at your lawn and decide for yourself. But I don't think it's really going to be necessary to do multiple passes until June timeframe. For May, you should be able to get by with just one pass. So hope that helps. Hope that helps to learn. Great question. All right, and he has arrived. Luis Ayabareno is in the house. He's up. He says, thanks for the super chat.
Super chat received.
He's traveling back home after a week of vacation. Can't wait to see what my lawn looks like when I arrive tomorrow. It's probably going to be a bit overgrown. I mean, not crazy overgrown, but it's going to be taller. I applied Essential G carbon kit 3 weeks ago. Can I apply a Celiprin by itself? Yes, you absolutely can. You can apply Celiprin by itself. You don't have to apply it with anything else. If you are going to, I'm not sure if you have the granular or the liquid, Luis, but if you have not done your preventative fungicide, then you can mix your Celiprin along with Pillar SC, and you can just spray both those at the same time. So just kill two birds with one stone. You get your preventative fungicide down, you get your insecticide down, and then you're good to go. Good to go. So yes, you can apply it by itself, or you can mix it with your preventative fungicide if you want to do that as well. Thank you for the other super chat.
Super chat received.
Is also my wife who complains about the Friday stream was the one who reminded me to join tonight. See, that's good. She's like, I don't know why you're out here all the time listening to this guy talk about grass for hours and hours and hours on end. It's funny. My friends at they'll see me at karate. They'll be like, dude, were you really talking? Like I looked at your stream, it said like 3 hours or something. It says 4 hours. Were you really talking about grass for 4 hours? I'm like, yeah. He says, and people listen for 4 hours. I'm like, yeah. By the time I'm done, there's still people hanging on. Like we could go longer, but I mean, I'm starting to cough and my eyes are getting dry. But yeah, we could just, I mean, grass turf is serious business. Serious business. Just because you guys aren't into it, you just haven't got with the program yet. But it's a serious thing, talking our turf talk. So that's good. And the thing is, that's good, Louise. Even though she's like, yeah, she makes fun of you about it. She knows you enjoy it, which is cool, right? So it's nice that she's supportive of your hobby. And I would imagine that she likes the way the lawn looks. I would imagine like she likes, that your lawn is greening up sooner than the other lawns in the neighborhood. You guys want to see Louise's lawn? I think I still got a picture from last week. I think I do. Can I find it quickly? I think I can. So this was the picture that you sent me on the 19th. So this was his lawn on the 19th. And I mean, the color looks incredible, right? It looks awesome. And by the way, what he's running on that is the 12024. But the thing that you really have to do to really appreciate it is look at the comparison. Compare the color of his lawn to the other lawns around him. So the one that's like at this 2 o'clock, looks like it's green, but the color isn't as nice. The one right next to him does not look that great. The one across the street, also not that great. So he is definitely dominating the neighborhood from that standpoint. So yeah, keep it up. Lawn looks awesome. It's going to get even better here as the season progresses. And again, thank you for the super chat, sir. At $55, which I think you're at, you are now the show sponsor. So your name in lights, whatever that means to you. Appreciate all the love and support. And it's good that that wifey is supportive, and she's like, yeah, go on and join. Isn't it time for you to go play with your lawn care friends and go hang out and talk about grass? So yeah, she gets it. She's still down with the cause. All right, Ed Bonet is here. He says, hi Ron, silly question. No such thing. He says, after you spray for weeds and they die, what can you do with the weed spots that died? Thanks. So if you have a Bermuda lawn or a lawn where you have a creeping grass, it will fill in. Like Bermuda will fill into those areas. If you have a cool season lawn, then that's where people will tend to, depending on how big the area was, how much big a patch we're talking about here, that's where introducing some seed to fill in that area would make sense. If you have like a ryegrass and you had like a big area that was covered, had a ton of weeds in it, you get rid of the weeds, you're gonna have a bare area, then that's when putting some seed down to help fill in that area would be a strategy. For Bermuda or zoysia, not necessary. Just wait, and it'll just be like, oh, nothing there. Well, we have to fix that. It'll crawl in there, and it will fill in. So for warm season turf, nothing to do other than just wait, give it time, and the grass Bermuda will do what it does. Next up is Anthony Davis. He says, hey, Ron, how long do I have to wait between acelepryn treatments on my lawn? Also, how many times per season do I need to use it? So as far as acelepryn, some people will use it in this. I do it once per season, but there are people that will do it in the springtime. So now, like April, late March, all the way through May timeframe. There's also people that will do it in the fall. I typically only do it once per season. I apply it the beginning of this month. The beginning of April is when I do my app, and then I call it good. I've not seen the need to apply it again on my lawn, but really, it's not going to be something you need to be doing monthly. Really, if you want to do more than one app, you could do one now and do one at the beginning of fall, and you should be good to go at that standpoint. It's not like fertilizer or growth regulator where you're applying it monthly. So hope that helps, Anthony. Next up, so we got off-road, go over here to Instagram. Off-road NV says, it's very serious. Hashtag grass talk. We look forward to our Friday grass talk. That's right. I mean, everybody has their thing, right? I mean, here's the thing. If curling, and I'm not innocent, if there's anyone here that does curling, I'm not like throwing shade at curling, but if curling can be an Olympic sport, then certainly we, as grass nerds there should be a space for us to hang out on YouTube. I mean, nothing that curling's there's not skill involved in it, but it's like, compared to like other things you could be doing, I think a green lawn or working on your lawn is I think is frankly cooler than that. So yeah, we're kind of cool too. I mean, grass people are cool, right? Yeah. All right, Quincy is up next. He says, hey, Ron, super bummed. Tore my Achilles at the beginning of March. Got about 5 to 6 more weeks before I can get out and real mow my lawn. Oh, that stinks, man. I'm sorry. I've not had that happen, but I have a couple of friends that have torn their Achilles, and they said it's incredibly painful. Make sure any kind of physical therapy they're having you do you do it. So you retain or you get your mobility back. So don't your flexibility back. You don't lose too much of that. But yeah, I mean, hopefully you have someone that can cut the lawn between now and then, even if they're not cutting as much as you are, someone can get out there and at least, keep it looking reasonable until you can get back out there and mow again. So sorry you're dealing with that. Hopes and prayers for a speedy recovery, and 5 or 6 weeks will fly by before you know it. All right, Skinny Geek 1010 says, does the spike aerator make the soil more compacted in clay soil? So an argument can be made for that, because really you are, the area that you're making the hole, there was soil there and it's not being removed. So there is an argument that can be made that a spike aerator is creating or can create a bit more compaction, at least in the area right around where the spike penetrates. I don't know that if you did it over it's going to, in other words, if you have a lawn like mine, right, that is not compacted, if I spike aerate it, it's not going to be compacted not going to become compacted as a function of doing that. As a way to reduce compaction, those Skinny Geeks, core aeration is much better. It's a far superior way, because again, to your point, you've already got it figured out, right? Like you're with core aeration, you're physically removing plugs. You're creating voids in the soil by removing some of it, which gives the soil that's still left an area to relax into. So it helps with compaction. So it helps relieve compaction. So yeah, I mean, certainly around the area where the spike penetrates, I'd imagine if you just think about it from a physics standpoint, they would make sense that soil has to go somewhere and it's being compressed. So it would make that area like around where the spike penetrates a bit more compacted, a bit more compressed. So yeah. But I mean, the benefits of doing it as far as being able to get air, water, in my case, I'm going to be fertilizing this weekend, getting that, fast tracking that into the soil is also also got some benefits too. If you want to see, if you want to see, because I had this is not an uncommon question I've gotten ever since posting that video. If you want the USGA's thoughts on it, they have an article here talking about solid tine aeration. Is it right for greens? And so you can take a look at that and you can see what some of the experts' thoughts are on it. So let me see, at Skinny Geek, here is the link to that from the United States Golf Association. So take a look at that. It's just a short read. And yeah, so in other words, for my case, no, I'm not really worried about it. And it's not, I'm not, because what's going to likely happen throughout the season at some point is we're going to end up core aerating, right? Because it's got to happen. I mean, I've got like a record. I mean, every year it's happened, and I can't not have it happen this year, right? You can't break the streak. All right, next up is Trilla. He says, "Hey Ron, and happy Friday, Stripe Action Gang. What's going on? Trilla, thanks for coming in and saying hi. Appreciate you. Appreciate that." And then, okay, so a question for that's not for me. That's for Patrick. And then let's see, Justin Judkins. He says, mixed, okay, CNC. So I think you're talking about Celsius uncertainty. Mixed Celsius uncertainty in 2 gallons. Didn't use it all at once, but I left in the pump sprayer for random spot sprays for a month or so. How long is the mix in the sprayer good for before it loses effectiveness? I don't know how long it's good for, but whenever I mix, I tend to mix what I intend to use for the most part, Justin. A month you should be fine. That should be okay, but I wouldn't like keep it around all seasons. If you're telling you're going to use it up for spot spraying over the course of the month, that would be fine. If you could use it over the course of the week or two, I'd like that even better. But in general, I would mix what you intend to use. I would not just leave it around. I would not mix it up. In other words, a batch of it at the beginning of the season and just leave it in your garage all season long and just shake it whenever you're going to go do another spray. I would mix what you intend to use, and not have a bunch of it laying around. So there's that. A month should be fine. But if it were me, I would use it up sooner. In other words, in all the years that I've done lawn care, been doing lawn care on my lawn, the only product that I've ever had or held around that long was whenever I had Negate. Because if you ever use Negate, you see the label for it is you're supposed to mix all of it at once and into this like intermediate mix, like a concentrate, and then you can use that concentrate to dilute with a gallon of water and spray that. So that is something that I kept around for like for 6 weeks, because that's about really the time frame when you want to use it up. When I called the manufacturer, they said you really want that intermediate mix. You really don't want to keep it around for more than 6 weeks. And because I didn't, I had to dispose of it. I'd take it to a facility and get disposed of. But as a general rule, I don't mix products and leave them in my sprayer, for not even days on end, like, weeks and weeks on end. I just don't do that. Typically, I mix what I'm going to use, I use it, and then I rinse the sprayer so it's clean and it's good to go for my next whatever I'm deciding I'm going to be doing on the lawn at that time. So if you were to go in my garage right now, you'd see that the Flow Zone, the Chapin, and the Yard Mastery sprayer, all of them are clean. The only thing that's in them right now is a little bit of water, like a trace amount of water. But other than that, there's nothing in them. All right, next up is Ryan Wolfel. He is back. He says, Offer Envy says, we're on YouTube, also live with Ron. Cool. So you're double dipping. You're on Instagram and you're on YouTube. That's cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so Ryan Wolfel says, hi, a follow-up for my question about USJ sand last week. Actually, I already answered that one, Ryan. You must have asked it again, but yeah, we already answered that question, so we're good to go. Let's see. So Don't Ask 08 says, hey, Ron, just became the proud owner of a new to me Allet Sterling 51. Don't tell my wife. First of all, got to clap it up. Congrats on that. Congrats on the equipment. Don't tell my wife how much it costs. I got the turf rake and verticular cartridges. Nice. Awesome. Congrats again. Congrats on the new acquisition. It's a great mower. You will enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. My question is when to use these and how often. I'm in North Texas with Bermuda. Also, I'm cutting at 3/4 of an inch. How low should I set the cartridges? Thanks. Okay, so for the turf rake, I don't set it to where it gets down into the dirt. If you set the turf rake at the same height as you set the verticutter, that's good to go. So 2 to 4 millimeters for the verticutter, 2 to 4 millimeters for the turf rake, and that is that's how I would set them up. As far as frequency, once you have the thatch levels clean, once you have the thatch levels under control, so you will turf rake a bunch at first to lower the thatch levels, get the lawn cleaned out. And then really when it comes to turf raking, you can do that once per week. Once per week for turf raking is plenty. When it comes to verticutting, once per month. And then as a matter of fact, because I knew this question would come up at some point this season, there's a YouTube Shorts. If you can be patient to watch 1 minute, if you got 60 seconds, I cover that in 60 seconds in this short that I'm going to post here for you right now at Don't Ask. But pretty much what I'm saying is what I just told you in a more concise way, where pretty much verticutting once per month, starting in the end of May, turf raking once per week, core aeration really twice per year now, and then again in the fall if you want to. And that's it in a nutshell. And as far as the height, again, like I said, 2 to 4 millimeters above the surface. You don't want to set them up to where they're digging a trench into the soil. Remember, the idea behind a verticutter is to cut the stolons, to encourage new growth, and you don't need to get down into the soil in order to do that. So hope that helps. Again, congrats on the new mower. It's pretty awesome. And use it in good health. Good health. All right, Gary Freeman's in the house. Says, hey, Ron, hashtag Strap Action Gang. Happy Friday to all. And let's see here. Let me see here. Skinny Geek says, Ryan, if you are close to Organics by Josh, they have compost with seaweed and humates. I'm considering mixing that with sand. If they'll mix it for me too, LOL. Yes, if you got to hook up a source on some good, clean organic material to mix with your sand, your leveling sand, and they'll do it. That's a win. That's a win. If you get someone that'll do that for you, that would be pretty awesome. All right, Levendi's up next. He says, since you brought up Primo, North Florida's been in the 80s and about 12 hours of sun. Sounds awesome. When can I put Primo on St. Augustine turf? Tomorrow, if you want to. If you want to do it tomorrow, you could do it a week from now, whenever here's the thing, Levendi. If your lawn is greened up, which I imagine it is with 80-degree temperatures and 12 hours of sunlight, and you're mowing it regularly, then you are absolutely good to apply Primo. You can absolutely use Primo now. Again, the only recommendation I would say is whatever the monthly rate is for St. Augustine, which I don't know off the top of my head, take that rate. If you're using a 4-gallon sprayer, which you would mix for 4,000 square feet, cut that in half, or however how much of the product you would use for 4,000 square feet over a course of a month, cut that in half, and then spray it at the beginning of the month, and then spray it again on the 15th. So let's say that the rate for St. Augustine is the same rate for Bermuda, which is 0.25 ounces for hybrid Bermuda, 0.25 to 0.40, but we'll just make it easy. So really, if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, you're talking about 1 ounce, 0.25 times 4, which will cover 4,000 square feet. That is the rate for once per month, right? What I'm saying is don't do it that way. Is take that rate that you would use for 4,000 square feet for over the course of a month, which is 1 ounce, cut that in half. So you would mix half an ounce, so 0.5 ounces, 0.5 ounces, you guys can see that, yeah, 0.5 ounces with 4 gallons of water and spray that over 4,000 square feet. And you can do that twice per month. You can do it in the first and you can do it on the 15th. You can get all the benefits as far as regulation. You're not going to get, you're going to strongly minimize your chances of getting tip burn. I didn't get any tip burn last year at all using this strategy. So yeah, the only negative to it is you have to be out in the lawn twice per month, which if you're watching a lawn care live stream, I don't think that's going to be a problem for you. So hope that helps, Lavendi. Sounds like to me you are good to go. Go out and spray some this weekend or next week if you don't have any as yet. Whenever you get your hands on some, get out there and have some fun with it. All right, let's see here. Sunshine Life says, he says, hey, Ron, hope all is well. I'm doing all right. I can't complain. He says, can you overseed 419 Bermuda grass? In general, I don't recommend it, Sunshine Life, because so I've done that in the past. I have done that in the past with Princess 77 and with Arden 15. Those two cultivars match fairly well with 419. Like if you look at, you can't see my picture, you can't see my lawn, but I mean, if you were on the YouTube live stream, you've seen pictures or videos that I posted on my lawn earlier. So my lawn is pretty much is a mutt lawn. It's Tifway 419 is a base, but it's also Princess 77 and some Arden 15. Those three look reasonably good together. But as far as if you were to mix, like say Yukon with 419 or Monaco with 419, I don't know if they would look good together. So I in general, I don't recommend it. And a big part of why I don't recommend it is because most people that look to seed their lawn or overseed the Bermuda are doing it for the wrong reasons. Because they'll have an area of their lawn that's bare. They'll say, oh, it's really shady here and the grass isn't growing here, so I'll just overseed it. And that will fix the problem. And as a general rule, if Bermuda is not growing in the area, like if you have a part in your lawn, an area in your lawn, and you have Bermuda and it's green everywhere else, but you got an area in your lawn where it's not growing, you got to figure out why. You got to figure out why. Because what's going to happen is if you go out and you do sod or you do seed, it might germinate, right? And the sod might turn green for a while, but eventually you're going to be right back where you started. So with Bermuda, it's such an aggressive grass, especially once it gets hotter, it grows really aggressively. So if you have an area of your lawn where Bermuda is not spreading to, especially when you get into the summer months, you have to figure out why. A lot of times it can be a nutrient problem. In most cases, it's a shade problem. And then in some rare instances, it's debris. So you'll find like the people will have like a rock that's going to be near the surface. It prevents the grass from rooting in and growing properly there. You could have plywood or some other construction debris from whenever your house is being built. Like you'd be surprised the kind of stuff you'll find in your lawn, if you actually start looking for it. So if you have an area that's not doing well, I would say get a screwdriver, take that screwdriver and like a 10-inch, 12-inch screwdriver and press it into the soil. You should be able to get it really 8 inches down. If that's what you should be aiming for. If it goes down, it stops like an inch or two of them from the surface, and it's like you're hitting a rock or plywood or something else. There's your problem. So you want to solve that, and then really with time, the grass that's around it will then move into that area, or you can plug the area. So yes. Can you overseed 419? Yes. Do I recommend it? No. Mainly for the reasons that I said, that most people are doing it for the wrong reasons, and that outside of Princess and Arden 15, you're really rolling the dice as whether or not it's going to match both from a texture standpoint and a color standpoint. So in most cases, I don't really recommend it. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Tito Serrano. He says, I just installed a pool. Dump trucks killed my lawn 14 to 17 inches. 14 dips from the tiers. How can I level that? Thanks, Mr. Ron. Yeah, it's funny. The neighbor, you guys, the one that's directly behind me, like they did a pool. And if I wasn't going to do a pool, but if I ever had thoughts of doing a pool on my lawn, like that cured me of it. Because the amount of damage that all that equipment does to the lawn, it would not be good. I'd have a heart attack. Would not go over well. I would not be able to see through like all the carnage. It just, But as far as 14 to 17 inches, that's going to be a lot of work. So if you're talking about, so when you say dips, are you talking about like it's a 14-inch deep, or you're, you said a dip, so it's a lower area. You just got to build it up. You got to build it up. So what you can do is you're not going to obviously top dress that to fill that up over time. You're going to have to take a more aggressive approach in getting some fill dirt maybe fill that and bring that up. So you apply the fill dirt, pack it down, do that a couple rounds of that, because whenever you apply it, whenever you put that in, it is going to settle. And then once you're done to where it is even with the surrounding area, then you could top dress it to do the little finishing work to get it nice and smooth and looking nice. But if you're dealing with a 14 to 17 inch deep dip, if I'm reading your question properly, like you just gotta, that's going to be fill dirt. You're gonna fill that in, use fill dirt to bring it up to pretty much raise the level to where it's equal with your surrounding areas, and then you can top dress again to finish up. So hope that helps, Tito. Hopefully the pool looks nice. It sounds like they did a number on your lawn, but hopefully you got a really cool pool out of it, right? Hopefully that's the silver lining with all that. All right, next up is the Maestro. He says, I don't have enough 14,714 for 7,500 square feet, but I do have 16,408 and 14,14. Okay, I see where this is going. Which should I put down? I'm low in all macros. It would be good to put it would be good to use the one fertilizer over the same fertilizer over the lawn. If it were me, what would I do if it were me and I had those options? I would probably do the 14,714. I would use that up first. And then what I did not cover, I would use the 14,14. That is what I would do. There's tons of different ways to go about this. There's really no wrong answer. But for me, that is what I would do. Assuming your goal is to use the 14,714 up. If that's what your goal is, then yeah, you could use that, and then you could use the 14,14 on the area that you did not that you ran out of product for. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, unless you have, I don't think about this. Yeah, that's what I would do. If that's your question, is how do I use all these up? You want to get rid of the 14,714. The one I would follow up with next in the areas that I did not, again, not on top of, but the areas that I did not cover with the 14,714 would be the 14,14. The 14,14 is what I would go with. And you say, yeah, I want to use it until I order another bag. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I would do. And when you say mix, you don't mix them in the spreader at the same time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, because the rates are going to be, yeah, don't mix them from a standpoint of trying to apply them at the same time. When I say mix, or when you say mix, what I think you mean is, say you got 7,500 square feet, and say you've got enough 14,714 of the complete to cover 4,000 of that, right? So you will do 4,000 with the 14,714, and the remaining 3,500 square feet that you did not cover with that fertilizer, you will do the 14,14 on. But we're not gonna mix them both together, like physically, and try and apply them at the same time. I would not do that. So yeah, hope that helps. I think that's what you're asking, but I have to say it. So hope that helps, Maestro, and yeah, keep me posted how it works out. All right, next up is Steven Edmonds. He says, hey Ron, if you had to choose between an Owlet 51 or a Toro Greensmaster, man, which would you suggest for a large sloped lawn, not leveled well yet, and some right areas? I'm not sure what you mean by right areas. Here's the thing. The Toro, the greens, when it comes to cut quality, man, it is tough to beat a Greensmaster. It is. You know what? Look, you don't believe me. Look, this is it. That's the Greensmaster. That's what it will do to turf. Like, look at that. It's not even looking good yet. That's what it looks like at the end of April. So as far if the best possible cut, of uncompromising cut, is what you're after, it's tough to beat a Greensmaster. And then a very close second is my my Owlet C27, mainly because of the blade count. So the Owlet is an 8-blade reel, and my Greensmaster is an 11-blade, and it produces amazing cut on turf. Now, the benefit to the Sterling is it still also cuts really well. It produces a great cut. But the thing with the benefit the Sterling has over the Greensmaster is the fact that you can verticut with it, you can turf rake with it, and those have benefits. In other words, it takes more than just mowing to keep your turf looking as good as possible consistently throughout the entire season. You know what I mean? So if you had a way to turf rake and verticut outside of the Greensmaster, then I would, and you don't care about owning 3 different machines, then I'd say, yeah, you could own the Greensmaster and have your turf rake and have your verticutter, but most people don't have that. The Owlet is a way to have all those things. As far as how they work on a slope, they're about the same. The greens, I've used the Owlet on my slope. It worked out just fine. The Greensmaster works great on a slope. I was mowing with it on a slope today. Works just fine. I mean, if you guys want to see how a Greensmaster works on a slope, I can send you a video. You can actually, take my word for it. You can actually see. So Greensmaster on a slope. I'm not even, it's a video. It's one of the few videos, one of the few times when I actually shut up and you don't have to hear me talking. It's just the mower, just me mowing the slope, and you can see how it does on a slope. The Greensmaster's got a bit more weight to it, so it tracks a bit better than the Sterling. But I guess if you're asking me, knowing what I know now and seeing how the benefits that I've seen in the turf from verticutting and regular turf raking, if I could only have one, I would get the Sterling. I would likely spring, depending on how short you're going to be cutting. If you're going to be cutting at 3/4 of an inch or shorter, I would likely spring for the 10-blade cartridge and the grooved roller, and I would do that because that's going to give you, you have more functionality than the Greensmaster. But again, if you're just saying all I care about is the quality of the cut, and I'm not going to verticut, I'm not going to turf rake, even though something you really should be doing, then again, dude, there's not many mowers that cut better than a Greensmaster. It's a great piece of equipment. It does a really good job. In other words, if like Toro should change their branding, like the ultimate, BMW is the ultimate driving machine or ultimate driving experience. I'm not sure if that's still their slogan. That's Toro should say, the ultimate mowing machine. You know what I mean? Or ultimate grass cutting machine. So whereas Owlet could be like the Swiss Army knife of turf care. That would be their thing because it does everything. So how's that for a non-answer, right? Either one you really enjoy, but I think you will get more utility out of the Sterling. So, and as far as on a slope, they both will do just fine. So hope that helps, Steven. As far as money, from a money standpoint, cost standpoint, you'll probably come out a little bit cheaper with a Greensmaster than you do with the Sterling, but you're really comparing two different things. You're comparing one thing that is just a mower, and you're comparing a mower, like a Swiss Army knife of turf care. So it's really not a fair comparison, to be completely honest. If you asked me a Greensmaster versus a True Cut, or Greensmaster versus a McLean, then yes, that's an easy question to answer. But as far as that versus a Sterling, because they're different, they have different design goals. You know what I mean? So it's different to compare them. So hope that helps. To throw another wrench in here, if you guys are looking for a real mower, the folks over at Real Rollers, now here's the thing, guys, don't tell Lee that I am showing you guys this. Well, he's going to find out anyway, because he probably watches the show. But if you're in the market for a 25-inch trimmer, like a California trimmer, I was there and I saw that, and these guys are not spoken for. So these are like 25-inch California trimmers. They got like 6 brand new ones in stock. They have a hard time keeping them in stock, but they got 6 of them in stock, and I believe they're going to get some more in next week. So if you're someone that loves the California trimmer, you've seen one, you say, hey, I've always wanted one, you're having trouble finding one, Real Rollers has them in stock. They got the 25s right now, and I think the 20s are going to be available next week. So holler at Lee and say, hey man, send me one of them mowers, and he'll hook you up. All right, next up is Todd Hickey. He says, is it okay to mix Pillar SC at 1 ounce per gallon per 1,000 square feet, or do you mix at 1 ounce per 2 gallons per 1,000 square feet? Per the label, so here's the thing. Per the label, they want you to mix it at 1 ounce per 2 gallons per 1,000 square feet. So you have enough carrier to be able to ensure that you're spraying 1,000 square feet. You're able to cover that. If you were mixing it with a Celiprin, like a Celiprin SC, and you wanted to mix it the 1 ounce per gallon, and especially if you've done that in the past. In other words, if your sprayer is calibrated and you have done like so when you do like your pre-immersion applications, you've got your sprayer calibrated and you're good at getting 1 gallon of product down after over 1,000 square feet. As long as you're going to water it in properly, like, a good 1/4 inch of water, like a heavy irrigation cycle, once you're done, you could probably get by with doing 1 ounce with a gallon of water. Again, assuming you're covering 1,000 square feet with it. I mean, you're going to have more carrier. You're going to help it get down in the soil better if you are mixing it 1 ounce per 2 gallons, but you can offset that by just running a heavy irrigation cycle. Once you're done. So it's really your call, Todd. On which way you want to go. The Pillar SC label, I want to say it says it gives you two gallons per ounce up to 4 gallons per ounce. And I think really that 4 gallons per ounce is, so if say you're gonna be applying this and you were not gonna run irrigation, then yeah, or you didn't have a way to irrigate your lawn, then yeah, I would lean towards more carrier. I would lean towards putting more water down whenever you're covering 1,000 square feet, because you're not going to have irrigation or rainfall to help wash it down in the soil. But if you're going to run an irrigation cycle literally right after you're done, you could get by with a gallon per. It should work out just fine. That should work just fine. All right, next up. In other words, tomorrow, whenever I spray, whenever I do my fungicide, I will do that's the rate I will use. I will use 1 ounce. I'll use 1 ounce with a gallon. 1 ounce with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. Because that's what I've done for when I do my pre-emergent. When I do that's what I when I do a celloprym, when I do my insecticide, that's also what I do. So as far as like being able to get a gallon of product mix over 1,000 square feet and get good coverage, I'm really good at that because I do it like several times per year. But then the thing with doing that is a heavy irrigation cycle right afterwards to wash it down into the soil. So that's the only thing I would say, Todd. So as long as you got irrigation and a way to water it in right after you're done applying it, you should be just fine. All right, next up is Eddie A. He says, hi, Ron. I'm a fairly new subscriber. Welcome. He says, really enjoy your content. I appreciate that, sir. He says, could you let me know what the best ways of getting rid of crabgrass among other weeds in a Bermuda grass lawn? Sure. So the best herbicide, okay, so the best way to deal with crabgrass is not have it in the first place, which is to use pre-emergent. But obviously we're probably past that, or you're going to be past that because we're getting a bit late to get the most effectiveness out of pre-emergent. I'm not saying you still couldn't apply it, but as far as the effectiveness you would get versus if you'd applied it, at this point almost 2 months ago, it's not going to be as good. As far as a post-emergent herbicide for crabgrass, you can use Celsius against crabgrass. Like Celsius, this will kill. This is the small packet. This is the big one. This will kill young crabgrass. So crabgrass that is at the early stages, Celsius will kill it. Probably the best herbicide, and best is always subjective. One of the better herbicides, if all you care about is crabgrass, is a herbicide called quinclorac. So if all you're trying to target is crabgrass, is all you care about, quinclorac is better as far as, like, in other words, if I had a lawn that's just covered in crabgrass and it's not young crabgrass, then quinclorac is what I would use. If it is very young crabgrass, then you could get by with using Celsius and you'll get a good result. So it really depends on how far along, how bad it is in your lawn. So here's the thing, Eddie. Unless you live in Florida or somewhere, or South Texas or Arizona or somewhere where it's really hot right now, are you sure that what you're seeing in your lawn is crabgrass? Because a lot of people look at POA this time of year and think that it's crabgrass, but it's really not. It's because it's not quite, like, the temperatures are getting warmer, but as far as for crabgrass to really take off and be, start hulking out and making a big mess of lawns, it's still a bit early for that. So I'm not saying it's not. It could be. Very well could be. But a lot of people will mistake Poa annua for crabgrass, and especially given it's still a little bit early in the season for that. But if it is, if nope, wrong, what I got is crabgrass, I'm absolutely sure, then Celsius, which you can get, I'll show you really quick. If you go to the golf course lawn store and you go to the shop and the weed killer section, you will see Celsius here. You can get it in the single-use packet, which will covers up to 2,000 square feet at the rate that I recommend using it at, or you can get the 10 ounce, which covers 2 acres. And then what I would also recommend using along with it is surfactant. So at a minimum, I would use Celsius and surfactant. If you find that you actually have POA, what you really want is certainty and surfactant. So, and if you want to make sure you cover all your bases, you could always just get the kit, which includes Celsius, certainty, surfactant, and marker dye, so you can see where you sprayed in your lawn. So we have a kit for both warm season grass, Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, pretty much good for all grass types other than Bahia. And then for cool season folks, rye, fescue, Kentucky bluegrass, that is where the cool season kit, tenacity and sedgehammer, that's that kit. So you got two different options. One, the orange for warm season, hence the name warm season. The one with the blue the blue text is for cool season grass. So hope that helps, Eddie. And I'll also put a link here in the chat for you for quinclorac in case you want to go that route. But I would venture to say that unless you live somewhere where it's, you know, South Florida or something, that you probably don't have crabgrass yet. You might, but again, probably not. But there you go. That's the link to the to quinclorac, and this is the link to the herbicide collection on the Golf Course Lawn Store. Hope it helps. Next up is Dwayne's World, party time, excellent. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday, sir. Hope you had a great week and looking forward to a great live stream. Everyone hit that like button. I had a good week. It was a good week, and I'm looking forward to this weekend because this weekend, in case you didn't hear, I get to do Primo. Primo. It's Primo time. It starts this weekend. Goes down. So yes, it was a good week. It's going to be an awesome weekend. All right. Next up is VMH in the house. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, VMH? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Let me check here on the gram and make sure no one else's questions. Nope, no one's here. Just saying hi to everyone that's popping in. All right, Dwayne's World is up next. He has does have an actual comment where he says, Ron, I did my scalp after spraying out my perennial ryegrass. Can't wait for the transition to see how well it comes out. How it comes out determines if I overseed next fall. Time will tell. Here's the thing, Dwayne. It kind of scared me. So Real Rollers, they did their ryegrass overseed, not this past year, but the year before that. And when I was over there the other day, there is still ryegrass. I mean, there's not a lot of it, but there's still a little bit of ryegrass popping up in the zoysia, in all three plots, in the zoysia, in both the zoysias and in the Bermuda. So, and that was ryegrass that was applied, that was overseeded again like 2 years ago, and it was sprayed out last year. So it's still, and they didn't overseed this past fall, and it still came back this year. So that's kind of caught me a little bit. I don't know, man. This might be creating a problem for myself that I don't want to have. You know, I mean, I've got enough challenges in the lawn already as it is. I don't want to have to be out here smacking the lawn with Celsius. Several applications of that to have to get rid of this crabgrass, this ryegrass, right? So I don't know. I didn't like that when I saw that. It's now that the Bermuda and the zoysia are really taken off. It is beginning to choke out or really trying to crowd that ryegrass out. But I don't want to have to deal with it. I don't want to have to deal with having to, having like multiple grass types in my lawn. I already got enough grass types in my lawn. I don't need like cool season grass as well that I'm fighting with too, right? So. Let me know how it works for you, Dwayne. Keep me posted. Keep me posted as far as how yours does once you spray it out. Let me know how that works out and if you're planning to do it again this fall. Your lawn did look awesome, I'll tell you, over the course of the fall and winter. But now is when you got to pay the piper, right? You got to go through that painful part of getting rid of it. All right, next up is Alex Ristano. He says, hey, Ron, sent you some photos on email. Forecast call for half an inch of rain. We got 3.5 inches. Splitting hairs. Right after I seeded. There are lots of ruts now. Peat moss is gone. I'm afraid the seed is too. What now? Well, I mean, you may have to do it again. I haven't seen your lawn, the pictures. I don't have anything. Oh, there we go. Urgent seeding question. Yeah. Yeah, that's not. I mean, it's not great. Let me see if I can get these pictures up. Alex, you sent me a 10 megabyte picture, man. I'm gonna have to shrink this down. This is too big. It's too large. It's too large. Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can resize this really quickly. You're making me do tech stuff, man. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Let's go 2000. And there we go. There we go. That works better. Okay. So if you guys want to see Alex's lawn, so I mean, you're not kidding. The rain did do a number on it. So you do have some ruts in there. That is quite, that's quite a, I could see you probably had some of the seed move around. But the thing is, to me, Alex, the lawn looks fairly flat. So while the seed likely did move around some, I don't know that you're gonna be looking at it like another overseed. It's just what I'm trying to say, right? I don't know or another seeding product. I don't know you do the entire thing all over again. It's really your call. In other words, I'm looking at the aftermath. You know better than me. Like if there was a lot of water rushing or running off the lawn whenever you had the 3.5 inches of rain. What I might do is this. The area, like however this lawn happens to drain, go look in the area where the water runs off of it and see if you see a lot of grass seed there. What I think you're going to find is you're probably not going to see a lot of grass seed there, and you're going to be probably just going to be just fine. Now, if you happen to see like clumps and clumps and clumps of grass seed, then yeah, you're going to have to go out and seed again. But what I think you're going to find is, yes, that heavy rainfall certainly moves some of it around. But as far as you losing all that seed, because especially looking at that picture, it doesn't look like it's really heavily sloped to me. So it maybe moved around some, but I don't think you lost a bunch of it. So I might just wait, man. Again, do the first thing I said. Wherever the water leaves the lawn, because of how it's set up to drain, look in that area and see if you see like a ton of grass seed. If you do, then yeah, go and just reseed the lawn. If you don't see that, which again, I don't think you are, just wait, just be patient. Maybe go in there, just rake the entire lawn again, kind of get rid of the ruts, kind of smooth it out a bit, and just give it time and see how it grows in. In the areas that are a little bit thin, which is not uncommon whenever you try and grow a lawn from seed, that's where you're going to be putting down more grass seed. You know what I mean? But I would not be quick to get out there and throw seed down over the entire thing too fast, just because you got some really heavy rainfall. Let's give it a bit of time and see how it turns out. All right, next up is Brew Cruise Fishing. He says, okay, this is not helpful. It's funny, but it's not helpful. He says, if you seed it, it will rain. Believe that. It's true, right? Like just when you need a little bit of rainfall, you get like a monsoon. But again, looking at his lawn, I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be all right. It's not going to be too bad. Robert Rainey says, calm before the storm here, Ron. Aeration and top dress coming. Yes. What movie is that from? Yes. How many of you guys? See how old some of you guys are. So you guys can figure out what movie was did the guy do that? He was like, yes. There's tons of memes over it. He says, looks like I'll be doing the aeration this go around. My my guy won't return my call. So Bobby, if you're out there, give me a call back. LOL. Yeah. So you're gonna aerate and you're gonna top dress. Yeah, man. You're gonna Hulk out. You're gonna get it done. It's good. I would not be opposed to doing that. Maybe your aeration guy's just really busy this time of year, Robert. Maybe he's not ignoring you. Maybe he's not ignoring you, and he's just busy. Or it could be doesn't want to aerate your lawn right now. Who knows? But I think it's if he's not going to do it, you renting one or getting some way to do it yourself would be a good idea. You know what I mean? Would be a good idea. It's a good thing to do as part of your top dressing if you can. All right, he's calling me out publicly. Bobby, if you're watching this, call me back, man. I know you watch this stuff time. Quit dodging me. Quit ghosting me. All right, Jonathan Daza says, Ron, is it too late to put down grub treatment? No, it is not. I have turf type tall fescue located in Los Angeles. No, it is not. And what I would recommend as far as grub treatment is acelepryn. This is not only grub treatment, it's also billbug control, any kind of turf caterpillars, so like armyworms, sod webworms, all the creepy nasties that will kill your lawn. This will take care of, but it doesn't harm invertebrates like earthworms, and it doesn't harm like our pollinators, the bugs we want to keep around like bees. So as far as an excellent insecticide that is also environmentally conscious, it's really tough to beat acelepryn. So that's what I would go with, and I'll show you where you can find that on the store really quick. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go to shop and you go to fungicide insecticide section, right there, front and center, you will find you got two options. You got acelepryn G, the grub, the granular version, and then you've got acelepryn SC, the suspension concentrate, which is the liquid. So it's dealer's choice, whichever you prefer. The effectiveness, they're both equally effective. If you have a sprayer, the SC is easier to store because literally this is the bottle, right? Like literally this is the bottle, so it's easier to store. As far as being able to play with the application rates, it's easier to do that with the liquid. So it just really depends. And as far as coverage, if you apply it at the rate that I use for acelepryn SC, which is 0.2 ounces, so 0.2 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, it's about the same as far as what you will get out of the acelepryn G or the SC. It still comes out to around 20,000-ish square feet thereabouts is what you'll get out of it from coverage perspective. So if you have a sprayer, I would say get the SC. It's also a bit cheaper. So there's also that. So, but no, it's not too late to do that at all. And I will put a link here because I want to make it even easier for you, Jonathan. I'll put a link here in the chat for you as well. So at Jonathan Daza. Man, there's a lot of J's in here. Got the right one. Here we go. Celiprin. And there you go. Nope, you can get that, get it down, and you'll be good to go. All right, next up is Shelby Amos. He says, Ron, I'm dying over here over these weeds, hitting them again with Celsius Uncertainty, combo, rescue grass, and random weeds all over in Fort Worth. Thanks for the help with the red thread too. Yeah, I'm sorry, Shelby. Sounds like you're having a time at it. Maybe next year, what I'll say is this, I don't know what you did for your pre-emergent, but for next year, whatever you wrote down your calendar this year, when you did it, let's like back it up. Let's go back, say 2 weeks earlier. So if you did it like say March, right? Like the middle of March, then let's go to like late February. You know what I mean? If you did it like, early March, let's go to like mid-February next year, whenever you do your spring pre-emergent app. Again, when it comes to pre-emergent, I've had great results by getting it down a bit earlier. Like when it comes to pre-emergent, early is rarely, like there's not really a whole lot of negatives to getting it down a bit early, but there's a whole lot of negatives to doing it late, because once the weeds begin germinating, and here's the thing, they'll begin germinating and you won't see them. You won't see it. It's not like if you're a couple weeks late, that you'll literally see them. They could have already started germinating. And now that we're getting a bit warmer temperatures, then they'll really be flourishing and taking off. So, whenever you did your pre-emergent app for the spring, I would, go back to next in 2024, do it 2 weeks earlier and see if you get a better result as far as control for weeds in your lawn. So you're not going to be, fighting them so much with post-emergent herbicides. So I hope that helps, sir. And yeah, Celsius Uncertainty, it may take a couple of rounds depending on what you're dealing with, but that should clean up what you got going on. Oliver, okay, actually, no, we got a question here or a comment here on Instagram. Always Bermuda says, I worked a little extra to buy some Bermuda sod from Super Sod. Really excited. Happy Friday. Awesome. Good stuff, man. He also says, putting down PGR for the first time. I split it between 5 of my neighbors. Awesome. Cool. Very, very good, man. Nice. And again, the rates that, what I would recommend, always Bermuda, if you can do that split up technique where you're spraying it on the 1st and spraying it on the 15th, that is what I would recommend. It's the only negative, again, is you got to be out in the lawn twice, but I think you're gonna really like the results by doing it twice in a month versus once per month. So next up is Oliver Ridham. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Did my second Nutrizolve application of the month and seeing the results. Lawn is bluish green now. I like it. Bluish green color. I made the mistake with the first app laying after scalping, but looking good now. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah, so that the little iron kicker that's in Nutrizolve, I want to say it is 2% iron, I believe, in Nutrizolve. And yeah, so that will definitely help produce that nice deeper green. We're currently sold out of Nutrizolve. I know more is en route, should hopefully be here the first part of next week. But if like always, if you guys are looking for it, see if you go to shop and lawn fertilizer, and yeah, it is sold out right now. So what you will do is just go here and just add your name to this. Say notify me when available, or if you also sign up for our mobile alerts, you should also get a text whenever Nutrizolve comes back in stock, or you get an email about the if you sign up for this. We hit the notify me when available. We'll email you once it comes back in stock. And again, we've been just having trouble keeping it in stock this year because people, as soon as it comes in, people buy it up. So it's a great product, and it's a good problem to have, and it's just we're just always behind as far as keeping it, unfortunately. But some more should be coming in soon, Oliver. Hopefully you have enough to hold you over. And for those of you that do need it, figure sometime next week is when it should hopefully be back. Fingers crossed. All right, next up is Joshua's 10. He says, how soon can you add PGR after top dressing a Bermuda/Zoysia lawn with sand? So ideally, once it's recovered, right? Once you've resumed mowing it, then you can introduce growth regulator. So if you're not, if it's you're still waiting for it to grow, punch through the sand, there's not a whole lot of reason to use PGR as yet. But once it's grown through and you're back out there, you've resumed your mowing, then you can use Primo on it and be good to go. You'll be good to go. So once it's recovered is pretty much what I'm trying to say. Let's see. Alex says, if you seed it, it will rain, but it will pour. I'm so sad. I had the yard so smooth now, and I have so many ruts to fill in. And of course, the seed is probably all in my driveway and street. It's probably not, Alex. I know it looks bad. but the majority of it is more than likely still in your lawn. I don't think as much of it got washed out as you might think. And as far as leveling it, just get out there with a rake. Get out there with whatever you use to get it smoothed out. Just get out there with a rake. You'll be surprised just by taking that rake and working over the ruts. How are you going to move the material from like the high areas into the ruts and fill it in? An hour or two out there, you'll be surprised at how good it can look. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't get too disheartened, man. I mean, it can look good again. Just get out there, rake it, run your rake over it, and get it, get it smooth out again. And I think you're going to find you didn't lose nearly as much of the seed as you think you did, especially given that the lawn doesn't look like it's heavily sloped. It's likely still all mostly there. All right, Robert Rainey says, "Are you going to do the whole concoction when you spray? I know Devin mentioned that's what golf courses do when they spray: Primo, fertilizer, bio, insecticide, and fungicide." Yeah, so no, I will do because I've got the time, I'll do my fungicide separately. I'll do Pillar SC by itself. I'll be spraying this by itself. I've already done a Celiprin. I already did my insecticide, so I don't need to do that, but I'll be spraying this by itself. And then the next go around, the next pass will be all of my foliar sprays. So it'll be the carbon kit. I'll actually show you. It's easier to show you this. It'll be Nutrizol, because I actually have some of that. If you guys, we'll have some here soon, but I actually have some. So it'll be Nutrizol. It'll be Primo, obviously. It'll be the carbon kit. So so Primo, carbon kit, and Nutrizol, and Turfplex. That will be the back lawn. And for the front lawn, it will be Carbon Kit 901C, and it'll be the 901C Carbon Kit, because I have both Release Zero and 901C. So I will substitute. I'll show you guys really quick here. So there's two carbon kits. There's one that has Release Zero in it, which you see here, Release Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. And there's one that has 901C, which is pretty much it's like Release Zero with fertilizer, essentially. So you've got the 901C, which is a fertilizer, NutriKelp, and then Biospectrum. So I'm going to be spraying the equivalent of this on the front lawn. And then I will be spraying the equivalent of this on the back lawn. So the front lawn, again, remember we're going the organic approach for the front lawn this year. So for granular, the front lawn is getting the premium organic, which is still currently on sale. The price of that will go up here soon, along with the 901C carbon kit. And then for the back lawn, I already told you, Primo, the Release Zero, and Turfplex, and a bit of Nutrizol. So yeah, so that's my plan. So it's gonna be two sprays, Robert. One will be for the fungicide, will be for Pillar SC, and the other will be just my foliar sprays. So my typical spray, 1st and 15th spray. So that's what I will do. Because again, I have the time. It doesn't take me that long to spray the entire thing, so I'll just do it the way that I normally would. Mainly because I'm able to use the larger droplet size with Pillar SE, which is really a better fit for this type of product. And I'm able to use the foliar spray tip for the other products. You know what I mean? This needs to be watered in. The other products, like everything else I listed, just does not need to be. So that's another reason why I just I will break them up into two separate sprays. And because I'll be spraying it at 1 ounce, 1 ounce with a gallon of water or 1,000 square feet, what I'm likely going to do is I will spray this early. I'll spray this early in the morning. Run an irrigation cycle, water it in, and then likely when I get back, like from karate or whatever, I will do my foliar sprays. I'll do the carbon kit and Primo and Nutrizol. So yeah, that is my plan. Could you do them all together? Probably you could. But given, because I have the time to use a spray tip that is a better fit, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'll just break them up. All right, next up is Ravi Patel. He's up next. He says, "Hey Ron, I wanted to know what is a good grass for North Texas area. Also, when can I add pre-emergent, and is there anything to put down in the fall for weeds?" Yes, so pre-emergent yesterday. So if you don't have pre-emergent, you should go get some. We carry it here on the Golf Course Lawn Store under the weed killer section. So go to shop, weed killer, and then if you use the pre-emergent filter, we have several pre-emergent options. So I'll give you a link to that really quick. So there you are for pre-emergent. So at Ravi, there we go, pre-emergent. So yeah, so you can do that like yesterday. Now, as far as grass type, what is a good grass for North Texas? It depends on your preference. In North Texas, people will grow anything from a cool season grass to Bermuda to like St. Augustine is very popular in Texas as well. So it just depends on what your preference is. You know, if it were me, I would do Bermuda, but I am a bit biased. Bermuda or Zoysia would be my choice. But also look at the lawns in your area. Look at what other people in your area are doing for their lawns, and then you can use that as a measuring, not say a measuring stick, but as like a reference to know what people are growing in their lawns as far as in your area. If you want to know different options for different grass types depending on where you are in the country, we have a blog post on that. So if you go to guides and blog, and I think it's on the next page, maybe page 3 or page 2. Yeah, here we go. Which grass type is best suited for my area? So we talk about grass for the Northeast region, for the Midwest region, for the Pacific Northwest, for the Southeast and Southwest, for the Deep South. I was going to say like the deep, dirty South, but I was like, people, I mean, if you're from Atlanta, you'd get it, but everyone else would be like, oh, it's so offensive. So I didn't do that. And the Gulf Coast area, and then choosing the best grass type for your area. So we show pictures of them, talks about the benefits, the pros and cons of different types. And if you're interested in that, what I will do is I'll give you the link for that as well here, Ravi. So you'll have this blog post to reference as well. But if you're asking me, Bermuda, that is what I would do. But again, I am unapologetically biased when it comes to Bermuda grass. It'd be that or Zoysia for me. But if you want, some considerations for different grass types based on where you're in the country, check out that blog post. All right, and you says, I'm thinking about Zoysia or Kentucky bluegrass. Both great options. Either one of those could be good too. For me, probably Zoysia for me. But I mean, KBG, Kentucky bluegrass looks great too. It just depends on whichever one fits your eye better. All right, next up is C. Actually, no, we have a question here or comment from Sean. She says, most of us, minus the South, have Bermuda. Yep. And then that Texas boy 04 says, hey, Ron, everyone, I'll most likely be picking up my cores on 50% clay soil. Okay. If I do you think I need to go ahead and reapply pre-emergent, acetyloprin, and headway? I can't make up my mind. Thanks, Ron. If you didn't go full rate, here's the thing. I'm going to answer how based on what I do. I do not. I apply pre-emergent once per year and that's it. Or once, I would write once in the springtime and that's it. Apply it twice per year, once in the spring, once in the fall. But in the springtime, it's one time. And I don't apply it again after core aeration. If you want to have, and you've got, say you're using prodiamine, right? And you have enough left for your annual allocation. If you want to spray prodiamine again after you aerate, you can. As far as acetyloprin and headway, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't apply fungicide again after core aeration. I would not apply acetyloprin again after core aeration. The only one out of those three that I could see an argument for, but again, I don't do it, is pre-emergent. So if you wanted to do that, you could. It's really your call. It's really your call. So thanks for the question. All right, next up is C. Mike CS. He is up. He says, predominantly perennial ryegrass lawn responded well to PGR. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to growth regulator, all grass types, all the common ones anyway. So your Kentucky bluegrass, ryegrass, fescues. When it comes to warm season, Zoysia, Bermuda. Again, you name it. There's an app. If there's a rate on the label for Primo for your grass type, then you can absolutely use it. So I'm safe to say for pretty much all grass types within the U.S., you can use Primo Max. So I mean, it's great stuff. I mean, once you start using this stuff, you will wonder why you waited so long. And this is really cool too, because you have a nice measuring cup built in, so it makes it very easy to measure it and get a good result. Okay, he says, the lawn responded well to PGR. It stopped growing, little to no discoloration. It's been 8 days since application. At the full rate, okay, all right, you went hardcore. At the full rate for mixed cool season grass, which is 0.75. Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan, man. So it sounds like you're like you said, your lawn recovered or responded well to it. And that's what you'll find with Bermuda. What'll happen is once it gets under regulation, I'll get out there and I'll mow, and I'll be out there just mowing because I just enjoy mowing it. Like I'll still mow every other day, every 2 days. I just enjoy mowing the grass. But what will literally happen is I will mow the entire back lawn, and I won't even get like a quarter of a grass catcher with grass in it. Like hardly. It literally just the top growth just goes. It just like it yanks the e-brake. Like as far as the grass growing tall, it really slows it down. And as long as you keep it under regulation, so you spray it every couple of weeks, that's going to be what you're gonna find for most of the year. When you get into mid-June into July, when it gets hot, the grass is going to start growing a bit faster, but not nearly as fast as if you didn't have it under regulation with Primo Max. So just something to keep in mind. You said, I have plans for the next application to be split at the full perennial ryegrass 1 ounce rate, so 0.5 each time. Okay, I like it. Since it's less than my original full rate of 0.75, do you think it will bronze during ongoing split apps 2-2? No, it should not. It shouldn't. As long as you don't allow it to come. Here's the thing: when it comes to the tip burn, really, I only see that the first application of the season, and as long as you don't allow the lawn to come out of regulation, you really shouldn't be experiencing that again. Again, assuming you stick to the rates and you spray at the right rates, you really shouldn't be seeing that. You shouldn't be worrying about that after every app. Is what I'm trying to say. The first time you spray at the beginning of when you start out the season is when you might see it, depending on rates and whether you're not how good a job you go applying it. Also, if you mix a little bit of iron and nitrogen with it, so mixing a little bit of liquid fertilizer with a Primo also helps with that. But typically, it's the beginning of the season. As long as you don't let it get out of regulation, you shouldn't really experience that again throughout the growing season. So, as long as you're applying it at the correct rates. So, hope that helps, Mike CS. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, Demir says, Robert Rainey, I do that at my house as well. I usually mix one tank. Anything that is foliar, I do in one tank. Anything that needs to be watered in and doesn't need to be dry time, I make a separate application. Cool. There you go. So you got Devin's his thoughts on it, on the matter as far as how he does it. Very cool. Does it all in one tank. Nice. All right, next up we got, man, I am going to mess this up. I'm going to try my best. Okay, so we have Mark Altgenbruns. I think that's right. Altgenbruns. He says, "Hey Ron, your soil test back and only." Okay, I guess he's trying to say my soil test came back. My soil test came back and only the pH and sodium are optimal. That's good. I mean, I tell you, if you could pick one thing on your soil test to be in the Goldilocks zone, pH was what I would pick every time, because it's the thing that can take the longest to correct. Everything else can be corrected relatively quickly. Everything else needs improvement. What fertilizer? Also, I had the yard aerated and top dressed. When can I cut the lawn with my McLean 25? All right, so if your lawn needs a bit of everything, and I haven't seen your soil test results, but you're saying your pH is good, but all your macros are low and your micronutrients are low, and you're looking for a granular fertilizer. What I would recommend is you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and go to Lawn Fertilizer, and I would go with Complete, because as the name kind of implies, it's a fairly complete product. You're going to have your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium in it. And it also has some micronutrients. It has zinc, manganese, and iron. So I'm trying to find the analysis, which I've got right here. Yep. So it's got 2% iron, 1% manganese, and 1.5% magnesium. So no zinc in this, but I mean, so you can use this, and then you can stack it along. So for granular, I would use this on your lawn. And then as far as what you can mix with it, I would combine it with Turfplex. I would do with this, because this has got a bit of iron, a bit of a zinc in it as well. So it's got a bit more micronutrients as well. So you could do that. We don't have it in stock, but Nutrizolve has all your micronutrients. So it just depends on, you didn't say whether or not you have a backpack sprayer or not, but if you have a way to apply a liquid, I would say Turfplex or Nutrizolve, along, depending on where your micro levels are, and then the 714 as your granular. And as far as when you can, and I'll put links here in the chat for you, Mark, as far as when you can aerate or you can start mowing again after your aeration and top dress, once the lawn recovers. So once it has grown through once the grass has grown through the sand, then you can start mowing it again. What I would tell you is this: let's say your mower is set for, say, 3/4 of an inch, right? What I would do, to try and minimize or reduce the chances of the mower getting down into the sand is bump it up to an inch, like raise the height of cut by like a quarter of an inch or so. Let the grass, make sure it's grown through, largely grown through the sand, and then start at that that inch height, and then you can work your way back down over a couple of mows to that 3/4 of an inch. That's going to minimize the chance of you, again, you getting the reel and bed knife into the sand, because if you do that, you're going to be sending it out to get it sharpened. So let the grass grow through, raise your height of cut a little bit above where you normally would cut it, and then just work your way back down slowly. That's a good way to start mowing again and reduce the chances of you taking the edge off your reel and bed knife by getting into the sand right after, by starting to mow, resuming your mowing after top dressing. So here you go at Mark, and that is the link to the granular fertilizer. And then as far as the liquids, what I'll just do is this. I'm just going to send you a link to the fertilizer collection. How about that? So you just go there. That has the other liquids that I spoke about there as well. All right, next up is Mason RC. He says, hey, Ron, I'm in Carrollton, Georgia. He says, hey, Ron, I'm in Carrollton, Georgia. I am wanting to know, when can I apply T-Nex PGR to my Bermuda? This weekend if you want to. It still has some spots that are dormant. Okay, then wait a little bit longer. And it wasn't sure if it makes any difference or wait till all green. I would wait till it's prime, but it's mostly all green. In other words, what I'll tell people is this: if you're mowing your lawn a couple of times per week, then you can start using growth regulator on it. If you're not mowing it a couple of times per week, and to your point, you still got some areas that are still dormant, then give it a little bit longer. What you can do, especially if you're going to go the split app route. If you don't apply it on May 1st, you can just wait another 2 weeks. But another 2 weeks from now, the lawn should be largely out of dormancy and be greening up and looking good. You could start on May 15th, and just do May 15th, June 1st, June 15th, July 1st, July 15th, and so on and so forth, all the way into September. You know what I mean? So if it's not quite ready yet, give it another 15 days, and then you can get on your cycle of applying it every 2 weeks. All right, next up is Gerald. Let's see, Gerald Jennings. He says, will Primo Max benefit my Emerald Zoysia lawn located in the Atlanta area? Yes, it will. Primo is good. It's good for all grass types. It helps improve the hardiness of the grass. It's as a byproduct, and again, it doesn't cause it to be greener, but as a byproduct of the grass not growing as aggressively, so the leaf just literally being older leaf, you tend to get a darker color in the lawn. It's not because like Primo causes the lawn to get darker color. It's just that because you're not literally cutting off new leaf all the time, because the grass is just growing a lot slower, you tend to get a darker color. There's just tons of benefits to it. So yeah, if you have Zoysia, Bermuda, ryegrass, St. Augustine, Kentucky bluegrass, like fescue, and pretty much any grass type that is common in the United States, if it's on the label, you can spray it with Primo Max, and it will benefit from it. There's lots of benefits to using growth regulator. So yes, and if you have questions about it, Gerald, and some tips on how you can use it and get a good result, I have a blog post here that I will link for you in the chat now that will gives my thoughts. Again, there's tons of different ways of doing it. Not saying my way is the only way, but this is how I do it, and I get pretty good results. But if you want to see, my thoughts on how I would use it, then you can read that. So hope that helps. Next up is Cooper's dad. He says, going to aerate and top dress in 3 weeks. Soil is low in K, in potassium, and is very low in phosphorus. Wanted to try the Stress 12-0-24, but 0P is a concern. Should I consider something different? Thanks, as always, for the feedback. Yeah, so instead of the 12-0-24 Cooper's dad, I would use the complete. I would go with the 14-7-14. I would go with the fertilizer I was just showing there a second ago. So, if you're still watching the live stream, I'll just go back and show you real quick. I can do it again. So just go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to shop, and then lawn fertilizers, and then this guy, the complete 14-7-14. That is what I would roll with. It has a bit of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as micronutrient. Also has a bit of humic acid and kelp. So it's again, very complete product in the sense that it has your macros, your micros, and some biostimulants as well. So it's a really good product as far as as far as a granular option, it's an excellent product. So that is what I would go with based on what you're telling me. I haven't seen your soil test results, but based on what you're saying, that would be a reasonably good fit. Next up is Tellorn. He says, He says, if you have some bare spots in the lawn, is PGR still okay to apply in those areas? If it's bare, it's not going to really do a whole lot, because what's going to happen, uh, uh, there are different types of growth regulator. Primo is foliar absorbed. You know what I mean? So it's like almost the way the analogy I use. I need to think of a better one, but it's the best one I can think of. Is like it's almost like lotion. So like when you're putting lotion on your skin, like you put like the lotion you put on your skin, and you allow it to dry. So it's taken up that way. If you have a bare area in your lawn, there's no grass there, so there's nothing to apply the lotion on. I mean, there's no grass, right? So spraying Primo in that area is not going to it's not going to do anything, because there's no grass to for it to affect. Now there are growth regulators. There's paclobutrazol, which again you can't use anymore on residential lawns. The EPA pulled. They lost their rating for residential lawns. But that is root absorbed, if memory serves me correctly. So that one, which again, you can't use in residential lawns anyway, but I mean, that's an example of one that if you were to apply it in a bare area could have an effect, but Primo will not if there's no grass there, because there's nothing to really take it up. So for the bare spots, what I would do is if you want to plug that area, like get some plugs and transfer plugs in that area to help it fill in, that's what I would do. And then once those plugs root in and begin growing, you can spray those with Primo. So there is that. Devin is weighing in. He says, Cooper's dad, if you need P and K, get the 14.7. I think you meant 15. Get the 14.7.14. Still get K and some P. It's really good balance analysis for a granular fert. So that's what I think what he's referring to. He said 14.7.15, but I think he means the product I was telling you about. This guy here, the 14.7.14, the complete this one. This is what he's talking about. So I will, at Cooper's Dad, I'll link this to you as well, just so you don't have to go hunting for it. So at Cooper's Dad, right there, you now has it, sir. That's what I would use. And yeah, he correctly says, yeah, 14, not 15. So, all right. So yeah, 14.7.14 is what you'd go with. All right, Mary J is in the house. She says, Superside delivered their leveling mix today. Now, Mary, here's the thing. Even though it's not equipment, we're still going to talk about that. We're going to do it. I have not one, but 2 bags ahead of me. Bless your heart. That's it's going to be fun. It's going to be FUNN. That's going to be a lot of fun. I have a leveling rake and excitement. Nice. Very nice, Mary. That's cool stuff. So yeah, let me know how it works out. Again, take pictures before, if you can, during, and definitely after, because however the lawn looks now, it's not going to look that way again once you're done with top dressing it. So you want to be able to appreciate how far it's come. So guys, one thing I haven't been doing here in the live stream, and I should have been, is if you guys are in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, or Tennessee, and you want the Supersod leveling mix, so it's USG, 70% USGA sand, and then the 30% of their organic material, their soil cube compost, then you can use this link. It'll save you a bit of money off any sales that they're running. So that link there for the top dressing mix. Again, you have to be in one of those states to be able to get it. So if you want to save a little bit of money and feel like supporting the channel, you can use that link. All right, next up is Johnny Cifuentes. He says, good Friday, Henry. Good show. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've not seen you in the live stream before, so if you're new, welcome, and I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for coming out to hang out on your Friday night to talk about lawn care. It's good, clean fun. All right, Jeffrey Lancaster is up next. He says, Ron, having the hardest time finding a company to come and top dress for me in Tennessee. Physically, I'm not able to do it due to back surgery and current neck injuries. I have my Supersod on hold, shaking my head. There's got to be someone. That'll do that. I mean, if you search like where you're in Tennessee, wherever you are in Tennessee, just say, I don't know, say you're in Memphis. Say like Memphis, Tennessee. Search for 2 different terms. Google Memphis, Tennessee lawn leveling or Memphis, Tennessee top dressing. So lawn leveling, you might find you get more hits with that, and there's got to be a service in your area that will do that. I mean, it's the Southeast. There's a lot of people that like getting that done, and so I would say just keep looking. There's got to be someone in your area that can do it. I'm not sure if you live far away from a major city, maybe that's why you're having more trouble finding someone. But it's as far as being able to find someone within Tennessee to do top dressing for you, you should be able to come across someone, I would think. You should. Something else you could do too is, I mean, is you might reach out to some of your to local golf courses in your area and ask them, hey, I'm looking to get some top dressing done. Who would you guys recommend? They're not going to come do it. I'm not saying that, but I mean, as far as having a connection or knowing, being able to recommend someone, they might be able to recommend someone because whoever they're getting their sand from might have a lawn leveling service, or they might be able to point you in the right direction. So just like start pulling that thread. So ask the golf courses, ask the people that sell top dressing mix, like who they would recommend for applying it, because they're going to know people, because the people that do that kind of work have to buy the stuff from somewhere. So just start asking, different further up the chain. Eventually, you're going to find someone that's going to be willing to do the work for you. So just gotta keep digging. I think you'll come across someone. So hope that helps. Next up is OK Lawn Guy. He says, not grass related. How do you feel about the Falcons taking Bajan Robinson? Man, I haven't been following the draft. So I don't know. I'm not sure. What position does he even play? Is he a running back or whatever? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what position he is. But I mean, hopefully who knows? With the Falcons, we need all the help we can get, right? So it's, we need a quarterback. We've got someone like I think is going to be kind of a placeholder for now. But we need a good squad. But more importantly, we need to hate losing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to, like, the reason why people that win is because obviously preparation, but in addition to all the preparation, like you have to have that X factor where just losing is you have to, I'm not saying you have to be a poor sport, right? Because someone has to win, someone has to lose. But you have to go out when you're playing a game to where, I am the baddest man on the field. I'm the baddest woman on the field. We are here to get it done. And for me, the Falcons just don't have that. You know what I mean? You look at like Brady, I mean, even when he's way down, and again, he's a terrible example because he's the one that did us like that, man. That was not good. But that's a perfect example of someone that just hates losing. And even though he loses, like this past season, he did not have a great season. In every game, he was out there giving it 100%. And towards up until the last whistle blew in the fourth quarter, he thought there was a chance he could win the game. You know what I mean? And you have to have that to really excel at the in anything. I mean, sports, yes, but even anything. If you're competitive any kind of way, like. You gotta have that. You gotta have that fire to win. You know what I mean? To do the hard work, to do what it takes. And I don't know that Atlanta as yet has that. And I'm gonna get in trouble because some of my good friends are diehard Falcons fans, but they would agree with me. Like last year, he was all mad. He's like, man, we should keep losing so we can improve our draft pick, right? Because right now we're playing like garbage, and so halfway through the season, it was the Falcons were a lost cause. He just said, just keep losing so we can improve our choice in the draft. So we'll see. All right, next up is Two Shots of Vaca. Awesome name. He says, let's see. Ron, non-lawn related question. What is the most unique thing about being a black belt? The most unique thing about being a black belt? Oh, I mean, I can't say about unique. I mean, probably the best thing about it is that because it's not just, here's the thing, it's not just training to black belt. Because I think a big mistake that people make is they'll start training in martial arts, they'll test to black belt, and they'll stop, which is a huge disservice. What you learn, or how you change as a person from white belt to black belt is you learn that you can do something that's really hard, and that you can push yourself. Like that you learn that you can go further than you think you can. And that carries over into other aspects of life. I could tell, like, whenever parents are there and they're talking about, my kid they don't want to do karate, or what's the benefits of karate? And I say, listen, the best parts about karate have nothing to do with breaking boards or winning trophies and sparring or anything like that. The best parts about it is knowing that you can you can do something really hard. That unlike most people, you can stick with something that there's a lot of times and it just really sucks, and you're asking yourself, why am I doing this? Why am I paying to do this to myself? But then you get through it, and those small wins allow you to win in other aspects of life. So whenever I'm having like a bad day at work, or there's something going on with something else, it makes you not be it's like quitting really is not really an option. You know what I mean? And from like white belt to first degree, you get some of that, but really it's when you start testing to the higher ranks is when that really becomes really like burned into you, because you don't really have to do it anymore, right? It's at that point, it's you're doing it because you love it, and that you enjoy the reinforcement that you get out of just doing something that's hard. You know what I mean? Doing something that's hard and doing something that's hard on a regular basis, and it benefits all other aspects of your life. So I think that's really the best thing. And the unique thing about it, I mean, it's just rare. Not many people do it. I mean, you figure out of, I think in most the statistics are something like out of 100 people that start martial arts training, less than like the 3%, so like 3 out of 100 will actually test for first degree black belt. Less than it's less than a fraction, it's less than 0.5% test from first degree to second degree, and I don't think they even have data on like second to third and then on, because it's really rare. There's not that many people that actually do it, so it's a kind of a unique club to do it, to actually start and actually get all the way just to get to first dan. But then when you go on to second dan, third dan, and then other higher levels of ranks, it's just it's cool. It's kind of a unique club, and again, the thing I was saying earlier, just the fact that you're constantly reinforced that you learn to embrace the suck, because life sometimes has a lot of things in life that just are just not fun, and it's easy to quit, and you learn, and you just can't quit. You can't quit when you do martial arts. You can't quit when you do karate, because you just can't. So that helps other aspects of your life. All right, it's kind of why I do this live stream all the time, right? That's why I keep doing it every single week, because I don't like to quit. I want to make sure I'm consistent as much as possible. So. All right, next up is Oliver. He says, since Primo stops vertical growth, it slows vertical. It doesn't really stop it, but it slows vertical growth and allows lateral growth. Will it help Bermuda to spread and fill in bare spots? Yes and no. It's not like if you yes and no, because what will happen is whenever in other words, I need to be careful how I answer this, because spraying Primo Max is not going to cause spots in your lawn that are bare to automatically fill in. What it will do is, if by using Primo, you're going to be slowing down top growth, and that coupled with regular mowing. So Primo and regular mowing, yes, is going to encourage lateral growth in the lawn. So that is very much a thing. So yes. So from that standpoint, Primo by itself, no, but that Primo coupled with regular mowing is going to encourage the lawn the Bermuda to spread laterally and to help bare spots fill in. But again, if you're having large bare spots in your lawn, you really need to figure out why, because for the most part, unless you did like a seeding project or there's something else going on, this time of year, for the most part, your lawn should be coming into its own. Unless there's some kind of disease problem or something, you shouldn't have like big areas in your lawn that are completely bare. And again, unless you got some kind of disease problem or there's a lot of shade or something like that, you know what I mean? But if you are regularly mowing, that in itself with Bermuda is going to encourage it to spread. And yes, using Primo and regular mowing is going to encourage it to spread, and bears, the areas that are a bit thin will begin thickening up. That's probably a better way of saying it. Areas in your lawn that are thinner will begin thickening up when you keep mowing, along with using growth regulator. That's a better way to answer that question. All right, next up is Mike D. He says, Ron, what's up? I ordered the 14714 Country Club. I should apply that at the lower rate than spoon feed Bloomplex, lower rate the same day, then water the next day, then spoon feed again mid-month. That, that was so good, Mike. I'm gonna have to read it again. He says, should I apply the granular on the first of the month and then spoon feed with Bloomplex at the lower rate that same day? Yes. And then spoon feed again with just the Bloomplex mid-month? Yes. Top marks. You got it exactly right. That's exactly how I would do it. That is exactly how I would do it, sir. Good job. You have got it figured out. That is what I would do on your lawn. Sounds good. Excellent. All right. Let's see. Mike says, can you explain the K, potassium, and NPK and how much to apply? I've been applying it at a ratio of half of nitrogen. That's what my pace turf appraisal spreadsheet calculated for Cleveland. Oh yeah. So when you say explain the K and NPK, so the K is, potassium. Like, are you asking what's a good ratio for it? What you're talking about is like a 16 0. So like half the rate, half the amount of what you use for nitrogen is what is fairly common. So you'll see a lot of fertilizers like Humic Max is like a 16-0-8, or if you find some that'll have a bit of phosphorus in them, you'll see like a 16-4-8. Like that is a common ratio for regular feeding. So yeah, I'm not sure what else. I mean, as far as potassium, like its role, it helps with water movement, throughout the grass. Overall, just health of the plant is the role of what it plays as far as in the macros. I'm not sure what else you're asking, but yes, like a 1608 would be good, or a 16 if you needed phosphorus. A 1648 is also good. That's also fine too. It really depends. So that's why, like this month, like I started out with the 12024 with the higher potassium fertilizer to start the lawn off, to wake the season, start the lawn off at the beginning of the season. And then I am going to transition now to Humic Max, which is a 1608. So that's what I'm going to be using on my lawn throughout May, June, July, August, and then maybe September. But certainly by either maybe September as well, but in either September or October, then I'll be doing the 12024 again. I'll transition back to the higher potassium fertilizer. I think that's what you're asking. If so, hopefully I answered your question, Mike CS. All right, Higgy Pop says, "Happy Friday. Let's all hit the like button." Yes, guys, let's do that. We got over 100 people here, and we got 113 likes, so we're doing well. We're doing all right. But I mean, if you guys have joined the live stream and you've not yet hit the like button, what are you doing? It's a free way to support the channel. It doesn't cost anything. Just get over there and just tap the like button. If you're on Instagram, you can tap the heart. You can send love my way. That's also an option too. Either way, show some engagement. It sends good vibes to the algorithm, and sends helps the channel out. So if you can do that, I would really, really appreciate it. All right, Chris 405 style. Chris, I'm sorry if I missed your super chat because I didn't see it.
Super chat received.
He said, "I just received my soil test back from OSU." He says they want me to throw down a 4600 or 3400 at 3 pounds per thousand per square feet. Is there any such thing as over fertilizing your yard? Yes, there is. And the 4600 is that's typically the formulation for urea, for like straight urea, which you can use. I'm not a fan of that because it's easy to burn your lawn with it if you're not careful. So what I would, it's up to you. You can absolutely use that. There is absolutely a thing of over fertilizing your lawn. There is a thing as far as putting too much nitrogen into your lawn. Bermuda, if you listen to conventional wisdom, Bermuda needs about, you can see what kind of grass you have, but I'm assuming it's Bermuda. Bermuda needs about a pound of nitrogen, or what they'll say conventionally is about a pound of nitrogen per month whenever the grass is actively growing. And you can certainly get that from a straight urea product if you want to. I don't do it that way. I use a combination of a product that has some quick release in it and a bit of slow release. The straight urea tends to be a fast release product, so you just need to be careful with it, because you absolutely can burn your lawn easier with that than you can with a formulation that has a combination of fast and slow release nitrogen. So if it were me, I would go with something like Humic Max. I would go with this, or a fertilizer along these lines that has a combination of slow and quick release nitrogen. The rate that I use for this is 3 pounds per thousand. That I recommend for most people is 3 pounds per thousand. That's going to get you about right at half a pound of nitrogen, kind of like what they are. I mean, they're saying 3 pounds per thousand square feet, but it's going to get you about half a pound of nitrogen, which is going to leave you a bit of headroom in case you want to also spray a liquid fertilizer. So if you want to do like a spoon feeding type program, you can use a Humic Max for like the majority of your nitrogen demands, and then you can supplement that with liquids. If you just want to apply just a granular and you only want to use that, you can just bump the rate up. So you could apply it at a higher rate, like 5 pounds per thousand. That will get you, I think it's 0.8. Let me do the math real quick here. I think so. So it's 5 times 0.1. I'm pretty sure it's 0.8. Yeah. So 5. If you applied that Humic Max at 5 pounds per thousand, that's going to get you 0.8 of a pound of nitrogen. That's a good rate. Like that, combined with the fact that you've got humic acid in this, so it's going to help with the nutrient availability. That's going to be a good rate for feeding your lawn. So it's your call. The urea product is an option. If it were me, I would go with something that's got a combination of slow and quick release nitrogen. If it were me, that's what I would use. That's what I recommend to people. So hope that helps, Chris. I apologize for the delay in getting your super chat up. I just didn't see it. I tend to pay attention to that, and I'm sorry that it took me so long to answer that. And if you're interested, I will send you also I'll send you a link to here to Humic. to Humic Max. So at Chris, Chris, are you still in here? Let me see. You are still here. Chris, that one. And there you go. Hope that helps, sir. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, Ron, I see you're promoting Pillar SC fungicide. Do you suggest Headway G, which I've been using, or Pillar? I haven't had any issues with Headway, just curious the difference between Pillar being a liquid. So the big difference is exactly what you said. So, there's more than that. The active ingredients in Pillar are different to the active ingredients in Headway. They are both a group, as far as the family of fungicides, they are both a group 11 and group 3. I think that's correct. Don't hold me to that, but I believe that's correct. So they're both a group 11 and group 3 fungicide. So they're both a combination fungicide product. The reason why we started carrying Pillar SC is because some people wanted a liquid fungicide and we just didn't have one. And Pillar is a relatively new product. I believe it was released last year. I wanted to see how it was received and the reviews I got from it. And I got some of the studies and did some research on the product. Also spoke to some people locally, some friends locally, about what they thought about it, and they said they love it. They have only had good things to say about it. So as far as Headway, the biggest difference is this: if you like a granular fungicide, use Headway G. If you prefer a liquid fungicide, use Pillar SC. So that's that. From a standpoint, they're both effective. They're both excellent products. They're both going to. And as far one advantage I would say for Pillar that I would give you is this. Is that with Headway, depending on, let's say you have an active disease problem in your lawn. With Headway, there is variance as far as what application rate you should use depending on the disease you're trying to target, you're trying to control. With Pillar SC, there's one rate. There's a single rate for everything, for preventative and for controls. It's 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. So that's, from a measuring standpoint, for an ease of use, you could say Pillar is maybe a little bit easier from a standpoint of you don't have to worry about really what rate, because there's only one rate you have to apply it at. But really it comes down to, do you prefer a liquid fungicide or do you prefer a granular fungicide? If you prefer granular, get Headway. If you prefer liquid, get Pillar. That's the reason why we started carrying it, because we wanted to have a liquid fungicide option, and I wanted it to be something that was comparable to Headway. I wanted a combination. Like, for example, we could have just carried just azoxystrobin by itself or just carried propiconazole by itself, but because Headway is a combination, it's azoxystrobin and propiconazole. It's a group 11, and I think it's group 11 and group 3. I think that's correct. I wanted to get also a combination for a liquid product as well, and Pillar SC came along, so that is why we are now offering that on the store. So hope that helps. Next up is TNDC07. Let me see, make sure no one's saying anything in the gram. We're not. We're good on the gram. He says, Raleigh, North Carolina, large outbreak of American is it burrweed or burntweed? Burntweed, trying to pull my hand, but too many. Solution to control, thank you. American burntweed. Is it burnt like burnt? I know burrweed Celsius will kill. Burntweed, I've not heard of that one. Let me check the label really quick. I don't know. I've not heard of burntweed. I don't know. Let's see here really quick. Let's look, and if I can't find the answer here for you really in a second here by just checking the label, I will I'll screenshot it. Actually, I'll take a screenshot of it now, and I'll put that as a question to answer next week. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of burn. Yeah. I think you meant American burrweed. I think that's what you meant, because there is. Yeah, American burrweed, fireweed. Yes, so Celsius will treat that. I think that's what you meant. TNDC07. So I'm fairly certain. So if you meant burrweed, burnweed, not burnt. So like it's still in the process of being burnt, not burnt. So American burnweed, then Celsius will take care of that. You're going to want to use the higher rate for that, based on what I'm seeing here on the label. So by the higher rate, what do I mean? So you can use, let me go here. We can show you here in the store. It makes it easier. So if you go to the store and you go to the weed killer section, and you go to Celsius. So for this small packet, right? For this small single dose packet, one of these at the low rate will cover, you can use it with 4 gallons of water, and it'll cover 4,000 square feet. The rate that I recommend using this at, really though, is not that rate. I recommend using one of these with 2 gallons of water, which is what you're going to want to use for to go after the burn weed. So like if you're doing the spot spraying, one of these in 2 gallons of water is going to be enough to cover 2,000 square feet. I don't know how large your large outbreak is, but based on that, you can decide accordingly how much cells if you want. If this is what you want, just a single packet will do it, or if the 10 ounce is a better option for you. This will cover 2 acres. This covers 2,000 square feet. So it depends on how much you're dealing with and on which option to get. But Celsius along with surfactant, so I would get Celsius, and I would also get surfactant, so spreader sticker, this guy as well. Mix those two, so Celsius and surfactant should do a good job cleaning that up. So hope that helps, sir. So you said American burnt weed. Yeah. So I know it takes care of burn weed, but weed that has been burned, not burnt, not the past tense, not the past tense of that particular weed. So I will, you know what? I didn't give you a link to it, so I'll put a link here in the chat for you, so you can find it, and then you will be good to go. So at TNDC07 Celsius, and there you go, all set. All right, let me see what else what other questions we got here. We got one from Justin Judkins. He says, follow up to my Celsius uncertainty question. Assuming my pre-emergent works well and I have very few weeds, what would you recommend for a mix rate / amount? Only a very small amount every now and then. I would mix enough for like for a gallon. I mean, here's the thing. Here's how I look at it, Justin. If what you have, if the weeds you have in your lawn are if it's only a tiny bit, just pull them. Just pull the weeds. You know what I mean? If it's enough that you need to actually mix up some herbicide to take care of it, then mixing, a gallon, 2 gallons would be good. So I'd say if you need a mix, if you have enough weeds in your lawn that are growing in your lawn to where 2 gallons, 2 gallons for spot spraying isn't a lot. I mean, that's a good amount for spot spraying. That should be enough for you to be able to take care of spot spraying in most lawns. That's what I would go with. I mean, in other words, if you have you look at your entire, I looked at my entire lawn and I had a handful of weeds here and there. I'm not mixing up Celsius uncertainty to go kill those. I have my weeding tool, I can show you guys what I have. I have like a hand weeding tool. I literally have some paracord that I have a loop on it, and I keep it on my mower. So I'm out there mowing, I'm enjoying life. I'm like, oh, look at that. That's not good. And I see on the rare occasion I see a weed in there, I'll stop. I'll just fish it out, throw it in the grass catcher, and then continue on my way. You know what I mean? So if it's only a weed here and there, I wouldn't mix up herbicide for that. I would just pull them. If it's enough that you need to mix herbicide, then a gallon or 2 is what I would say to go with. So it's you know what you're dealing with from a standpoint of weed pressure in your lawn better than I do, and hopefully that helps. And I'll show you guys the weeding tool that I like. It's really hand weeding. It's the one from, I think Fiskars makes it. It's like an orange handle. This is it. There it is. This guy right here. This is my jam. I keep this on my mower. I actually need 2 of them because what happens is I will have, if I'm mowing with the true guy, if I'm mowing with the outlet, I'll put it on that one, and I'll invariably forget to move it over to the Greens Master. And then I'll be I'll be out there mowing somewhere. I might see something oh, now I got to go back over to the garage and go get it. So and they're only they're like $8. So having 2 of them you're not breaking the bank. But this is what I am talking about that I think for every lawn care nerd is a good investment. One of these guys right here. Again, they're like $8, and this guy, she's got a little loop here, so you can literally just get some get my face out. You get some paracord and run through that and create a little loop, and you can just you can hang it on your mower as you're running it, and you've always got it handy if you need to pull a little bit of a weed here and there in your lawn. That is what I'd recommend. And if you desire a link to that, I will send that to you, Justin. But hopefully that my logic makes sense, right? In other words, if it's so small, if it's just a tiny amount, hand pull it. If it's enough that you actually need to mix a gallon or 2, and then that's the way I would go about that. You know what I mean? So hopefully that makes sense. Hand weeding tool. That is the one that I use. Okay, yep. Okay, next up is okay, Lon. He says, "Hi, Ron. I have a few low areas in my backyard that causes water to puddle. What do you suggest or recommend for leveling those areas to keep the puddling, thus causing the grass to not grow? Thank you." Okay, so you want your lawn needs to be contoured in such a way that that it should naturally drain. If you have a bowl, like an area of your lawn that literally like creates a bowl and like water, you're just waiting on sunlight and heat to evaporate it, like, then that's not good. I mean, you can have areas of your lawn that if you get a lot of rain, that it can't drain out fast enough, and you may get a puddle there for a few hours, but it shouldn't sit around for like days on end. And certainly shouldn't stick around long enough to cause the grass to begin to die. So what I would say is that's what you're dealing with. You may have to look at, like a catch basin, or doing some kind of adjustment to where that area drains, so the water has somewhere to go. Outside of that, I would say, believe it or not, top dressing, like top dressing, adding a bit of sand to your soil profile does wonders for pulling water away from the surface. Like I said, top dressing, most people that I talk to when they ask me about leveling their lawn, they're doing it for like the vanity reason, right? To get the lawn looking smooth, looks like a golf course, and they can brag to your neighbors and everything. But the biggest benefit that I got out of top dressing is just that it doesn't matter how much rainfall I get. I can get. You guys have seen it. I've sent you guys pictures. You've seen me post them on Instagram. I'll sit there and do like a YouTube short sometime and show you guys. Like the back lawn will literally be a swimming pool. It'll be tons of water on it. And literally once the rain stops, 3 hours later, it's gone. Like the water it pulls away, drains off, and then whatever is still just hanging around there, it gets pulled away from the surface. So assuming you can adjust the contour of that area to where it will actually drain, then I would consider top dressing it, because that's also going to further help improve, how your lawn is able to deal with a lot of moisture, a lot of water in it. So, hope that helps. Yeah, that is what I would do. All right, next up is CS Mikey says, "What's your opinion about the EcoFlow Blade robotic mower?" I have not, you're the second person that's mentioned that to me. Someone in the academy mentioned it, and I still have yet to look into it to really dig into what that guy's all about. Did they try to send you one? I like the idea of a robotic lawnmower for maintaining during vacations. I mean, I'm willing to try one out. The big thing for me is I like my stripe actions. Here's the thing, here's the thing. I talk about vanity. I'm vain. I like my stripes to be defined. I want my stripes the way I want them. And, if a robot mower can do that, then when I'm on vacation, sure. You know what I mean? But for me, it's not just like, I actually, believe it or not, I actually enjoy mowing my lawn. Like it's a nice getaway. It's like I do some of my best thinking when I'm out in the lawn, just mowing. Yeah, I can think about problems at work. I can think about karate stuff. I can think about YouTube stuff. I can think about all kinds, it's like how I get away and just kind of think and just relax. So, and it's good exercise. There's also that too, right? It's also good exercise. Just you're walking a lot. You're pushing around and moving, manipulating heavy equipment. It's good for you to get out there and move. So from something as a tool to use when I'm on vacation, I could see that. But as a way of like saying, okay, I can take my mowers and throw those away. I don't need those anymore. I'm just gonna have the robot do it. I don't know that I would be someone that would be that would want to do that, because I actually enjoy mowing my lawn. I actually enjoy, I like doing it. So there is that. And while I've seen some of them that can stripe, the stripe action is not as defined as that. In other words, I think robotic mowers, they're definitely come a long way, but I don't think the stripe action standard, quite meets, my expectations for lawn stripes. Not yet. Not saying they can't get there, not saying it won't happen. Technology tends to get better over time, doesn't tend to get worse. But where they are right now, they're going to have a hard time displacing my Allet for lawn care, mainly because I also enjoy doing it. So there is that. But if EcoFlow, I'll look into it. If they want to send me one to try out, I am more than willing to do that. I'm more than willing to try one out and see how well it does. As long as it can cut it like 3/4 of an inch, then sure. If I have to grow my lawn out to like 1.5 inches, 2 inches, then that's not going to fly. But if I can keep my same mowing height, then I'd absolutely be willing to try one out. All right, next up is Todd Bolin. We got a Real Mowing Life here in the house on Instagram. A couple other people just saying hi to you guys. Hopefully y'all are doing well. He says, Todd Bolin says, "Hey Ron, thanks for all the help you provided me. You are very, very welcome. Thank you for asking the questions and just taking the time to come in the live stream and help support the channel. I appreciate it." Let's see. JT says, "Have you tried a Swardman?" I have. I've mowed So I had a Swordman. If you guys look at my channel, if you look a couple years ago, I used a Swordman with, I think it was like the dethatching cartridge in it, and it was okay. I mean, the thing, I don't think it's a fit for a lawn my size. That's probably the best way of saying it, because it's when I first started doing the lawn, it was fine, but then by the time I was done turf raking the entire lawn, which I want to say it was something like 17 bags or so by the time I was all done with it. No, that was the scalping. It was maybe, I don't know, I have to look at the video. I have to look at the thumbnails. I forget which one, how much, but it was a bit. It wasn't a small amount of material that came out of the lawn anyway, right? Like the dry belt was slipping. So that was something that I experienced that I wasn't super happy about. But it could have been a one-off case. It could have been just my particular unit. You know, it could have been, in other words, I haven't used one enough to be able to form a solid opinion of it. I will tell you just the way it feels to use. Like in that space, like an Allet or a True Cut are better built. Like they're better put together as far as just robustness. But yeah, I mean, in other words, if I were going to buy a interchangeable cartridge system mower right now, I would buy an Allet. I would not, for me, I would not buy a Swordman for my lawn. I wouldn't. So that's the only way I can really answer. I could really answer the question. Having said that, there are people that have Swordmans and they love them. You know, they work great for them. So you're talking, you're asking me for my opinion, which I'm giving to you, but you have to also realize I have not used a Swordman for an extensive period of time. And the one time that I did use one, it didn't blow my socks off. It wasn't like when the first time I used a Greensmaster on my lawn, literally the heavens parted, and I heard like harp music playing in the background. The stripes, like I was looking at my lawn, the stripes were glowing in a way I've never seen before. Like it was an out of body experience. When I had the C27, same thing. There was all kinds of, like, I thought, oh, my lawn is totally clean. Oh, there's no thatch in it. I maintain my lawn, and just it was the same thing with that mower too. Like it was a huge wow moment when I started using it. I did not have that with the Swordman. So, but again, it's just me, and I'm just one person. There's people that have them and they love them. So take my feelings, or take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. All right, next up is Charles Westmoreland. He says, hello, Ron. We have been in a rain deficit for the past 2 months in Northern Virginia. Finally getting a significant amount of rainfall today, 1.5 inches. Cool. Planning on putting down my flagship and biosim this weekend. I like it. Sounds like a plan to me, man. You should absolutely do that. It sounds like a good plan to me. Okay, Bermuda Lawn Guy, Bermuda Guy DIY. He says, how long do you recommend waiting to reel mow after leveling? Don't want to dull the reel or bed knife. So the best answer is wait for the grass to completely grow through it, and then raise your height of cut for the first few mows. So in other words, don't even, and it's gonna be tough, because you're probably someone that like the rest of us enjoys mowing your lawn. So don't even if it's like partially growing through, don't get out there then. Wait for it to be completely grown through, and again, raise your height of cut up, and that is going to reduce the chances of you getting or touching some sand and dulling the reel and bed knife. If you do anything outside of that, I'm gonna say you're playing with fire, but it's a lot more likely that you're gonna touch some sand, and then that's there she wrote. There you go. Now you're off getting your mower sharpened again. So it's not really a time thing. It's more it's more of just whenever you look at the lawn, it doesn't look like a beach anymore. When it looks like the lawn is growing through and looks like a lawn again, start mowing it and just raise the height of cut for the first few mows. That's I know that's not a very concrete answer, but hopefully it makes sense. What I'm saying is to like how you could do it without with minimizing the chances that you're going to get into sand. Because if you do that, I'm telling you, like you could have one mow where you run over a bunch of sand with a reel mower, and you're going to need to be back. You're going to need at a minimum, you need to back lap it. And if you get into it too much, you may have to go out and get it ground again. So it doesn't take much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You don't have to mow very much sand to have to get your equipment sharpened again. So just wait, give it a little bit more time, let it grow out taller, and there you go. All right, Tony Israel is up next. He says, sup Ron, how long should I wait before using granular or liquid fertilizer on new sod? Just installed 1 pallet of Tiff Tuff. So here's what I would say. I would ask whoever you bought it from, ask what their recommendations are for when you should begin fertilizing it. I would say within 3 weeks after application, 3 weeks after it's been installed. If you want to then begin adding granular and fertilizer, in other words, if you want to start doing the program that I suggest, that's when you could do that. In other words, when you start mowing it, when you can actually get out in the lawn, then you're good to start feeding it and fertilizing it. So if you're still got it roped off where you can't get out there, and if you're not mowing it yet, then don't bother fertilizing it. But if you're putting a mower on it, you're mowing regularly. That's actually probably the best way to answer that question. If you're mowing if you've already started mowing the lawn regularly, then you can start fertilizing it. If you are not yet mowing it, in other words, you're still roped off and you're just still giving it time to allow it to grow in, don't. There's no reason to begin fertilizing it just yet. So hope that helps, Tony. All right, next see here, we got, let's see what else we got here. We have other, yes, so we have a question here from Denton Russell. He says, hey, Ron, not sure if you mentioned this, but how long does it take to see a noticeable change in my soil after products like biochar, humichar, or other soil conditioners? What do you mean by a difference, a noticeable change in your soil? As far as visually, if you started using granular biostimulants at the beginning of the season, by the end of the season, if you were to go out and, a second here. If you were to go out at the end of the season and dig up your lawn, or take like say you're replacing a sprinkler head, you would see something that looks, if I can find a picture of it, that looks like this. I think I've got it on the carbonized PN one. Yeah, so if you, at the end of, so yeah, you would start seeing this. So at the end of a season, so you see there how much darker the soil is there near the surface, like that 2-3 inch profile there near the surface. This was when I did sprinkler head replacements 2 years ago, and when I was doing them in the front yard earlier this year, it was the same thing. So if you're talking about from a standpoint of like visually, within a season you're gonna see it. As from a standpoint as far as the benefits, you're just gonna find that you're able to get by with putting less fertilizer, putting less inputs in, and the lawn's still looking great. You're going to find that it's going to resist stress better. So if you have, say in the middle of middle of summer, whenever it gets really hot, and other lawns that are starting to I hate to say go dormant, but they're starting to get yellow and go brown due to the heat stress, your lawn, it's going to take more for that to begin happening in your lawn than lawns that do not have biostimulants as part of their program. So what you tend to find is, for me, is you don't need to apply as much fertilizer, and as far as the ability for the lawn to resist stress, you will also notice that it's just going to be more consistent. What you'll also find is that it will, as far as coming out of dormancy, it will come out of dormancy a bit sooner, and going into dormancy, it tends to go into dormancy a bit later, because overall like great looking grass is a byproduct of amazing soil. So the better your soil, like in other words, having your macros at the correct levels, your pH at the correct levels, and also having enough organic material, just having healthy, active soil, like great grass is a byproduct of that. So the better you can make the soil, like when it starts warming up in the springtime, the grass is going to begin growing sooner than lawns that don't have as good soil. As when temperatures begin cooling off, the grass is going to hold onto its color a bit longer than lawns that don't have great soil or don't have a good nutrient program. So those are the things that you really see. Again, stress resistance, and then it greens up sooner, goes dormant later is the biggest things that I found with my lawn since I started doing biostimulants. So I hope that helps, Denton. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. Let me see here. And all right. Next up is someone wanted to be added to my ban list, so I had to oblige, right? All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, any update on consideration of a subscription service offering? I have been looking into it. Here's the thing, Archie, and at some point I'll have to email you and tell you some of the challenges that I'm having. It's not as easy to do as you are thinking. So I'll have to email you and tell you about some of the challenges I'm having with doing that, and maybe we can figure something out. I mean, I can, you know, in your, because I mean, one, it has to have a lot of people asking for it. That's thing one. But in your case, if you want, I can email you, and what we can do is I can email you at the end of the show, and we can work out some options. I know you've been asking about it, and I've come up with some ways in your case of something we can do that will take the thought process out of having to do this. So yeah, I'll hit you up after the show. I'll email you after the show, and I'll let you know what I'm thinking. All right, next up is Ahmad Damra. Ahmad Damra, he says, I have this weed. I think it's Falpinisum, and which I think is some sort of crabgrass. I've never heard of it, so it's a new one to me. I treated it multiple times with quinclorac, and it worked, but it keeps coming back. Any recommendations? What you might see, Ahmad, is if it's susceptible to quinclorac, you might want to see if the whatever pre-emergence you're using, if that can also be effective for suppressing it. You know what I mean? It's like, for example, prodiamine and dithiopyr work very well as far as reducing crabgrass in your lawn. So it might also be effective against this weed as well. I don't know. I've never heard of this particular weed before. But what I would say is if you're trying to prevent it, look into the pre-emergent that you're using. And again, I'll screenshot this guy and I can see if we can, I'll do some digging for you on this one. But I would think that, at least you got a post-emergent that can kill it after the fact or can control it after the fact. But what we'd like to get to is it not even to be a problem, right? And pre-emergent is going to be the way to go. And I would imagine that, if quinclorac is effective against it, to control it when it's actively growing, then pre-emergence that also work against crabgrass should be effective against this as well too. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I have to look into that weed and learn a little bit more about it to be able to give you a better answer. But I think pre-emergent is going to be your way to keep it out of your lawn, or just seriously reduce it in your lawn. All right, no name says, Ron always starts out May with trying to see the maximum number of products on his lawn at once. Yeah, you're right. You got that right. This year, even using 2 different types of fert just to break his record. I can't wait to see next year. Well, this year, it's really about the front lawn, just using an organic approach. Just saying, okay, for the front lawn, I'm just going to only do just organic, and we'll see how it looks. And again, from what you guys are seeing so far, I think the front lawn is looking pretty good. And then the back lawn is to do my traditional program, right? It's a combination of synthetic, biostimulants. So the back lawn is really getting a combination of synthetic and organic, right? So, but the front lawn is going to is primarily organic, save Primo, because I got to have my Primo. So that we can't count that, but outside of that, outside of Primo, it's largely going to be organic. So I don't think this one really counts, no name. I know you're trying to make it count, but I don't think that really counts as trying to use 2 different fertilizers on my lawn, because it's like I'm testing, like I'm doing it, there's it's a study. So it's not really like a way of, I'm not telling everybody to go run 2 different fertilizers on their lawn. I'm not saying that at the same time, so I feel like I'm not winning this argument. All right, next up is Z. He says, what's up, Ron? How long should I wait to seed after a Celsius Uncertainty app? Thanks. So these products they're foliar-based disease. So there shouldn't be a ton of waiting, 2 to 3 weeks if you want. But again, it's not like a product. There's no pre-emergent in Celsius or Certainty, so they shouldn't negatively affect the ability for your grass seed to grow. You know what I mean? So if you want to give it a couple of weeks after you spray to apply your seed, you can. But there really shouldn't be much time period, because again, it's not pre-emergent. Neither of them are pre-emergent. They're not like Tenacity, which if you water it in, can behave like pre-emergent for a few weeks. Like Celsius and Certainty don't have that. They're strictly post-emergent herbicides. So it really shouldn't affect your ability to grow grass from seed. All right, next up is Wesley R. He says, Ron, with all the crazy weather in Bermuda, it has been down. Now as it grows, Poa annua is all over the yard. What's a good herbicide to eliminate Poa? So, I mean, to eliminate Poa, to not have it, the best thing is to prevent it in the first place with pre-emergent. If you have Bermuda, like warm season grass, then the best herbicide, or the best pre-emergent, in my opinion, for Poa annua in Bermuda grass and warm season grass is Spectacle Flow. You use this in the fall, and it's going to seriously reduce how much POA you have in your lawn. Like shouldn't like a handful. It shouldn't be hardly be any. Now, if you already have it now, what you can use is Certainty. So Certainty at the high rate with a surfactant. So this and this. And again, for POA, the rate is the low end of the rate you need to use for POA is 1 large scoop over 1,000 square feet. So you can even step that up. You can do like a large scoop and a half, or you can go up. The rate is like 1.25 ounces per acre for POA on the low end, up to 2 ounces per acre on the higher end when you're targeting POA annua. So what that means is 1 large scoop on the low end, or a large scoop and a couple, like two small scoops, will be a bit more aggressive as far as targeting POA. But for best results, you're going to want to use surfactant with it. So Wesley, if you went to the golf course lawn store and then went to Weed Killer, so Certainty, that's what we'll do. And that's what Certainty is, not only for POA annua, it's also for your sedges. So nut sedge, globe sedge, kalinga, it will take care of those too. So any of your sedges, in addition to POA, it will take care of. But this, and coupled with a surfactant, if you're spraying at the higher rates, will do a good job controlling POA in your lawn. So. But that's what I'd say as far as where you are now. But for next year, or for this fall, consider either like a pre-emergent cocktail of simazine, imazaquin, and prodiamine, or just find some buddies of yours and get split a bottle of Spectacle Flow, and then you're not going to really have an issue with POA in your lawn. Again, it's going to be a handful. It's going to be the exception rather than the rule by far. But the problem is that stuff's expensive. It's like it's over $350 a bottle. It's really expensive. But a little bit goes a long way, which is why I say that if you're going to get that, split it with a bunch of people, because you on your unless you've got acres and acres of lawn, which I doubt you're treating POA for treating acres and acres for POA, you're not going to use that bottle. You know what I mean? So it makes sense, one, from a cost standpoint, also from a standpoint of that you're just never going to use it all up, to split it with people. So hope that helps, sir. All right, next up is Tyler Nelson. He says, would you put liquid fertilizer pre-top dressing as long as it can dry prior to the sand? Sure. Yeah, that's a completely viable strategy, Tyler. You can absolutely do that. No problem with that at all. That's also going to help. It's going to give it the grass a little kicker, and will allow it to grow through that sand a bit faster. He says, yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that at all. Nothing you can do with it. No problem with that at all. And then Z is kind of seconding what I said about Celsius and Certainty. He says Celsius and Certainty are absorbed foliar, so it won't affect germination. You can do it right after it dries if you want. So there you go. Yep, it's not really going to have an effect on your ability to grow seed. Kevin S says, just curious, Ron, what are your thoughts on auto mowers? I kind of gave my thoughts earlier. I mean, I think for certain people, they definitely fit. They definitely have a use case. They're apt for, and actually, if you think about it, if you're being honest, there's a larger use case for robot mowers than there are for real mowers, right? Because the people that really are into real mowing are into taking care of their lawn themselves, are into doing a lot of the practices themselves, and just they enjoy the horticulture. They enjoy all everything that goes into the cultural practices that go into growing amazing turf. You enjoy doing it. You know what I mean? Whereas robot mowers are people that they may want a good lawn, but they don't want to do it themselves. You know what I mean? So I think that there's going to be a huge market for them. Like, as soon as they get them figured out to where they're working well, they're reliable. The cost is reasonable. You don't have to go bury a cord and this kind of stuff. As far as like putting in bounds, when they get a bit smarter, then I think they're really going to do well. I've never used one myself. I'd be willing to test one out, but again, as I was saying earlier, I enjoy mowing. I enjoy real mowing. I enjoy getting out there in my lawn and working in it. It's like relaxing for me, right? So an auto mower, if I had one, would be something that, if I'm going on vacation, then that's when I would put it out there and have it take care of the lawn and have it so the lawn looks decent. When I come back, I'm not dealing with a big problem. But as far as it replacing me doing it myself, unless I had, unless I had some kind of bad injury or something where I couldn't mow anymore, in that case, yes. But I mean, I enjoy being out in the lawns. And for me, it's not something I would use to replace real mowing, because I like doing it. So So there's that. I think, but to be fair, Kevin, there's a larger market. There's a lot of people that will. I think that they're going to really take off once the price comes down and they solve some of the problems they currently have. All right, let's see here. Saying he doesn't really train. Let's see. Chris says saying the heat really isn't here yet. Doesn't sound crazy to you. This weather's nuts. Yeah, because it's up and down. You know, it's up and down. It's not like consistently hot. I guess is what I was trying to say, Chris. So if you didn't if I was unclear, I apologize. That's what I meant by it. All right, Bermuda guy says, can you mix Primo and Nutrizov? You can. You can mix. As far as a cocktail that I will use, I will mix Primo. I'll mix Primo, the carbon kit, so that is Release Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. I'll also mix Turfplex with it, and I will also put a bit of Nutrizolve in the tank as well. So yes, you can mix all of them together. So pretty much when you look here, if you go to the fertilizer section of the Golf Course Lawn Store, like all of these liquids, let me think here. The only one I have not mixed is Greens Plus 14410 because I've never used that one because I don't use that fertilizer on my lawn. But all the rest of these can be mixed. You can interchange them. You can mix and match. And there's no issues. All of them can be mixed with Primo. They all play nice together. There's no weird interactions. It works just fine. So yes, you can mix Nutrizolve and Primo in the tank at the same time. As a matter of fact, I recommend it. Because that's how you get some of that iron that you that can also help prevent tip burn. And also, to be completely fair and honest, like if you're going to be out there spraying your lawn, like why not also get your fertilizer app out at the same time? Like it doesn't make. I mean, you don't have to, but like why not? Like why go out there and just spray just Primo when you could just you can stack a bunch of other stuff along with it. So there is that. Ize says, hey, from Florida, real mowing Zoysia guy here. What's going on? Ize from Florida with the Zoysia lawn. Thanks for coming to hang out and say hello. Appreciate you. Let's see. Jeffrey Murphy says, Jeffrey, Murfreesboro, right outside of Nashville. Yeah, if you're just outside of Nashville, man, there should be someone that can do top dressing for you in, I mean, they might charge a little extra depending how far Murfreesboro is from Nashville, but I mean, I imagine there's got to be someone that can come out there and do some top dressing for you. You know what I mean? There you go. And NMS Otter's giving some. He says you're near Lads and Bartlett does lawn leveling. So there's definitely some options out there. Yeah. So the other folks here are chiming in as far as other options for that. No name says I had to go to Providence Providence office right after the Super Bowl. That was a horrible business trip. Thanks, Tom Brady, dude. Okay, so here's the thing. So here's how bad the 28-3 with Atlanta in the Super Bowl was. When I visited Tokyo, right, which is other side of the planet, right? They don't even play American football. It's not really a thing in that country. I was at the Apple store. What was I there for? I was getting a cable. I was at the Apple store and they're asking me, the people that work, the Japanese people that were asking me there, I said, so where are you from? And I was saying, I'm from Georgia. He says, oh, Georgia. He's like, a U.S.? I'm like, yeah, Georgia. I said, Atlanta. And he says, oh, Atlanta. Oh, Atlanta Falcons. Oh, very bad. Very bad. That's how they were. It was like, here's the thing. Even the other side of the planet, people knew like what like Brady did to us. So it was not good. It was not good. I mean, people were showing up, to Mercedes-Benz Stadium wearing 28-3 shirts and all this kind of stuff. It's still a soft, sensitive topic for the people that work for what's the name of Blank's group? I forget the name of his company, but the people that work like at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Like whenever we hosted the Super Bowl, I was fortunate to be able to go there and help with their security program. And there's an entire world of that place that no one ever sees. It's really cool. There's offices that help run the stadium, and I got to go see the place, like the I don't know what you actually call it, but it's like the area, like the spots where like the offensive coordinators for each team, that area that literally you're looking down over the team. It's almost like watching a video game because you're like right down, you can see everything that's happening. So yeah, it's a really cool stadium. It's a very, very, very cool place. But yes, I get what you're saying. No name. Even in Tokyo, even in Ginza, they knew what Brady did to Atlanta. So it's a thing. Buckshot says, happy Friday. What's going on, Buckshot? Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. And let's see here. Let's see here. I'm not sure what you're asking, James. James Kelly says, I'm looking to put down T-Nex on the first mixed with Ferromech AC and TS Pro Micro together. Has anyone ever used this combination before? Or am I setting myself up for failure? I have never heard of those products or used them, so I can't say. But I'm sure if you look around, maybe on some of the groups on Facebook or just Google, you can find someone that's tried it, and you can figure out what you can expect. But I can't comment because I've never used that one. All right, next up is John K. Powers. He says, first time on the live chat. Welcome, John. If it's your first time, welcome to the craziness that is the live lawn care on Friday nights. He says, just found your channel and have been enjoying all the information you're sharing. I appreciate it. It's my first season as a homeowner, and I'm enjoying getting the lawn into shape. It's a lot of fun, man. And the thing is, I would say is this, John. When you start looking at lawn care content on YouTube, it is very easy to get overwhelmed. You're thinking, oh, I got a core area, I got a top dress, I got to start real mowing. And here's what I'm saying. What I say is this, right? The core basics are this. Get a soil test, figure out what fertilizer or nutrient program you need for your particular soil, and do that. And then mow your lawn a lot. Take care of weeds. You may need to get to herbicides to do some spot spraying here and there. But the big thing is get used to mowing your lawn a lot. And that in itself is gonna really improve the look of your lawn. Just getting a good nutrient program and a lot of mowing, like that will take you a long way. Then you can start introducing biostimulants. You can, start using growth regulator. Like this stuff is awesome. But just start slow. There's plenty of time, and realize that it's a journey. Like you'll look at my lawn, right? You look at a lawn like this, you'll be like, oh man, that lawn looks awesome. And I want my lawn to look just like that. You gotta realize this lawn, I've been working on this lawn for 8+ years. It's coming up on 9 years now. So it ought to look good. I've made a lot of mistakes on it. I've done a lot of testing on it. So when you see a lot of the lawns that you see on YouTube, right, or people that have been into this for a while, you have to realize that they didn't start there. You know what I mean? Like what you're seeing is the end. You're seeing the end result. So I would say enjoy the process. Get a soil test. The one that I recommend is the one from My Soil. We carry them on the golf course lawn store. I'll send you a link to it if you want. Buy fertilizer based on that soil test and mow your lawn a lot. That's going to get you a lot of the way there as far as getting a lawn your neighbor's going to have a hard time competing with. And then we can start getting into talking about real mowing and top dressing and growth regulator and all this fun stuff. But just figure out if you really enjoy it, if you want to enjoy doing this. You know what I mean? Because it's you can take it as far as you want to, or you can do as little or as much as you want, but the core basics are a good nutrient program and a lot of mowing with sharp equipment. If you do those things, you're going to get a good result. You're going to like how your lawn looks. And for soil test kits, you can find them there. I sent you a link in the chat. All right, let me see if I have any other super chats. I think I see one here. Let me get down here and grab one really quick. I do. I got one here from Andy Watley. Thank you so much, Andy.
Super chat received.
He says, hi, Ron. Bermuda lawn here in West Georgia near Callaway Gardens. Cool. What temps or lawn temps should I wait on before throwing down a higher nitrogen fert like a 2406? Temps, high 70s, low 80s. Soil temps in the 70s. Here's the thing, Andy. As if you're mowing your lawn, you should be feeding it. So really the beginning of this month, you could have started fertilizing. Certainly now that we're entering May, like if you want to wait, if you want to know, hey, when's a good day to start? This weekend. May, the beginning of end of April, early May is a good time to start, your feeding program. If you've not done it as yet, you're good to go. So if you've been mowing your lawn, which I imagine you have, you're good to start fertilizing it. So hope that helps. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. And get out there and start giving the lawn what it needs. Give the lawn what it needs. Next up is Willie Robinson. He says, hey, Ron, my name is Willie Robinson from Columbia, South Carolina. I actually spent a lot of time in Columbia doing work there. He says, when is the best time to top dress my Bermuda, and can I use just masonry sand? So the best time is once it's out of dormancy and actively growing. Normally, that's around this time of year. So late April, early May is when the window for top dressing opens. You can really do it all the way through, the middle of July if you wanted to. I'm a fan of doing it earlier in the season because the temperatures are cooler now. We tend to get rainfall in the southeast this time of year, which helps you to, to water the top dressing in, helps it settle a little bit better. So most of the top dressing that I've done on my lawn has been around this time of year. I've done it later in the season, but traditionally it's in the late April, May timeframe is when I do it. So if you want to do that, now absolutely is when you can go after it. And can you use just masonry sand? Yes, you absolutely can. I am a fan of also doing adding some organic material as well whenever I'm doing top dressing. But if you can't get a blend, which actually you can because you're in South Carolina. So super solid, like their leveling mix is what I would recommend if you're looking for a really good top dressing material. It is more expensive, but it's also great stuff, right? It's like you're not gonna have any debris or other garbage in it. So that's what I would really use. If you decide that you don't want to do that, you just want to go the masonry sand route, I would consider using like I'll show you what you can do instead. If you just want to go the masonry sand route, you could get some like Essential G like this and just go really heavy with it. Like aerate your lawn, go heavy with this over your entire lawn, and then top dress with the masonry sand, and that will work as well too. But given that you're in South Carolina, I would just use the super solid leveling mix, man. I mean, and this link here will save you a little bit of money on it, and you'll like the results you get with that product. It's a little bit more pricey, but it's a great product. It's really hard to beat. As far as like the pre-made leveling mixes that I've used, and I've used a lot of them, this one is the one I like by far the best. So for whatever that's worth. All right, next up is Nikita. Nikita says, "Hey Ron, here in Charlotte, North Carolina, newbie to lawn care. I don't have a backpack sprayer. I have Bermuda. What's your recommendation for nutrients to the lawn? Granular." Okay, so as far as knowing which fertilizer to recommend, as far as granular fertilizers go, the way to best answer that question is by doing a soil test, right? So I will show you, Nikita. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop and go to soil test and pH adjustments. So this here, the starter pack, it comes with one soil test kit and a probe. So you the tool for getting the samples out of the soil, and then the actual test kit. It sounds complicated. I assure you it's not. I mean, here's what you're going to get whenever you get one of these. I can open it up. I can actually show you. You're going to get a registration card, right? So you can get a registration card, one of these, so that whenever you you go into their website and you just register it and say, this is, my name is Nikita and this is my lawn, and so that whatever you send your sample in, they know who to tie that to. You get an envelope to mail it out, and you get the water, like the deionized. We get the ion exchange resin, this is basically like a synthetic root. It kind of behaves. What it does, it behaves the way your grass does, as far as being able to extract or pull nutrients from the soil sample that you're going to put in here. And you will get your soil samples by once you use that core tool, you can use a scoop to take those and dump it into this. Leave the water in here, tighten it down, drop in the envelope, mail it out. To make it even easier, when you go here in the bottom of this, as you scroll down, there's two things. There's a video that I'll show you how to use the soil test kit, kind of like what I explained to you, but actually showing you how I do it, and then also how to interpret the results. They're pretty self-explanatory. If you have questions about it, you can always email me and I'll help you out. But here's how you use the test kit, and here's how you understand or interpret the results. So this is the one that I would recommend you go with. What you're going to find in the recommendations is going to come back with likely one of three of a couple of different options for fertilizer. You're going to have like Humic Max, which is 1608, which is a nitrogen and potassium fertilizer and also has a bit of humic acid in it. It'll come back with so this is a great fit if your lawn does not need phosphorus, which I know right now that sounds, I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, but based on what the soil test kit, the soil test results come back with, there's one of these three will be the best fit for your particular soil. So that's why I would encourage you to get a soil test, and then we won't be guessing. Because otherwise, if you say, hey, I don't want to get a soil test, I just want to just get fertilizer, I'm going to say either get Humic Max or get the complete 14714. Get one of these two. But really, the way to do it correctly is to get a soil test. Based on that, you'll know which of these three are going to be the best fit for your particular soil. You apply it, mow your grass a whole lot, and ask your neighbors, have your neighbors asking you, Nikita, how come your lawn looks so good? What are you doing? And you'll be able to tell them all your secrets, right? So what I'll do here is I'll send you a link to the soil test kit, because that is what I'd recommend you start with if we're trying to do this correctly. And then if you have any questions, you can always email me. And again, there's tons of content that both on the store, also under like the blog section that covers a lot of this stuff as well too. But that is where I would start if you're trying to get the absolute best result. That's what I would start with. So there you go. Hope that helps. Welcome to the craziness that is taking care of your lawn. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot to learn. Don't get overwhelmed. Really, it comes down to good nutrient program, which you're going to start with. You're going to be doing that because you're going to know what fertilizer you should be using in your lawn, and a lot of mowing. So all things being equal, he or she who mows most wins. They're going to have the best looking lawn. So and the start of that is to get a soil test. So that's what I would recommend that you do. All right. Josh Transport says Walmart Def urea. I mean, the only benefit to it is that it's cheap. It's inexpensive. So, but no. So I would not use diesel exhaust fluid on my. I'm not using that on my lawn. I'm going to use like actual fertilizer that's actually formulated for use on grass. So I'm not. No. So I mean, I get it. It can be used for that, but I don't. It's not something that I've ever tried or I really have any interest in trying out on my lawn. You know what I mean? It's kind of like people that say that, well, I want to use just it's not a great analogy, not a great example, but people say that, I just want to use, as far as herbicides go, all I want to use is just Roundup. I want to use just Roundup on my lawn. And the Roundup's a good product, but the biggest benefit to it that draws people to it is that it kills stuff for the most part, and it's cheap, right? But it's really not the best fit for most lawns. It's like the cases where you would use Roundup are very small within a lawn, right? To can only control certain very specific weeds. And with Def, it's kind of the same thing, right? In my opinion. I mean, we've got so many great fertilizer formulations that are not just nitrogen, right? So you've got you look at a good example, like the fertilizers I was just showing you. Like, why would I use Def as my option for nitrogen when for the same amount of time, right, when I'm out on my lawn, the same amount of time, I could get out and I could spray 901C, which has nitrogen, has some potassium in it, has a biostimulants, has 10% micronized carbon, is like a more complete nutrient package for my soil. Why would I do that when I could use, if I'm going the granular route, and I realize that most time when you're doing deficit liquid, but I mean, why would I do that when I could go use Humic Max, which is not just a nitrogen source, but it's also a potassium source, also has humic acid in it, so I'm also helping to improve my soil quality. So for me, it's just not it's not something that I have interest in using on my lawn. Like, I think it's a solution to a problem that's not really there. Okay, so next up is Ahmad Damra. He says, if I want to use 1608 as a spoon feeding for every 2 weeks, how many pounds should I put in every application per square foot? So I wouldn't use, you could, but I really wouldn't use Humic Max every 2 weeks. I mean, let me think. So if you'd want to use it once per month and then use liquids to supplement that. You know what I mean? If you were going to apply it every 2 weeks, I mean, you have to back the rate down even more, because even 3 pounds per 1,000 every 2 weeks, that's heavier than I would apply it. You know what I mean? So what I would say is, Ahmed, is use Humic Max, the 1608, once per month, the beginning of the month, and then for your spoon feeding program, use liquids. Use a liquid fertilizer like 901C, like Turfplex on the 1st and on the 15th. I would not do the granular twice per month. I would do it once per month and then supplement with liquids. Here's why too, right? The benefit to supplementing with liquids is that liquids work a lot faster. So as far as you spray your lawn with a liquid fertilizer product, within 2 days, 2 to 3 days, you're going to start seeing a visual response in the grass. When it comes to granular products, it's more like 5 to 7 days before you begin seeing a visual response. So the idea behind why I do my nutrient program the way that I do is I get most of my nitrogen requirements from the granular, and then I use the liquids, because I got to be out there anyway, because I got to spray primo. So I got to spray my lawn anyway. So why not spray liquid fertilizer while I'm out there doing that? And it helps to smooth out the the growth and also the color. So as far as just consistency, like the lawn growing at the same rate all throughout the month and the color staying the same all throughout the entire month, you get that when you use like a granular for your do the heavy lifting and use liquids a couple times per month. Every 15 days is what I like to do. So I would not do. In other words, in my opinion, you lose a lot of the benefits of spoon feeding by just going with just granular once per month, and then liquids twice per month for the reasons that I just explained. Okay, next up is so I already answered the question. That question you asked it twice, and then next up we have Johnny Cruz. He says, "Hey Ron, what can I use to kill my St. Augustine lawn because I'm changing it to Bermuda? My wife and children are allergic to St. Augustine lawn." That's a first. I've never heard that one. I've never heard of anyone being allergic to St. Augustine. You could use quinclorac if you want to use something selective, or you could just use glyphosate. I mean, that's a case for that. There's a case where you could use something like Roundup, or like a I wouldn't use Roundup. I'd use like a 40%, 41%, like a higher concentration glyphosate product to kill it. So you could mix. What you could do is you could mix quinclorac and glyphosate and spray your St. Augustine with that, and that will do a number on it. That will get rid of it. So for Johnny, let me do this. I'll send you the links for what I'm talking about, the products I'm talking about. So for quinclorac, you would use this. You would use this one. This is your quinclorac product because St. Augustine does not like quinclorac. So you could use this. Let me see, at Johnny Cruz. So that's your quinclorac product. And then for your glyphosate, I would use this one. It's called Aeration. It's a higher concentration glyphosate than what you will find at like the big box stores. So I would use this. So at Johnny again, make sure you're covered, and that. So those two, like you could, like honestly, glyphosate by itself would likely do it. You may have to do a couple of rounds of that, but if you did that and quinclorac, it should be like one and done. Like that's gonna do a number on St. Augustine. It's gonna be hating life 10 days, 10, 14 days after you've sprayed it with that. That is non-selective though. So meaning it's going to kill the grass. It's going to kill the grass. It's going to kill and or injure any other grass that it gets on. So you don't, so in other words, if your lawn is a blend of Bermuda and St. Augustine, don't omit the Aeration. Like don't use the glyphosate product. If you have a combination, if you have like your lawn currently has Bermuda and St. Augustine, you can still use quinclorac because Bermuda tolerates quinclorac very well. St. Augustine does not. So, but it sounds like you currently have St. Augustine, you're trying to get rid of it, and then you're going to move to Bermuda, in which case then that combination is good for eliminating the St. Augustine grass. All right, let's see here. Ryan Hefferson says, Ron, what's your input on drip irrigation, on a drip irrigation for a lawn? What do you mean by drip? I'm not sure what you mean by about a drip irrigation. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't. But when I think about drip irrigation, I think of like a garden or like a greenhouse where you're watering via, like you have like the hoses that got holes in it, and it's like it's physically dripping water on the plants. I've not really heard of drip irrigation for other way of doing your lawn. Maybe I'm thinking about something differently than you are. But I just do traditional, just plain old traditional irrigation. Sprinklers or you can get the tripods that you can move them out in the middle of the lawn and connect a hose to them, and they'll do like a 360, and that will also spray. Like that's what I'm familiar with. But when it comes to drip irrigation, every time I hear that term, I think about more of like gardening more than as a way to water a lawn. But I might be thinking about something differently than you are. I probably am. All right, and let me see what else we got here. No name. No name says, who's Ron Henry without a striped lawn? The man stripes his lawn when his grass is dormant. Hey man, don't judge me. Don't judge me. I can't help it. It gets stripes. I gotta mow it, right? If Ron doesn't have a lawn with stripes, he'd be gravely ill, and Alex would be too, because he would do it. Yeah, I enjoy a good stripe. I like my lawn stripes. Some people don't like lawn stripes. I like lawn stripes. I think they look cool. Let's see here. The Maestro says, any tips on using a broadcast spreader on irregular shaped lawns? Using the Scott's Elite has about a 6-foot spread, but my lawn is not square. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, Maestro. Just do your trim pass first, and then just fill in. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be square. Like say if your lawn is shaped like a trapezoid or something, like you do your trim pass and then you just make your pass and then you color inside. You know what I mean? Just fill in inside. It doesn't really matter if it's not square. Like most lawns are not necessarily square, like a perfect square or a perfect rectangle. You know, I mean even my lawn isn't. It looks like it is, but it isn't. It's kind of like when you get more, it's more towards the rocks. It's kind of like it's not square is what I'm trying to say. It's not a rectangle. It looks square, but it isn't. So do your trim pass and then just fill in. And if you take that approach, that should be fine for pretty much any lawn shape. So hope that helps. Let's see. Ledge says, just sent you my soil analysis from Clemson. It's a Palisades zoysia lawn, sod laid 1.5 years ago. Wondering your thoughts on it. Still a bit cold here for warm season grasses. I will take a look, Ledge, at the end of the show, and I will let you know what my thoughts are. I will email you tonight. All right. Zach Hall says, the Swarman sucks, to be honest. I own one for a day. It's cheaply built for the price. Yeah, I mean, again, I've only used it once, and it wasn't, I mean, for me, it would not work on my lawn and my mowing frequency. Again, it could have been my example. And again, there are people that have them, and they love them. So I think it depends on what you're used to using, what your expectations are in a mower, how big of a lawn you have to cut. Like that matters too. You know what I mean? So, there's people that have them and really like them. So it just really depends. I will just say, if I'm buying an interchangeable cartridge system mower and I had to choose between those two, it would be an Allet all day long. Not even, no questions. No questions at all. All right, next up is Trav Smitty. He says, I love my Allet Sterling. It's an awesome mower and the system as a whole. I want a yard big enough to get a C27 or 34. That's the goal, but I have to change a yard for that. Here's the thing. The C27 is a beast. It's a beast of a machine, but you got to remember, like everything about that machine is more expensive. Like the machine's more expensive. The cartridges are more expensive. Like the verticutting cartridge for that mower costs with like, you could buy like a Greensmaster pre-owned for. So everything about it's a lot more expensive. It's a great machine. I'll probably be dead and gone and it'll still be running. But it's a different class. It's a lot more pricey. Like the 27 and the 34 are designed for professional turf. Like that is who buys those mowers. Like, you know what I mean? Like there are some NFL teams that use that mower, that use not even the 27, they have the 34. So it's a bigger, it's just, you have to have a big lawn for that mower to really make sense. All right. Okay, Lon says, I agree. Lawn mowing is very therapeutic for me. I enjoy the exercise that it provides. Yep, that is for me. That's my big thing. That's the big thing for me. I enjoy it. John K. Power says, when do you get into lawn care and what got you interested in it? Well, I mean, I guess when I first got into it, I was a kid, I was mowing grass, but I hated it then because my dad made me do it. And then, as you get older, you slowly, on some levels, not all levels, but on some levels, you kind of turn to your parents, right? And when this place was built, I looked at the lawn and I said, man, this lawn's got so much potential. It could be like a golf course. It could be an awesome lawn. And it just started working on it. And one thing led to a next. And I started reel mowing. I started with a push reel mower. And then I got a power reel mower and then top dressing it. And just, again, it just snowballs. It just snowballs. But I've been working on my lawn 9 years or seriously even like trying to improve it, coming up on 9 years now. So I've been at it for a while. And I just enjoy it. I enjoy the fact, what do I enjoy about it is that it's never perfect. Like, you get, if you can get like a 2 or 3 week period in the year where it looks really good, or I say, yeah, I like this. And you're just always trying to chase that. You're always trying to chase getting it to peak when you want it to peak and have it look good. And it's just the fact that there's always something to fix, always something to make better. I find that enjoyable. Some people, it would drive them crazy, but I like it. It's kind of like karate. There's always something you could be doing better. Grass is the same way. There's always something you could be doing better in your lawn. Even when it's perfect, air quotes perfect, there's something that can be better about it. All right, let's see. Bermuda K says, hey, Ron, I just recently laid new sod. I gave it the first cut today. My soil is high in phosphorus. Okay, I was wondering, is it fine to start fertilizing? I plan on leveling in 3 weeks. Or if I can't fertilize, can I add iron? So if you're going to level in 3 weeks, why not just wait till then? I would wait to do your fertilization either the day of or like, the week leading up to you leveling, your lawn. Because if you're going to be leveling here soon, I'm a big fan of doing fertilization as part of your leveling work because it helps the lawn just recover a bit faster. And as far as your fertilizer, just make sure that you choose one that doesn't have any phosphorus in it. So like Humic Max, like if you look at the link, the pinned comment in the chat, it'll be called it says awesome fertilizers and has a link there. If you click on that link, it'll take you to the golf course lawn sort to the fertilizer section. And in there, you'll be able to, the first one is Humic Max. The first one you'll see, the first granular is Humic Max. And that, I mean, I haven't seen your soil test, but if you're saying that phosphorus is high, but everything else could use, then then Humic Max could be an option. The Stress 12-0-24 could be an option, but one of those two. In other words, a fertilizer without substantial amounts of phosphorus based on what you're telling me. And if it were me, I would wait until you're going to do your top dressing to fertilize, since you are very close to being able to do it. It's only a couple of weeks away. I would just wait. All right. Govind Prakash says, is the end of this month a good time to level? Yes, it's a great time to level. It is. As long as your lawn is green, you've been mowing it, it's a great time to do your leveling work. It is a great time to do it. The window opens now. You could do it between now all the way up until mid-July. You could even do it late July, but I like to cut off at like mid-July, because you want to make sure there's plenty of time for the lawn to fully recover before temperatures start cooling off and days start getting shorter and the lawn starts to check out. So I would, you could push it to the end of July, but really mid-July is when you want to get if you want to do any top dressing or leveling work, get it done before then. If you're in the Southeast United States and you're doing Bermuda grass. If you have cool season grass, then you still got plenty of time. You can do your leveling in August, because that's like your second season. Like cool season folks get 2 seasons. They get a spring season, they get a fall season. We only get like one large, ours is like a large big rolling hill. They get more like two peaks with theirs. Kevin Dow says, do you use RGS? If so, how often do you apply? I do not use RGS. What I do use for biostimulants are the carbon kit. So I use this. I use the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit, which contains Release Zero, a kelp product, and a microbial food for the soil. And I apply it every 2 weeks. 1st of the month, 15th of the month. That is what I do. And I mix it along with my fertilizer and growth regulators. I mix that along with Primo Max and whatever fertilizer I happen to be using, and I spray it twice per month. I'll actually be doing it this weekend. So that's part of the fun. Okay, next up is Todd Gleaves. He says, 3 inches of rain this week has been a glorious blessing to the lawn. I got my blanket spray in a solid 24 hours before the rain began. A few of the weeds starting to turn. Nice. Very nice, Todd. Good job. So, I mean, as long as you got your spray in and it dried, you're good to go. It's rained fast in 3-4 hours, really less than that. As soon as it's dry, you're good to go, especially if you're using surfactant. So, I'm glad that you're getting a good result with the products. All right, Kevin Grimes says, first time leveling using the Super Sod Mix, doing it with myself, and it is shocking to see how many 1-inch ruts and swells are in the yard. I'll probably level again in late May and mid-July. Oh, you like it, huh? So it's how it starts. You always think, one and done. Hardly is ever one and done. But it's true. Like, top dressing is very enlightening as far as seeing, when you look at a lawn that you say, it's a pretty smooth lawn. Put some sand on it, and you'll see you really get to see what the surface of the lawn looks like. All right, so I got Todd's, and then Jason here. He says, hey, took the day off, spent 6 hours in the yard aerating and picking up all the plugs. Wow, man, that was it's a lot of work, Jason. As it's a great day to spend the day watching the live stream. A great way to end it. Appreciate your knowledge, Ron. I appreciate you watching, Jason. Sounds like a fun way to spend 6 hours. Your lawn will thank you for it. So again, thank you for watching the content, and take pictures. Well, hopefully all the I'm sure you're gonna benefit from all the great work you're putting into the lawn as far as aeration. So. Andrew says, the Fisker's weeding tool is excellent. I think so. It's a great tool. I really like mine. I really, really like mine. I like it so much that I have it on my mower when I'm out mowing. And, the more I think about it, I'm going to do that tonight. When I get the live stream, I'm going to order another one. So I can have one for each mower. That way I don't have to, I never have to worry about it. I'm always covered. Because they're not that expensive. It's like $8. They're not pricey. Optic Cyclic. Andy Watley says, thanks, Ron. You're very, very welcome. I'm Andy. And then next up is Optic Cyclic. He says, How can I level and overseed my lawn if it's going to rain the next 10 days? Do I have to wait for a few dry days? No, 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 no. If you are going to overseed, I mean, you would welcome, and for me, I would welcome rainfall. So I would get your leveling work and your rain done. Rain done. Your leveling and your seeding work done leading up to when you're going to get the rain. That's a good thing. You know what I mean? I mean, assuming you're not going to get a monsoon of 10 days, which is kind of unlikely, and then I mean, regular rain after leveling and seeding is a good thing. You know what I mean? It helps the sand settle. It's free water for the seeding for the seed. So yeah, there's only tons of benefits to that. I mean, as long as you don't get like the rainfall like what Fort Lauderdale got, where they turn the entire city into a swimming pool. If you get that, that's not great. But I don't think you're gonna have that problem. So if you don't rainfall outside of that, you're gonna be good to go. In other words, if it were me, I would try and take advantage of the fact that you have a lot of rain about to heading your way versus avoiding it, if it were me. All right, so let's see. Andrew Phillips says, Ron, my yard is at 0.65 height of cut. It looks great. Nice. Having trouble getting defined stripes with the Kensington 20B. Any suggestions? Should I play with the front raking height? You could play with the front raking height. You could also raise the height of cut a little bit more. I mean, believe it or not, like I find like slightly longer grass stripes better than shorter grass. I mean, so if you're at 0.65, which again, it should stripe reasonably good at that height. But if you can take it up to 3/4 of an inch, 0.75, your stripe should get a bit more defined. But again, the raking, yes, the combs on the front of it, adjust that. But also just bumping the height of cut up just a little bit will also help your stripes. One, they'll be more pronounced, and they will last a bit longer as well too. So that's what I would suggest. Andrew says, also, can you use your influence to get Supersod distributor here in Texas? Joke. I mean, they don't. I mean, I don't think Supersod really cares what I mean. They may care what I think, but I don't think they really care what I think. I mean, not to that extent. Plus, it's not that easy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like building a facility to make the stuff and distribute it is not. I'm sure it's not an overnight thing. Like when I visited Miramichi Green last year in the spring, the amount of equipment that they use and the process they have. You guys have not seen it. The process they have for creating carbonized PN, for creating Essential G, for creating Carbon Pro G. It's really cool. If you've not seen that video, I mean, it's not a video that got a lot of views, but if you really want to see the behind the scenes as far as what goes into making like a lot of these biostimulant products, it's worth checking out. Let me see if I can find the video really quick here and I'll link it to you guys. Yeah, here it is. Organic Gold. This is it. So if you wanna see a cool video as far as what goes into making the products that we use in our lawns, check that video out. It's a really good watch. It's a really good watch. It's an interview with their chief operating officer where he took the time to explain, hey, this is how. What's also cool about it too is that the Miramichi Green, a big part of the products is not only are they very effective, but the way they're created is they take a sustainable approach to creating the products. I mean, if you take like a lot of processes, right? Like hog farming, chicken farming, where you have a lot of waste. You have you have waste byproducts as part of that. Like getting rid of that stuff is a serious problem for the hog industry, for the chicken industry. So a lot of waste stream products that create problems for farmers, Miramichi helps solve some of that by taking them, processing them, combining them with other additives, and creating a product that we can use to help improve our soil, and as also solving a problem. So as far as like the whole sustainability cycle, they're doing a big part of that. So you can feel good about whenever you buy something from Miramichi Green that you're helping solve waste stream products for a lot of for certain industries within North Carolina. So it's kind of cool as well too, right? Next up is, let me see. We are winding down. We're almost out, guys. We're almost out. We gotta finish up before 11. Otherwise, Instagram's gonna cut me off. They're like, 4 hours is enough. That's how they are. No more than 4 hours. All right. Yeah. Johnny Cruz says, yes. Thanks, Ron. My lawn is a mix of St. Augustine and Bermuda. I did hit it with quinclorac before, but it just slows down the St. Augustine and doesn't die. I guess glyphosate it is. Yeah, but here's the thing. You could do the glyphosate, but that's gonna smack the Bermuda too. So it sounds like you're doing a full renovation, because if you're going to spray glyphosate on Bermuda, it is going to injure it. It's going to injure it, and it'll be hating life. But glyphosate by itself, especially one round of it, normally isn't enough to fully kill Bermuda. but it should do a pretty good number on the St. Augustine. So yeah, try it out, try it out, and see what you think. As far as quinclorac and glyphosate, that should should not take more than one application of that to finish off the St. Augustine. The Bermuda was also going to yellow up and go and get brown, but it's unlikely that you're gonna fully kill it, especially if you only do one application of that. So like the only thing I found for killing Bermuda that is like a one and done is that there's a herbicide called Fusilade. If you mix it's not inexpensive to do this, but if you mix Fusilade 2 with glyphosate, that in one application will kill Bermuda grass. But it's not inexpensive, but it's like that works very well if you want Bermuda out of your life. All right, next up is Oliver written. He says, "Hey Ron, I'm seeing how expensive the Out C27E is. Do they include the cartridges or is that just the mower?" That is just the mower. That's just the mower. And here's the thing: the price has gone up. When I bought it last year, it was quite a bit cheaper than what it is this year. Like Outlet had a price increase across the board, so the price has gone up quite a bit. But yeah, it's just because that's just the mower, and you have to realize that's just the chassis. Like you don't even like for that money, you don't even get a cutting unit. You got to buy that separately. Like it's just I'm pretty sure that's right. Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. I don't think you even get the cutting unit for that. I think it's all separate. Let me make sure I'm not lying here. But to answer your question, you do not get all the other cartridges with it. But I'm pretty sure that is just the chassis. Let me see. Sports Pro mowers. This one includes maybe it does include the 8-blade. Okay, no, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. Maybe it does include I think it does include the cutting cartridge, but it does not smell. I don't know. I mean, I got mine with all of them, but I'm trying to think if it was I don't know. I'm not sure what's in the box. But the point is that you don't get no, yeah, here it is. Yeah, I don't think it's included because it's at the bottom. So if you go to the bottom, it says optional accessories. Sorrel roller, turf rake, 8-bladed cylinder, which is what I have, 6-bladed cylinder, Verticut E version, brush. So it doesn't sound like to me, based on what unless it's the copy is just it's just a mistake. It sounds like that is you have to buy the cutting thing with it. You have to buy that separately. You might have to call Outlet and ask them. I mean, but at any rate, it's expensive. Like if you buy that mower and buy all the cartridges, all the trimmings, it's going to be a lot of money because again, it's not really designed for homeowners. It's designed for football pitches and cricket pitches and like big sports turf, and it's designed to run and run and run and run. It's like as far as the interchangeable cartridge mowers, it's like the Toro of that world in interchangeable cartridge mowers. It's a commercial piece of equipment. Like if you guys have seen the videos of it, but it's everything about it. It's built like a tank. Like all the steel, all the gauge, everything is like just heavy duty. It's just designed to run. You're not gonna easily break it or wear it out. So it is expensive, but it's also really good. It does a great job. For what it is designed to do, it is excellent. All right, and Johnny says, yep, and when the grass gets cut, it causes them itchiness on their legs and arms. I wonder if is it really St. Augustine, or would any grass do that? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a St. Augustine thing. It could be. I mean, I would make sure before you go through all the trouble of killing your lawn and find out, Bermuda grass does the exact same thing. He says, Doname says, when I first met Ron, he only had cars on the channel, dope cars, but it wasn't lawn care yet. I'm glad we have similar passions and amazed to see how this has grown. I think you have always wanted to help people no matter what the subject. Yeah, at heart, that's what I am. At heart, I'm a teacher, very, very much so. So you think about it, like I, even what I do professionally for work, like when I was, when I would go to Black Hat and do training, when I got the privilege of helping, some of our people in the armed forces that get the really cool job of hacking into networks for a living, getting to teach them. So at heart, I enjoy sharing what I know with other people. Like if you look at my YouTube chat, my YouTube content for like when I was really into cars, I would film it, not to just say, hey, look how cool this car is and this kind of stuff, but film like, hey, this is what I did, this is what I'm learning, this is what worked, what doesn't work. If you're going to be doing this, here are things to consider. So at heart, I am very much a teacher. You know what I mean? So And I think the store reflects that. I think the channel reflects that. Like the content, the way my style of content is more instructional. It's less. I mean, I like to make it entertaining, but it's probably. I think it comes across as more instructional than just purely entertainment. I've tried to make it more entertaining over the years. Even the store, like you look at it, the blog section is a lot about is just sharing what I know with people. The academy again is about sharing what I know with people, and then the store is a way for people that like my approach to lawn care to be able to get the same stuff that I use on my lawn. You know what I mean? So it's more of like an education business or approach that has a store attached to it than a store that also has like a blog attached to it. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at if anyone that's known me for a long time, you know that's just how I am. I mean, I'm very much more of a teacher at heart than like a business person. So there you go. All right. So next up there is Trav Smitty, I'm not sure the question. He says, on the carbon kit, is there any sediment? I tried the Lawn Solutions blend. It had quite a bit of sediment. Oh, yeah. So is there like trash in it? No. Yeah. So I know what you're talking about. So you have some like liquids and like there's like chunks in it and it doesn't mix well. It clogs up your sprayer. No. With the Release Zero, the NutriKelp, and also BioSpectrum, no. It sprays beautifully. I mean, there's no clumping, nothing to clog up spray tips or anything like that. Nope. No, there's no problem. No problems at all with that, Trav Smitty. It mixes and sprays very, very nicely. Nikita's back. She says, thank you, Ron. I'm a little overwhelmed. Yeah. I mean, but again, it's like drinking from a fire hose. But again, you want to break down a great lawn. And I've already said this to you, but I'll show you really quick. We have an infographic on the store. If you go to shop and just click on shop, you will get this page. And if you want to summarize a great lawn, is step 1, eliminate weeds. Step 2, the thing I told you to do, eliminate, get a soil test. This is the thing I told you about. I assume you don't have a lot of weeds in your lawn, but if you do, we'll work on that. But get a soil test, fertilize your lawn based on the soil test results, and then mow some more. When you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time. And then if you do all those things, right? So you don't have weeds in your lawn, you fertilize, you develop a good nutrient program based on your soil test data, meaning based on what your soil actually needs, and you mow a lot, it's very difficult to not have a great lawn. You know what I mean? In other words, a great lawn is a byproduct of great soil and good cultural practices. So the biggest, I always say the biggest difference between a golf course, or there's a lot of differences, but the biggest difference between a golf course and most residential lawns is that golf courses just get mowed way more frequently than the typical homeowner lawn does. And their nutrient program's on point, right? So that's the biggest thing. Their nutrient program is on point, and they mow them a lot. And that's why they look the way they look. So just take it one step at a time. Go to the blog. If you go to here to guides and then blog, there's tons of free content here on tons of different topics. I try to add new articles weekly. I mean, there's actually the new summer lawn care article that's here. I mean, no, it's not summer yet, but I want to get ahead of it. So as far as that goes, as far as what you can do for lawn care, mowing, growth regulator, watering tips, that kind of thing. So there's tons of just free info on here. But again, to start out with, get a soil test, fertilize based on your soil test results, and mow your grass a lot. So keep your mower sharp and mow your grass a lot. And that's going to make a big difference in how your lawn looks. That in itself, your neighbor's going to have a hard time competing with you if you just do those things. Dalvin is up. He says, hi, Ron. The new year gears are on the way. I spent the last 3 days wondering if I'm doing something wrong. The only thing I can think of is maybe I'm turf raking too deep, 5 to 7 mil, but still pulling thatch. Okay, so Dalvin, when it comes to turf raking, and probably some of it is my fault, is you work down to a maximum, or a maximum, I guess maximum is the best way of saying it. In other words, the most aggressive you want to get is about 2 millimeters above the surface. When you first start out, you don't go that aggressive. So what I would do is set it at you said you got yours set at 5 or 7. Start at 10 millimeters right above the surface and just turf rake. And if there's stuff coming out, keep doing that. Like make a bunch of passes doing that. And then you'll get to a point where nothing's coming out anymore. And then you can lower it, 2 millimeters to maybe 8, and then just repeat the same process. Turf rake. And then you're going to get to a point eventually after you make a couple of passes that nothing's coming out. And then you can step it down. So in other words, I wouldn't go, when I did mine, and mind you, I have like the heavy duty commercial outlet. Even with mine, I didn't go for broke starting out. Like I started high, like 8 mil, and just slowly worked my way, down. Like I went over the lawn a couple times doing that until nothing else came out, then dropped it a few notches and then went again. So If you're being too aggressive, you're trying to take off too much at once, that could be part of why you're running that issue. But again, I've not heard of anyone else having that problem that you're running into. So hopefully this gets to the bottom of it. You know what I mean? So once it's fixed, try going a little bit less aggressively, a little bit and frequently is what you're after. You don't want to get it all done in one go. Don't want to get it all in one go. All right. Next up is Sooner. Duck Commander says, "Hey, Ron, my lawn renovation is in full swing. Nice. Had over 15 tons of soil removed in the front yard. We got 3 inches of rain this week, waiting to dry, do final grade, and then lay to home at 31 next week. We'll send pictures. Nice. Awesome. Sounds like a fun project. If you want to send the pictures, my email address is here. It is ron@golfcourselawn.com. You sound like you're doing it right, man. It sounds like a huge and a fun project, but yeah, keep me posted. Send me pictures of it. And again, take pictures before, during, and after, because you're not going to get to get pictures of the during again. You're not going to get to get pictures of the before again. So make sure you document it so you have it. Take some video too, little video clips as well too. If you can. Your phone, most phones today take fairly decent video, so do that as well too. But yeah, keep me posted. Keep me posted. No Name says, "Yeah, Dalvin, I feel for you. Let us know how Alt takes care of you." Yeah, I'm sure they will, but keep me posted. I know a guy who knows a guy, so yeah, I'm pretty sure they will. They'll take care of you. They'll get to the bottom of whatever's going on and get you all squared away. Kenneth Sherrill says, "Good evening, Ron. What's a good process for getting rid of annual bluegrass? If your grass is a warm season lawn like Bermuda, Zoysia, St. Augustine, you can use Certainty. You can use this Certainty. You can do that. If you have a cool season lawn, there's not a lot of great options as a post emergent for Poanua. You can use Primo. You can use Primo to suppress the seed heads so it doesn't spread as much. And then you can mow it, mow your lawn short. And when it gets to be hotter, it'll die off. That's one way you can, it's more like a patience thing. The thing with POA, the best way to deal with POA is to not have it in the first place. And that is done in the fall with your pre-emergent program. So if you have Bermuda, you have warm season grass, this Certainty, we carry down the Golf Course Lawn Store with surfactant, like this will target Poanua. And it also happens to be excellent against any kind of sedges as well too. So it's not like you're just buying it just for POA. You also can use it against sedges, which will be more of a thing in a month or two. But yeah, if you have warm season grass, there are options. If you have cool season grass, not so much, because there's not really a lot of selective herbicides that are rated for use on residential lawns that are very good against Poanua, unfortunately. None that I'm aware of anyway. Okay, let me see what else we have. We got Ahmed Jones. He says, "What would you suggest for me to put on my Bermuda lawn now? I just did my first scalp, Memphis, Tennessee." So you just scalped it. You didn't tell me if you did a soil test or not, but what I would say, let me see here. So hang on 1 second. So assuming you did a soil test, you would fertilize based on your soil test results. The only other thing I would say, Ahmad, is you would want to put, like if you can do like any kind of a granular biostimulant like Essential G, I'll show you here. So get a soil test result, which if you've been watching the channel or watching the stream, you saw I've already linked that a couple times in the chat. Something else you can do after scalping that I'm a big fan of is to use this Essential G. You can apply this after your scalp. This is great while you're waiting for your soil test results to come in. It's going to help improve soil quality. There's tons of benefits to it. Practically no negatives by using this, introducing this in your lawn care program. And then outside of Essential G, outside of a biostimulant, it's just fertilizing your lawn based on whatever your soil test says and mowing. Lots and lots of mowing. You know what I mean? And that will do it. Hang on. See Adam. Adam Carter says, "Are you not seeing my question? I put it in twice and you went right over it." I don't see a question from you, Adam. I don't see any questions from you. Like your first mention is, well, no, I got one here. I have this one, but it wasn't a question. You said, "or just let themselves fill in themselves," but that's the only question I see from you. I don't see anything else. I'm scrolling up here. I don't see any. I mean, ask your question again. I don't see anything from you. Like I saw what you just posted down below, and I don't see anything else from you other than that one. I don't see anything else from you other than that one, Adam. No, so no, I'm not skipping your question, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything else other than what you just then this what that's here in the chat. That's here in the chat right now. I see this one and the one mention you said earlier, but I don't see any I don't see anything else from you. So try asking it again. In other words, I'm not skipping your question on purpose. I genuinely don't. I genuinely don't see it. I mean, there were the trolls that were in here earlier. That I obviously skipped. But I mean, your question, I didn't see. I don't see anything from you. All right, Steve Jackson. He says, "Hey Ron, lawn renovation is being done. Nice. I had 15 tons of dirt removed. Got 3 inches of rain this week. We'll do final grade and lay Tahoma 31. Man, a lot of you guys are doing Tahoma 31. Man, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. We'll send pictures when done. Yeah, keep me posted, Steve. Tahoma 31 is awesome. Well, I would love to see it. Again, take pictures before, during, and after if you can. Let me see. I don't have any questions here from the folks in Instagram. Just hanging out here. We got Henry Jones Photography joined. Sikinas. We got Denton Russell. What's going on, guys? Jason. What's going on? See you guys here in the live stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well. And Travis Sweeney says, "Good deal. We got it in order. We got it ordered. Appreciate the information. Good stuff, Trav." And let's see. No Name says, "Ron, I have an area where cars used to frequently go over next to my driveway." Oh, you have the rut. You have the driveway rut, huh? Right next to the driveway where people can't drive when they destroy the lawn. Would multiple 0.25 inches of pure sand for leveling be better over the season to repair it? It's about 2 inches lower. You could. I would use like some fill dirt or topsoil. I'm not a huge fan of using just Okay, you're talking about just pure sand. I'm not a fan of. I thought you were going to say play sand. You could do 2 inches of sand, but why not like just use some fill dirt and then top dress afterwards? You know what I mean? Unless you're going to also mix. You said pure sand, but unless you're not also going to mix some organic material in with that, I would. In other words, if it were me, I would either do fill dirt and then top dress, or I would mix. I would mix some material with the play sand or with the sand you're planning on using, and then do it that way. In other words, just using 100% sand, you can. But I'm answering the question based on what I would do. In other words, would I do that with like the super solid level mix? Yeah, because it's got like 30% of it is like organic material. So yes, I would do that. But would I go out and get like a truckload of just masonry sand and use that to fill in? Not really. I would more than likely use fill dirt to build it up and then top dress with sand afterwards. Especially really close to the driveway like that, because if it gets what happens if you do use 100% sand, that area will retain a lot of heat, and what you might find is the grass might actually pull away from it. So that's for those reasons, I'm not a fan of doing that much sand, especially right next to concrete. You know, so I mean, you can try it if you want, but I would not. I would not. All right, let's see here. Optic guys here on Instagram. It's going to drop here in a second, so I'm going to have to drop and then rejoin, or maybe not. If I listen, get finished up here in 3 minutes, we'll see. Let's see. Optic Cyclic says, a bag of grass I put down had annual rye grass in it, and it was just perennial rye. Now there are bright spots. Is it truly annual rye, and will it just die off by this time next year? It should die off. It should, yes. How soon and by the time next year, I don't know, but it should die off. To answer your question, I mean, I've not had the problem that you're describing, but it should die off. Let's see here. John Power says, "Are there any reel mowers designed for higher heights of cut? Like if I wanted to reel mow turf type tall fescue and Kentucky bluegrass, I cut a couple inches. Is that an option? Most reel mowers seem they're designed for lower heights of cut." So guys, here on Instagram, I'm going to stop. I'm going to restart the stream because we're about to come up on 4 hours, and they will boot me off of the gram after 4 hours, unfortunately. Their rules, not mine. All right, so guys on the gram, I will drop and come right back. So stay tuned. So here's the thing, John Powers. People use the Fiskars and they have pretty good results with that, cutting taller grass, like cutting fescue and whatnot with fiskars. The thing is, when the grass gets too tall, especially if you have a real mower that has a front roller on it, it just tends to mash the grass down, and it doesn't come back up to where you get a good cut. You know what I mean? So for that reason, real mowers, with at least the ones with front rollers, tend to not work well on taller lawns. If you have one that has just the wheels, like casters, or like the like how the Fiskars is, or like how some of the manual push reel mowers are, those can work well on taller grass, on taller lawns, but not so much anything with a front roller. Like, just not going to do as well. Because again, like I said, if you think about it, you got a really tall lawn, the roller is going to push it down. It's not going to, pop back up in time to present itself to be cut properly with the reel and bed knife. So yeah, I mean, you can, if you use a mower without a front roller, that can work okay, but real mowing is really designed for shorter cut turf. It just tends to do better with shorter cut lawns. Mike D says you should invite a Bear rep to join the chat one night. I should reach out to someone at Bear. I don't have, that's a good point. I should reach out to Bear and see, hey, if you guys want to pop on and answer a bunch of questions, I'm sure that would be, they may like that. I have to reach out and see what I can figure out. Adam Boyd says, any suggestions on dealing with algae and moss? Yeah, so taking care of, so we actually have a blog post on that, which I'll link here for you in the chat. But big things, if you want to, algae and moss do well. They thrive in areas that have poor drainage. And Instagram, I'm starting you guys back up again, and we are back. All right. Algae and moss tend to, in areas more acidic soil, and also areas that stay wet, and also don't get a lot of sunlight. So if you can resolve the drainage problem, you can help the area that you're dealing with algae and moss to not hold on to as much water. That will help. Like, that's going to help improve the situation. If your soil is more acidic, like raising pH will also help with that. If it's an area that's shaded a lot of the day, getting more sunlight will also help with that. So while there are products you can apply, like there's a product like Moss X, and some people will use like iron, like a heavy iron application to try and get rid of moss. It's more of a Band-Aid fix if you don't address the underlying cause, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So what I will do is I'm going to show you I'm going to send you two links here, and Adam. The first one is going to talk about how to fix a muddy back lawn, so like drainage solution. So at Adam Boyd, that one. So there you go for that. And then there's an actual article that speaks directly to algae and moss in the lawn, how to get rid of moss in your lawn. Here we go. This one is from last year. So between these two, you should get all squared away. But it's basically I'm summarizing what's in those articles, that's essentially what you're going to see. But you just read through them. They're short reads, and hopefully you'll pick up some tips that'll help you get help you correct the problem that you're having. Adam, if you're here, Adam Carter, if you're still here, man, I don't see a question, or I don't see anything from you, so I'm not sure what's going on with the chat. All right, No Name is up next. He says, now that I know the amazing property of carbonized PN, I'll add some of that in as well. Yeah, man, carbonized PN, you've got to remember, carbonized PN is the GOAT. Like that, as far as like, the Miramichi products, you think about like Carbon Pro G, Essential G, like carbonized PN is the foundation, the core, or the process, the ingredients of it are the core for that works in a lot of other granular products as well. So you can think of like, Carbon Pro G as essentially carbonized PN in prill form. Essential G as like carbonized PN in prill form with more stuff added to it. You can think of it almost like Carbon Pro G 2.0. But yeah, carbonized PN is the foundation. And I got to see how it's made. It's really cool. It's really cool, everything that goes into it. Let's see. Optic Cycling says, are you going to do another guest stream, maybe with another lawn chair YouTuber you like? Maybe. I have to. Yeah. I mean, I'm open to doing guest streams. I know. What's his name? Utah Beard. Ginger. I think Preston Lund Ginger. I got to reach out to him. We got to try if we can see if we can make something happen. I mean, we've spoken about it for like years. It just never sync up our schedules to actually make it happen. So, I'm definitely open to doing that. All right. Let's see. I'll see what else we have here, and Ahmed Jones says, I normally put down Scott's Turf Builder in liquid form around this time of year. My lawn looks like a golf course. Cool. Well, if it's working for you, I would, if you like the results you're getting with your program, I would keep doing what you're doing. All right. Nikita says, last question for me. After aerating, is it okay to leave the cores on the lawn? Oh, Nikita, you're opening a can of worms. The answer to the question, the best answer to the question is it depends, right? And to help you with that, so if you have a heavy clay soil, right, to where when you pull the cores, they harden, they get hard like little like bricks, then yes, picking up the cores is a good idea. If you have a soil that is a bit more sandy, they're going to break down. So like in my case, my soil, I mean, it tends to be a bit more sandy in nature. And I don't pick up cores. I've never picked up cores on my lawn ever, and I don't they don't turn into little bricks. So really, the best answer is it depends on your particular soil type. And I have a video in this blog post. Actually, it's the first video. It's the first video in this blog post that has a section that answers that very question. So if you want to get some good tips on aerating your lawn, check out this blog post. The video, again, supporting video is also linked in there as well. And the answer is it depends. If your soil is heavy clay, then you're likely going to want to pick them up. If it's not heavy clay, meaning, in other words, after you're done aerating, if after 2 hours after you're done aerating, if you can pick up a core and just kind of go like this in your lawn, in your hand, and it breaks down and turns to dust, like kind of just pulverizes and disappears, then no, you don't need to pick them up. If after a couple hours you pick up a core and it's still like hard like a brick, and as it dries out, it's getting harder, then yes, then it's a good idea to pick up the cores in your lawn. So it depends on your soil. It depends on your soil. Let's see here. We have a question from the Instagram. Jason Capatina says, anything to help grass grow where a stump used to be outside of trying to remove as much of the wood as possible? Yeah, so you're going to want to grind the stump, get rid of as much as the roots that's left as much as you can. Bring dirt in, bring soil in to fill in the void that's going to be there once the stump is gone. And then to get the grass to grow there, what you can do is take plugs from other parts of your lawn that are doing well and transfer them into that area where the stump used to be. But you are going to want to get rid of that. Like the grass is not going to grow through the tree stump. You want to get rid of that stump. So get like a stump grinder, whatever you have to do to pull it out to get rid of it. And then again, like I just said, dirt, like fill it in, get it level as much as best you can with the surrounding areas, transfer plugs, and wait, be patient, and then you'll be good to go. That's how I would address that. Offroad Envy says, Alex needs to be your next guest, partners in crime. I've tried to get him on. He doesn't want to come on. He's like, no, man, what would I talk about? I have nothing to say. I have no idea what I would talk about. So believe me, I've tried. He doesn't want to. So there you go. There you go. John K. Power says, dumb question. What's the purpose of a front roller? So a couple things. It as far as helping the mower to stay more flat and level on the surface, it does a better job than if you have like caster wheels. You know what I mean? So if you think about it, if you have like a slightly uneven part of your lawn, like say you're mowing the lawn, and say the right part of the front roller is just maybe under the right front, rolls over this part that's a little bit lower. Because the weight of the mower is distributed over this really wide surface, the tendency for the mower to tip and then by tipping, scalping or producing an uneven cut is reduced when you have a roller. So that's the main thing. It helps produce a better cut from that standpoint. And then a side benefit is that it helps produce great stripes, but that's not really a big reason why they put rollers on mowers. It's really to help for cut quality. If you think about it just from a physics standpoint, if you think about a shopping cart where you have like a wheel on each corner, if you're rolling a shopping cart and then one of the wheels rolls into a dip, the entire cart dips, right? And when you're cutting grass, that's going to cause a scab. You're gonna take a chunk of the lawn out whenever you do that. You take the same shopping cart, you take the two front casters off, and you put a roller on it. You roll over that same little dip that's on one side of the roller. The likelihood of the entire cart tipping, if it does tip, is going to be a lot less than if you have casters. So so it just helps produce a better cut is really the best answer, John. But it also helps produce awesome stripe action. So that's another reason. It's a side benefit as well. But that's not the main reason why they put rollers on mowers. Ahmed Jones says, can I start using hydrotain now? You can. You absolutely can. You can. Ahmed, by all means, go for it. By all means, go for it. And then, John, I answered your question about the rollers already. We have DeMarculus Thompson. He says, greetings, Ron. Thanks for your consistency. You're making a difference in DIY lawn care space. I appreciate that, man. It's a lot of work. I enjoy doing it. And, I get the emails from folks every now and then saying, hey, my lawn, ever since I started working, watching your content, I have, my lawn looks as good as it's ever looked. So that kind of stuff is what keeps me going. So I really, believe it or not, whenever you guys send me an email, let me know how your lawn's doing. It really matters a lot. So yeah, I enjoy it. Plus I enjoy it. Let's see here. Garrett Snitcher says, do you recommend the Anderson's products? I have limited experience with some of their products. I have some stuff that I'm going to be testing out, that I'm just going to be looking at. But I mean, here's the thing. The Andersons doesn't make bad stuff. I mean, I don't know anybody that uses their products that don't like them. You know what I mean? Most people that use their stuff only have great things to say about it. So if it's a fit for what you're trying to do in your lawn and you prefer and you want to use that, by all means, you know what I mean? I don't have a lot of experience with most of their products to be able to speak about them, to say yes, good or not. But they are, I have no reason to think that their products are excellent, because again, if you look at the reviews and most people that talk about them, they only have rave things to say about their products. All right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I got so it came in now. Whatever you were asking, it came in. Maybe, you know what it was? Maybe if the question is too long, the chat will not allow you to post it. So if the length of the question is too long, that could be what's happening. Because I'm using a 14.757 inch auger, an auger from Tractor Supply to aerate my yard. Should I fill those holes in with compost or just let them fill in themselves? So 14-inch long, and then a 1 inch. Is it the 1 inch diameter? Is what's happening? 2 inch diameter. Wow, that's a pretty good size hole, man. I might fill those in. That's, I mean, I don't know. That's a good size. That's a good size hole. I'll put it this way: if you're planning the top dress, I would that it'd be good to do it. You know what I mean? I mean, you could go either way. You could just let the turf relax and have it, fill in that way. But if it were me, I would, if you're planning to do any kind of leveling work, now would be a great time to do it. Those are pretty big. It's pretty big cores you're pulling out using that thing, man. So yeah. All right. Next up we have Lance F. He says, Ron, at what weight do I apply Lebanon 1608 per 1,000 square feet per year? I don't know what you mean. I apply, so 3 pounds per 1,000 is the rate that I recommend. 3 pounds per 1,000. That's gonna put down right at half a pound of nitrogen per month, and that's what I would recommend. So once per month, beginning of every month, 3 pounds per 1,000. You're gonna get about a half a pound of nitrogen from that, and then supplement that with your liquids. That is what I would recommend. And finally, Tyler Nelson says, aerating, top dressing, and overseeding next week. Golf course lawn incoming. Nice. Go. Very, very cool. Very cool. And then Offered Envy says, we are always learning, even if the guest isn't a pro. Cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, Offered Envy. And let's see. Tyler Nelson says, just emailed you everything ready to go. Nice. And Mike D, with this being the last question, Mike D says, cue the closeout music. Hey, man, right on cue. Let me see if there's anything else I need to cover before I fire that up. I think we've covered everything, guys. So we've got Pillar SC. We got your fungicides in stock and shipping. Essential G's in stock and shipping. Your liquids like Nutrizol and Turfplex will be back in stock, hopefully early to mid of next week, and everything else should be there. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. It was a little bit longer one, per Mike's request, we have cued the closeout music. Hopefully you guys are gonna get to go out and play in the lawn this weekend. It's a great time. Get your Primo on, get your growth regulator on, get out there and obviously mow. It's a great time to topdress if you plan to do that too. If you guys have any questions about anything in the show, always feel free to drop me a line. I'm always here to help out, and I appreciate it. I will see you guys next week. Take care.